Tom, happy birthday.
Thank you.
How are you assessing day 2?
Yeah, I think we bowled really well at the end there. I think we were a bit unlucky not to get a few more. Yeah, and I think we stuck at it pretty well. We assessed the wicket, realised we had to go with a lot more straighter fields. But I think we'd be happy with that, and if we can take a few more before the new ball tomorrow, I think we'll be in a good place.
Especially after tea, you pretty much as a bowling unit did all you could there, I think, didn't you?
Yeah, like it's not doing a whole lot out there. Obviously, a few spun, which was nice, but you know, for the seamers, it was about being disciplined. And I think John Turner really bowled well that last session, and was unfortunate not to get a couple more. But hopefully, we can come back tomorrow and finish the job off.
Yeah, you've dried up the runs, haven't you? There and not really created too many chances, but I guess the key thing is that they're not kind of got away from you.
Yeah, I think you just don't want to come off the play with them being, 150 behind or 100 behind or whatever. You know, you want to still keep them at like 2.5 and over. I think they got to 3s or whatever, but as long as we can keep it about there and try and stay focused on the task, I don't think we'll go too far wrong.
Were you happy with 450 on the board at the kind of halfway point of the day?
Yeah, I think so. I think, if we're being honest, maybe there was a few more out there. Maybe we got closer to 500. I think a few batsmen would have thought their wickets were a bit soft, but, that's just being critical on ourselves. But it's just to get 450 on the board, it gives the bowlers a lot of confidence, and I think that showed with our bowling display today.
And for you, again, are you pretty pleased with your efforts there? It's early in the game, and you obviously picked up a wicket, and you've not gone for many at all. You look like you've done a pretty decent job. Yeah.
I think you can always be critical, and there were a few loose balls in there. But apart from that, I was fairly happy. I think for my job on sort of day 2, first innings, is to try and hold a little bit, and I thought I did that. And to pick up a couple, pick up one. Sorry, is always nice. But hopefully in the morning, if I get to go before the new ball, pick up a couple more, and I'll say that's my job done, really.
There's a bit there for you for the left-hander, isn't there, from this end?
Yeah. There's a bit of rough. The seamers have kindly made for me, and towards the end as well, there's a bit of turn to the right-hander. So I think hopeful signs going into the latter stages of the game.
Just talk us through that kind of tactic that you've got. You bowled over the wicket quite a bit to the right-hander and switched. Just your thought process with kind of alternating between over the wicket and round the wicket, especially to the right-hander. What kind of goes through your mind with that?
Yeah, it's just about changing it up, because obviously there's not much turn from around the wicket. So I'm just sort of thinking, can I change my angles? Was doing a bit out the rough to the left hand, so if I can sort of land it in there, and if he wants to play at it, then it brings me in the game and I can stay there. But they did pretty well to kick it away and not really give me too much. But then again, it opens up when I come back around, a change of angle, might create something different. And like towards the end there was a bit more spin, and whether that's because I changed my angle area or just kept moving his eyes a little bit, we'll see later on.
And we're only at the end of play on day 2, so loads of time left. They're still a long way behind, aren't they? So are you confident you've got within you to try and create a result here? We know what the pitches can be like here. We know what games have been like in the past here. Are you still pretty optimistic you can get a result here? Yeah, obviously I think the weather looks good. I think we'll get all our overs in. Obviously we're going to have to get these wickets fairly handy tomorrow. If we can get a few before the new ball, then clean up with a new ball. That gives us a chance to maybe enforce the follow on. If not, then it brings a bit more time to create a bit more rough and let the pitch deteriorate. So it should give us, if we can get a healthy total to bowl to that 4th innings into, it should be good, really.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the Red Rose Together.
We're all about people. It's what the Red Rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the Red Rose Together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford with the Red Rose Together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the Red Rose Together.
Good morning. What a lovely day again. Day 3 of Lancashire against Gloucestershire, live from Emirates Old Trafford in the Rothesay County Championship, where the umpires, here they come with their magic box of balls, heading out towards the... I don't know why it's magic. I just feel like it's magic with it being in a silver case. Firm shake of the hands, and we're ready to crack on with Gloucestershire 184 for 2. The Lanky boys are heading out to try and see if they can find some wickets on this third day. Miles Hammond and Ollie Price are resuming with Gloucestershire 266 runs behind. And Scott Reed and Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol is with us. Paul Allett will be joining us a little bit later on. Miles Hammond looking to try and see if he can go from 57 to something a little bigger and narrow the deficit between these two sides. We welcome our listeners on the BBC Sport website and app, and viewers on Lancs TV to this third day. And good morning, Edward.
Good morning, Scott. That's your full name. So it was a really important partnership from Ollie Price and Miles Hammond yesterday evening. I think they had to battle at the start of that partnership, but in a way, because it had been there for the entirety of the session and a little bit of the previous one, they treated those last few overs of the day as though there wasn't really a great deal of pressure on them. They actually almost attacked a little bit towards the end of the day, and that removed the possibility of a nervous last 20 minutes or so with maybe a night watchman coming out or Cameron Green having to face a few deliveries with the possibility of being removed. We'll see how far this partnership can take Gloucestershire this morning. There's still a lot of work to do runs-wise, avoiding the follow-on, but it's a case of just bat, and that is a stunning start to the day as Balderson bowls the first ball of the morning from the Brian Statham end and is driven straight back past him for 4. He's almost towing that marker again for the start of the danger area, Ollie Price, but he's just belted that, and Balderson reached down as though he thought he could stop it, and it just couldn't get his hand down in time. It's zipped across the turf and gone to the offside of straight and down to the boundary. So 188 for 2 as Balderson is in, and another run will be taken here as Price clips it through mid-wicket and out to Wells patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary. Price 59, Hammond 57, and it was actually the reintroduction of Balderson who had a fantastic spell going. He got rid of Bancroft after giving him a real working over for a couple of overs, and in his first spell he bowled something like 6 overs, 1 for 8 or somewhere in that region, but he came back on, and Ollie Price just seemed to think that this was time to tuck in. He bowls over the wicket now to Hammond, who defends away towards the bowler. Saqib Mahmood has jumping up and down at mid-off, so it might be him to bowl the first over from the Anderson end. If it's not, he's doing an awful lot of activity. But I didn't really see it coming. Maybe Lancashire didn't either, just bringing Balderson back. He's into the left-handed Hammond, who is forward and not quite able to beat cover with a firm push into the offside. Tom Bailey fields. But it looked as though Gloucestershire were just going to have to really fight, scrap and crawl their way to the close. And it was really hard work for about an hour and a quarter or so. But the last 45 minutes was Gloucestershire just starting to push on a bit. Balderson bowling and Hammond has left that alone.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting final session, wasn't it? Where I thought Lancashire bowled well. I thought they bowled well after tea, in particular. They slowed things down. They did pretty much all they could do on a reasonably flat pitch to try and force some pressure and create some chances. But these two just batted well, didn't they? They got through that, and as you say, it got a little bit easier as the session went on.
Balderson, last ball of the over, and this is nicely timed. Just again a forward, almost extension of a forward defence up to mid-off. And the end of the over, 189 for 2. Miles Hammond suggested it was pretty good to bat out there. Okay. I mean, it was a point when Bancroft was sort of struggling a little bit, and then the Price-Hammond partnership was just starting, where it looked as though it was really slowing down. It felt as though Gloucestershire were struggling to time anything, and you wondered whether even some of the pace was going to come out of the pitch. There clearly isn't very much to use for anybody. Hartley got a bit of turn out of the foot marks, but not a great deal. He had one ball that just turned and bounced off straight to Ollie Price, but in 15 overs, and Hartley, I thought, bowled fantastically. 15 overs, 1 for 37, got the wicket of Charlesworth for 43. But for the seamers, there's been not very much there. Balderson's got a little bit of late in movement in his first spell, but that didn't seem to be there in his second. And it's hard graft for the bowlers, but in that latter spell towards the end of the day, it just seemed as though, I mean, it may just have been a case of a confidence thing, but Price and Hammond seemed to find the timing, and it looked as though there was still some pace left in the pitch. Here's Mahmood, first ball of the morning from the Anderson end, and Price is standing tall to nudge this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So in the end, wicketless evening session, but Gloucestershire have still got to score another 112 runs to avoid the follow-on. So that's a target, as Mahmood is in, and this is whipped away by Price. Diving effort from mid-on, and it comes up short. Tom Bailey can't get there. He played one of those shots yesterday, did Price, which was, I mean, it's a shot that he likes. When the ball's a little bit leg-side-ish, he tends to go through wide mid-on rather than through square leg, but it was one of the best that he's hit, I think, yesterday. Just absolutely creamed it, and again there, just not that far offline, but Price picks it off over towards the point, and it's 193 for 2. Mahmood in, bowls, and Price defends away out into the offside. You were giving me tips this morning about turning those things off, those buttons for our microphones, and here you are.
Forgetting to put them on.
Not a great start, is it?
No, not really, no. Well, it never is. It's a bit of a shambles up here when I'm around. Things only improve when the opposition commentator comes. Levels increase drastically. When you started, you might as well finish, as the phrase goes.
I'll finish from the Anderson end. Mahmood in bowls, and that's left alone. Price with confident leave.
He played some lovely shots yesterday, didn't he? There's some terrific cover drives from Price. It was a really well put together partnership too, wasn't it? They tried not to allow one batter to have to absorb pressure from one end. They tried to keep the scoreboard ticking over. They had to get through quite a tricky spell. I mean, Hammond facing Hartley after tea yesterday I thought was a really good period.
Yeah.
And he got through it, didn't he? Managed to go on and get a decent score.
Mahmood runs in and fires another one down there, and it's been completely mistimed by Price for once as he was looking to drive it through the covers, and sounded like his bat was made of aluminium. The ball goes to mid-off. Well, I mean, hollow aluminium. I'm not quite sure what part of that hit, whether it was a toe ender, but it went through the shot with full force, and the ball would have come to a stop.
It was a period
towards mid-off
last night where he was hitting every ball, wasn't it? There wasn't a defence inside.
Yeah.
He just went to hit every shot.
It was that one over from Balderson where he played a shot every single ball. Mahmood in, and this is tucked away towards deep square. And they'll amble through for a single, although actually there was a brief fumble from Balderson out there, but it's such a short boundary that there's not really much of a chance of coming back for a second, even on a fumble there. So Price has the strike at the end of the over. He's got 64, 194 for 2.
Yeah, partnership is 120 between Hammond and Price. The standout partnership of the innings so far, but there's been some decent starts. Bancroft and Charlesworth, and then Charlesworth and Price, but this is what Gloucestershire needed. Something like this was that big partnership for Lancashire, that double century partnership between Harris and Hurst.
Yeah, because there was a point yesterday when Bancroft 18, Charlesworth 43, both Price and Hammond were in the 20s, and everybody had got a start, and the question was somebody going to be able to kick on? And so far Price and Hammond giving themselves a good chance to be those people.
Did he mention that last night in the interview about kicking on? And
no, he said just bat, which I think is very Miles Hammond.
Just bat. Let's just bat today. Balderson to Price, he defends. They've just changed the field there, Lancashire. So they had 2 slips, and they brought Bell from first slip into this catching position on the leg side. His left boot is only maybe 6 inches away from the pitch we're using. A short, straight mid-on. Bell. And there's the short mid-wicket. The deep square leg, fine leg as well. Balderson to Price. That's defended to the leg side where Bailey fields, and there is no run.
Instinctive is the word that was used about Miles Hammond, I think, at one point last year. He's an instinctive player.
Oh, okay.
So you just don't quite know how he's going to approach any particular situation.
Balderson sets off again from the Statham end. Whipped away beyond Bell, who's in that position. Low down to his right to try and stop it. Mahmood's at mid-on to field, no run. So is that a similar way of saying if you're a kind of a feeling player, you just get a bit of a vibe?
Yeah, I guess so. I think it's also just a way of saying that even the coaching staff don't know what Miles Hammond's going to do at any one point. Makes some quite interesting viewing.
Price defends. It's just pushed into the offside. There is no addition to the score. It's first class record of, well, he's approaching 4,000. In fact, he would have gone past 4,300 first class runs. So coming into this game averaging 32, 5 centuries in his career. In and balls. That's whipped up towards Price. Deflects up to Mahmood.
Has somebody left something on that practice pitch there, or the used pitch, I should say, because it just went sideways.
It did, didn't it? Took a bit of a ricochet, did that. What's on it? It hit one of that many.
Oh, it's the surface of the moon there.
Yeah. Took a wicked deflection. Clipped out to square leg this time by Ollie Price. And comes Wells to field. Price moves to 65, not out. Gloucestershire 195 for 2. So trail by 254. And just seeing on his profile, Miles Hammond is a Cheltenham lad then. So
he was he was born in Cheltenham.
Right.
And came through more Oxford.
Okay.
Oxfordshire.
Right.
Type setup. So even so, I'm sure it meant a lot to him to score his, I think, first class 100 at Cheltenham back in 2018. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned the average, and I think it's more if you look at the last few seasons, especially. I think the 1 year in Division 1 was when it started, really, as Mahmood bowls and Price is forward and finding a single. There's a chasmless gap between second slip and cover, so just a straightforward push for a single from Price, 196 for 2. So, I mean, last year rounded up to 900 runs, averaging over 40. Previous year, 800 runs, 37. And then the year before that, he was Gloucestershire's leading scorer in the year in Division 1 in 2022, again with over 800. As Mahmood bowls and Hammond squeezes that away down to deep third, and there will be one more onto 58. So I think, I don't know whether it was a case of proving to himself, but in that year in Division 1, I thought that, I mean, the runs tell the story anyway, and Gloucestershire did struggle with the bat that year, and a lot of it was because they were spending so much time out in the field. And the feeling was, if you could solve the bowling side of things, then that would help the batting side. Mahmood in, short ball, Price ducks. And Hammond, I thought his technique against the Division 1 attacks, I really felt that he looked, of course the likes of Charlesworth and Price were much younger and started to make their way, but I thought Hammond's technique just really held up very well. The frustration from a lot of Gloucestershire followers has been the fact that Hammond has, I mean, you mentioned the 500s, the fact that Hammond has not always converted those 50s into hundreds.
29 50s.
Yeah. Mahmood in now, bowls. Price looking for that gap again on the offside. Is it too close to cover point? And, you know, like 2 years ago, for example, 8 50s without 100. But last year, 200s, 4 50s. And in some ways, I think sometimes you can get a bit bogged down with hundreds, depending on what others are doing. I know that, of course, you want to go on, you want to make really big scores, and that's something that has been talked about, not even just being happy with hundreds, making the big hundreds. Mahmood bowls, Price drives, beats the outstretched fingertips of Mahmood, but there's a fine piece of fielding from Tom Bailey up at mid-on. So I thought that was just going to skip past him, and if it had, the outfield might have done the rest. But there's something also to be said for consistency as well, in terms of, at least, you know, if you're consistently getting to 70s and 80s, that is doing a job as well. Okay, people understandably think of hundreds as the currency. Mahmood in, short ball. Oh, he's top edged that as Price, and it'll go for 4. Lancashire are are not best pleased. Taki Mahmood's giving Price a good stare and a word or two, and I suspect Ollie Price is probably just grinning back at him. It's what he tends to do. He didn't fully control it, but then he played one of those earlier on, knowing that fine leg is a little bit wider and it's quite a short boundary down there. It's one of those where it's hard to know just how deliberate it was. Whether he was, even though it didn't look as if he was in full control, whether he still knew roughly what he was doing, it doesn't matter in a way, because it's 4 more, and Gloucestershire's 200 comes up. 201 for 2, Price has 70, so he's already added, 16 runs to his overnight score in the first 16 minutes.
It's good to see Mahmood opening the ball this morning. Didn't bowl too much yesterday, did he? He was off the pitch for a little while. He had 11 overs yesterday. As Balderson sets up again, that's pushed full but wide of off stump and left through to Hurst. No run. I guess you've got a 4-man seam attack, so they'll all have to contribute here, aren't they? 2 spinners, well, one in Hartley, and obviously you've got the backup in Wells as well, but Mahmood, Balderson, Bailey and Turner, the 4 seamers for Lancashire. Balderson got the wicket of Cameron Bancroft yesterday, searching for his 2nd of the match, but that's wide and left, and through to the keeper Hurst. 201 for 2. Price on 70, Hammond on 58. Hurst, I think, is going to might be thinking about standing up here. He's tossed his cap to his captain Keaton Jennings, who's tucking it into the back of his trousers, and Matthew Hurst is walking. And there's the sound of the spikes coming down the steps. So we've got a 12th man coming out. It's been Will Williams for a lot of the time on duty. So not today. So there we go. A helmet for Matty Hurst. Towel just in case, but not required. Just the helmet. So yeah, he's going to stand up behind the stumps.
What do you need a towel for?
I don't know. It's always a nice option to have, isn't it?
17 minutes in.
Well, I'd like a towel, just as an option there. Pat the forehead. There's Texas as it's left by Hammond, and there's no run.
He's not hitchhiking around the galaxy. He doesn't need a towel, surely.
You are mean-spirited this morning.
Well, just 17 minutes in. It's chilly out there this morning. Well, no, not chilly. It's perfectly fine. It's just not as roasting as it was a few days ago.
Balderson to Hammond against left, snaffled by Hurst behind the wickets, and there's no run. Yeah, temperatures are edging down. Tomorrow, bank holiday for everybody tomorrow. I say everybody. A lot of people still working, of course, on bank holiday, but for those that don't work on the bank holiday,
for those who celebrate
these things, temperatures are plummeting tomorrow.
That was an evil laugh.
Balderson to Hammond, that's defended to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's just typical, that, though, isn't it?
I do hope that everybody's bank holiday plans, as we're sitting here tomorrow, aren't ruined by the frigid temperatures. Temperatures plummet to a whole it's like 7 degrees or something. I don't know, what is it?
Wednesday last week was 27 when everyone's working, and then you get to a bank holiday Monday and it drops about 15 degrees. It's just typical. Balderson to Hammond, left again, and taken by Hurst. So 201 for 2. Maiden that for George Balderson. It's 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 40.
So I just searched Manchester weather, and I've got an article from the Manchester Evening News. Met Office verdict on when sunny weather will return to Greater Manchester. It's sunny now.
Does it not mean after Monday because of the impending
I don't know.
temperature plummet?
It looks like it's going to be...
Oh, it's not.
15 degrees. It's warmer tomorrow than it is today.
Oh, no, it's like 12, isn't it, compared to what it's been.
I don't understand what's going on here.
But it perks up again by the end of the week. Come Tuesday when everyone's back in the office,
Yes,
it's lovely.
19 degrees and sunny, that's worked out.
Yeah.
Mahmood running in and bowling to Price, who's forward carefully and playing the ball straight past Mahmood, who's going to allow John Turner to field. Mid-off. It's going to be cold at night, though. It's supposed to be 5 degrees overnight tonight. I mean, it says 2 degrees minimum on Monday, but the lowest temperature I can see is 5, so I'm not quite sure what's gone on there either. Everything's just going haywire.
It is, yeah.
Mahmood into Price. This is clipped through square leg as Jennings delivers another one of his desperate yelps at first slip. 202 for 2. Price onto 71 with a single. He's been ever hopeful as Keaton Jennings.
Yes.
He's not had a great deal to really shout about.
They applied a lot of pressure yesterday. They bowled very well yesterday, but just not a lot happened.
Yeah, there was really the closest that this partnership has come to being separated, and it has been very close to being separated twice. As Mahmood comes round the wicket now to bowl to the left-handed Hammond, who squares up a bit there, and it's a little bit of a skew-whiff defensive shot, but he's got bat on ball, kept it out. But Hammond was, in the end, I think correctly not given out, caught at slip.
Yeah.
As George Bell just, it was just short of him. He did everything he could, but the ball just didn't quite carry.
Yeah, it's a good call by the umpires, that wasn't it?
Yeah, they got together. Hammond was, I think Hammond did a pretty good job as well, as Mahmood is in and bowls. Hammond is forward and defending to mid-off. Hammond did a very good job of closing a scrow on the crease.
It wasn't for moving, was it? No, it was not.
And he stood there with the single teapot. That's the thing. We'll talk about the double teapot, I suppose, we can have the single teapot.
Yeah, of course you can. Regular teapot.
The regular teapot.
Yeah.
Staring off at the square leg umpire, I think, knowing that the square leg umpire might be the one that would have the better view as to whether it had carried. And not moving a muscle. So he gave off the right body language, probably, if such things are taken into account. And Messrs Milnes and Chantry got together and he made the right call on that one. Fielder moves in at mid-wicket as Mahmood bowls a bouncer. Oh, too high for Matty Hurst. That wasn't one of those trampolining ones, and it's going to be signalled as byes this time, because it was actually, I thought it was a pretty good bouncer from Mahmood. It just never got down.
No,
it wasn't a ballooner at all. It was a sharp one, but it has flown over the head of Hurst, and it's 206 for 2.
Yeah, he needed the old trampoline, Hurst, didn't he, to get something on it.
He's not the tallest, is he, Matty Hurst? I don't think there's any way of getting around that. And the only reason he doesn't look as short as he does when, for example, Ollie Price is batting and he's standing up to the stumps is the fact that he's got George Bell standing next to him at first slip. Mahmood completes the over, bowls, back of a length, another good bit of bowling from Mahmood, but irritatingly for him, he just sees Hammond awkwardly but securely play it down into the ground and into the offside. And it's 206 for 2, end of that over. And the other moment which Lancashire, and particularly John Turner, will be absolutely ruining is when Hammond was, well, in the end he was dropped at third slip by Wells, but if it hadn't been a no ball, it's hard to know whether the catch would have been taken. Yeah. And it was a no ball, and Hammond had 47 to his name there, and that would have been just such a useful time for Lancashire to take a wicket. I mean, there's no bad time to take a wicket, but in particular, getting towards the end of the day, forcing Gloucestershire's hand.
Balderson to Ollie Price. That's defended back to the Lancashire bowler. There's no run. Yeah, it needed something like that, didn't it? Back end of the day for Lancashire, really. I mean, the couple of wickets that Gloucestershire got on the first day, especially getting rid of Hurst, and then they got the night watch shortly after. But the Hurst dismissal at the end of the day was just a really nice way, isn't it, to go back into the dressing room. Lancashire needed a bit of something for a bit of a lift, I think, last night.
Because it was effectively a triple strike in the end, because there were the 2 wickets at the back end of day 1, and then getting Harris early on day 2. It just allowed them to, it seems a bit ridiculous to say, but in a way, yes, restrict Lancashire to 450.
Yeah, well, which is what they did. I mean, they put on 100 runs, didn't they? 108 runs for 5 wickets yesterday. As Balderson comes into Price, that's pushed forward in defence, and there's no run. And Marcus Harris was suggesting in his closer play interview that they were thinking about the idea of batting well into yesterday and even declaring at some point. So yes, it's still a good score, isn't it? 450, but it's not as much as Lancashire probably anticipated they would get.
Be interested to know actually what both teams thought of that total, in terms of, is that actually par?
Balderson to Price, able to work that away off his hip towards the leg side, where Wells catches it with it. Price gets a single, moves on to 72 not out, 207 for 2.
And of course the other key moment of yesterday, I think, in addition to getting Harris early, the other massive moment was when Wells perished trying to gain the extra bonus point.
Yeah. In comes Balderson, driven by Hammond, and Mahmood sets off, but then quickly realises he's timed that beautifully. A lovely shot, firmly, crisply driven away through extra cover, held the pose too, did Hammond. Moves on to 62 not out.
I hadn't really noticed until I saw the replay on Lancs TV that just how much Hammond's leaning forwards as he's facing Balderson. He's trapped in his crease now, but he still is desperate to get all his body weight moving forward, knowing that Balderson is very unlikely to dig one in to an extent back of a length that Hammond couldn't then adjust. Really strong lean.
211 for 2. Balderson to Hammond, and that'll be 4 more down to fine leg. Just able to steer it away off his hip down towards the boundary below the point. Turner in the sunshine down there fielding, just helped it on its way. Lovely crisp cover drive in the previous delivery, and little flick off the hip for 4.
Almost looks like a darts player leaning over the oche as close to the board as they can get.
Hammond to 66, 215 for 2. Balderson to Hammond, driven again. Mahmood across the ground to his right from mid-off, and then a shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Hammond is through for a single. A positive start by Gloucestershire, maybe trying to make the most of this older ball. A new one is due in 11 overs time, so maybe just trying to cash in a little bit here. Replays of the attempted run out. He was well home, Hammond.
He almost, he did this once yesterday as well. It was almost like he's teasing the fielder, just about measuring it that he made his ground, but it wasn't as though he was in an absolute rush there. I think he could have made that a lot more comfortably if he'd wanted to. But it's what Lancashire did in their innings as well. I mean, Harris especially just went on the charge a bit towards maybe 65 overs through to 80. They really felt that the old ball was time to move things along. Whether it's just the way that it's worked out in both innings with partnerships establishing themselves, it could just be that, but they certainly haven't come out timidly this morning. Price and Hammond has been full confidence. Mahmood into Hammond, who's tried to manipulate this one wide of extra cover and there's no run.
Tom Hartley doing a few stretches already. Maybe a little bit of a go with Hartley before the second new ball.
Yeah, I think it's looked from Balderson much more like his second spell so far than his first. I mean, he's not bowled too badly, but they're taking some liberties against him. They're quite happy to drive him off a length. Mahmood in, and that's whipped away aerially by Hammond, and that will just beat the fielder. Josh Bohannon, backward square leg. It had so much pace behind it. He flicked it, and he didn't really bother to keep it down because there's no fielder at square leg. Just turned that off his hip behind square, helped it away. Bounced 2 or 3 times, and Bohannon just couldn't get there, even though he didn't have too much ground to make up. I mean, he's probably the one fielder who would have been able to get closest to that, and so much pace behind, you just couldn't quite keep it in. 4 more runs, Hammond into the 70s as well. Mahmood into Hammond, and a rare beating of the bat from Saqib Mahmood. Did that quite carry behind the stumps? Another look, but I don't think it's done a huge amount until it's actually passed the bat, and then I think it's fallen short of the keeper anyway. Well, I know it's the older ball, but underlines the difficulty of taking wickets.
Yeah. Well, we've quite a lot of edges haven't carried in this game.
Yeah, I was going to look. I think we've had one slip catch, full stop, as Mahmood bowls. This is pushed back to the bowler. One taken slip catch. Hammond's edge falling short. There was the catch at third slip that could have been. And I think there have been maybe a couple of edges that would have carried to a third slip, but there hasn't been one because you'd have needed like a first and a third rather than 2 slips. There've been a few that have gone there, but basically nothing to second and to first that have been catchable.
No.
Mahmood in round the wicket to bowl, and Hammond works this to mid-wicket pretty firmly, but picking out Balderson this time.
Yeah, and by the end of that evening session yesterday, certainly we were seeing Lancashire just bowling quite straight with lots of fielders in front of the batter and just trying to dry things up really, because there wasn't a great deal happening. And when they're able to induce an edge and find an edge, it wasn't really carrying.
Yeah.
I mean, the one that didn't reach Bell, that was the catch but not a catch, I mean, that was proper edge. That's not just, that was, you're expecting those to carry, aren't you? But bounced in front of Bell.
But we've seen genuine edges that have almost gone straight along the ground. Yeah. Even with the new ball. Mahmood is in. Oh, Hammond gets squared up again and squirts it out into the offside. It's happened off the last ball of the over again as well. Mahmood must be so frustrated because I think he's had a pretty good spell this morning.
Yes, I think,
and each of the last, I think, 3 overs, it's been the last ball of his over that's been the one that's caused the most trouble, where he then doesn't have the opportunity to follow it up with another 200. Well, I say the most trouble. I mean, he has caused some trouble anyway. I suppose he passed the bat earlier in that over. But anyway, it's 220 for 2, and both batters into the 70s. 72 to Price and Hammond on 71.
We'll bring a ball out into the commentary box. Hello, Paul. For a little bit of a stint before lunch.
Yeah, you crack on, Scott.
220 for 2. We are going to see some left arm spin from Tom Hartley. So we're just waiting for George Bell to pop the pads on and get himself ready. He's going to be positioning himself somewhere close to the bat. What's he got here? Maybe he's got a couple of helmets as George Bell. He's going to hang on to the wicket keeper, Matty Hurst. Oh, he's going to pop one behind as well. So Bell, at the minute, not close in. He'll be a little bit nearer when the left-hander Hammond is on strike. But here's Tom Hartley for the first time today. Left arm spin around the wicket to the right hander Price. That's turned into the onside, and there is no run. Good morning, Paul.
Hello, Scott.
You okay?
I'm good. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, in reasonable nick, thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, nice day. A bit fresh, but a lovely day.
Hartley into to Price. Back foot and pushed away to the offside. No run.
Breeze from the east today. Flags fluttering the complete opposite way to they were on Friday. I was a bit surprised that Hartley's bowling at this end. I would have thought the breeze would help him drift the ball into the right-hander from the Anderson end.
It's turned into the onside by Price. There's no run.
Looks a flat pitch, mate. Crikey, does it ever? Watched the first half hour. That first ball of the day was the one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Straight drive back past Balderson for 4.
Yeah. Must be an energy sapper for the bowling side. Here comes Hartley in and balls off the back foot by Price, and that's carved away out towards point for a single. 221 for 2. Yeah, that must just deflate you a little bit. First ball of the day, hammered down the ground for 4. This was a good battle yesterday. Hartley to Hammond. This was after tea. It's quite a little intriguing spell. Hammond worked hard to get through it and has gone on to push his score to 71. Bell's in at short leg. He's just dropped too short there. Spins down the away from Hammond down the leg side, taken by Hurst. He's got a little bit to work with outside Hammond's off stump. Tom Hartley, a few foot holes there. Got a slip in the short leg, in and bowling. And Hammond going back and working it to the leg side again. Bell's at short leg to field, stops the ball, denies any possibility of a single. Sharp work by Bell, end of the over. 221 for 2. Price 73, Hammond 71.
Yes, I think Tom Hartley's in for a long bowl today. Well, he'll hope it's a short bowl because he gets some wickets, but he's got, as you say, he's got a little bit to work with in the area outside the left-handers off stump. There's just a little bit of disturbance there on the pitch, but not much from the bowlers' follow-throughs. And it'd be good for Tom Hartley to have an extended bowl on a good pitch like this.
Yeah, he's bowled quite a bit already here, hasn't he, this summer?
Yeah.
First match of the season against Northamptonshire, he sent down 33 overs, 3 for 91. And then the game after against Leicestershire, 44 overs in that game.
Well, I think he'd be the first to admit that he's still in a learning process in terms of his red ball cricket. I know he's played Test match cricket for England, but he's played relatively little red ball cricket. Made his name in one-day cricket, but he's tall. He's 6'4". He gets plenty of bounce. It'll be interesting to see how he goes for the rest of this morning, if he can make a breakthrough. It's what Lancashire need. They need to split this partnership, both going well, Price and Hammond.
Yeah, 9 overs until a second new ball becomes available for Lancashire. Can they find a way of dislodging one of these two before that? We can see the double bowling change. It's John Turner replacing Saqib Mahmood. He aborts his run there. He's wandering back to his mark and sets off again. Slip in place, Price on strike. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Price, who's neatly and calmly in behind it and defends. And the ball bounces out towards cover. And there's no run. 221 for 2. It's been it's been the game for the batsman so far.
Yeah, well, I think just looking at it, this pitch started with a little bit more grass on than usual.
It's Turner to Price, the front foot pushing away to the offside, no run.
And that may have given a little bit of extra pace and bounce to the pitch on the first day. It still seems to be bouncing and carrying very nicely. But because there's grass being left on it, then it probably negates the fact that the pitch might wear more. I mean, the pitches here, you could probably play on them for 7 or 8 days, let alone 4.
Turner to Price, just rocks onto the front foot and defends to cover. There's no run.
We're into the 3rd day here, and you can hardly see a mark on the pitch. I mean, if you look at the pitch 2 to the right, you can see a fair amount of wear and bowlers follow-throughs on both sides of the wicket. I know that's been played on for 4 days, but there's hardly a mark on this one. And I think that's because of the more grass left on.
Turn it in, that's pulled by Price towards mid-wicket. It's 4 runs. Onto that quickly and firmly pulled away. Takes him to 77, not out, 225 now.
Well, that shot in itself was symptomatic of the state of the pitch, epitomises the conditions, because Turner's got a little bit of pace and he's banged it in halfway down, and Price has pulled that away through mid-wicket off the front foot. He's had so much time as the ball just stood up and said hit me, basically.
150 partnership as he check drives this to mid-on, but there's no run. 151 these two have put together now, with Hammond on 71 and Price on 77. Pretty even partnership. 69 runs to Price and 71 to Hammond. Turner to Price. It's dropped into the offside. Harry Singh's on his 12th man for Lancashire. He fields, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 4 coming off it. That 4 which was pulled up through mid-wicket to bring up the 150 partnership. 225 for 2 are Gloucestershire. So they're with the 225 still behind. So still plenty of batting to do before they get past that follow-on target. But 40 minutes of play this morning. Not too many alarms so far for Price and for Hammond. Still with plenty of batting to come as well.
Just looking at that, Green and Bracey to come in at numbers 5 and 6. So a daunting prospect for Lancashire. They'll still keep Keaton Jennings and his team on their toes. They need to keep persevering. The new ball will be interesting to see how that's met by the batting side.
It's Hartley in. That's swept by Hammond. And Balderson on the square leg boundary does well to cut it off just before it reaches the rope. Single to Hammond. Takes him to 72. 226 for 2.
I watched a bit of the stream yesterday. I wasn't here, but I saw Cameron Bancroft out bowled by Balderson, and I can understand his frustration as he walked off. Now he was thumping his bat thumping his pads.
It's off the back foot by Price and forces it through the offside for 1. 227 for 2.
And looking at the state of the pitch now and batting conditions, I understand that reaction. I really do. He'll feel he's missed out.
As probably will Charlesworth as well.
Yeah, well, just a tame caught and bowled, wasn't it? Really.
Wicket for Hartley. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-hander Hammond, who's going back and playing it late and bringing the bat down in the nick of time, and off the inner half of the bat it squirts away behind square for a single. He has looked like he might be more threatening to the left-hander, Hartley, than to the right-hander so far.
Kept a little low that, and he pushed it through a bit quicker as well, and Hammond on the back foot had to jab down quickly.
Into Price, it's defended. There's no run. I was chatting to Tom Hartley at the close of play last night about his approach to bowling yesterday. He bowled quite a bit over the wicket to the right-hander and then switched when he just kept kicking it away to around the wicket, and then his challenges and his tactics bowling to the left-hander as well. Hartley's in to Price, a little bit flat at that time, 4 in defence, and there's no run. And he talked about how he tried to vary his flight. He did loop a few more up, wasn't just kind of darting them quickly into the ground.
Well, this is where it will enhance his cricketing education. It's bowling this
into Price. That's pushed away for a single to complete the over. 229 for 2.
Yeah, bowling this type of delivery in one-day cricket, you tend to fire the ball in a little bit more, and the emphasis is not quite on as much variation as you perhaps need in longer form cricket, red ball cricket, especially when faced with a pitch like this. In order to make a breakthrough, you've got to vary pace and flight, and there are signs of him doing that pretty proactively. I've had one or two flatter balls, and that last one was just tossed up a little bit more.
Yeah, well, he's twirling away, isn't he, trying to create something. Lancashire trying to create some pressure, trying to find a way to break this partnership.
Interesting to see who Keaton Jennings has in mind for the new ball.
There's Turner in from the Anderson end, balls to Price. That's defended. No run.
Had a short spell from Mahmood already.
Yep.
Had a bit from Balderson. And now a little bit from Turner.
Yep, nothing from Bailey this morning.
The miscreant. I can't believe it. Anyway, I'm sure you've done it to death, but there we go.
Yes, it was mentioned a little bit.
Surely, yes, yeah, I'm sure it was.
It's Turner to Price. It's short, and he just sways back and drops his hands and allows that to go through. And
what did Bumble make of it?
Oh, he wasn't here, Bumble, yesterday.
Oh, I thought he was.
No.
Okay.
No, he wasn't feeling 100% Bumble yesterday.
Oh, he got a bit of a
he's got
buggy thing.
Yeah, got a bit of the old lurgy, I think.
That's a shame.
229 for 2. Turner to Price. Through to Hurst. There's no run. We were chatting, Ed and I, about what it would have been nice to have asked Bumble what he would have done. Had
he been umpiring or had he been coach?
Well, both, yeah, both.
Yeah, well, I'd have gone apoplectic as cricket director of cricket, but anyway.
Yes.
I've just been in the press room media centre.
It's Turner from the Anderson end, balls left by Price through to Hurst.
Chatting away down there and talking about whether it could be classed as a cricketing superstition. I've got to bat with my mobile phone in my pocket. A bit like Steve Waugh had to have the red hanky. And Fred Swarbrick had to carry his little pebble with him.
I was suggesting to our colleagues downstairs we could make it a regular feature. What's Tom got in his pocket today?
Yeah, well, and
Turner in, balls pulled. It's in the air, but it'll bounce in front of Balderson at deep backward square leg. And Price gets a single. Yelps of catch, but landed well short of Bonson in the end. Price moves to 80, 230 for 2. Brings Hammond back on strike. Field changing, of course, left-hand, right-hand combination here, and Bell's going to come shuffling back in towards a first slip position. Jennings to his left, kind of wide at second slip. There's a deep square leg, fine leg, deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Turner to Hammond, that's glanced away down to fine leg. He'll do well to cut it off. In comes the dive. Yeah, Wells it was with the dive, even though didn't have much ground to make up. It really went quickly off the bat of Hammond. It's gone for 4. He moves to 77. 234 for 2.
A classic leg glance to finish the over. Just tickle down the leg side, very fine for 4. 234 for 2.
Yep. And in the first 50 minutes, not a great deal for Lancashire to pin their hopes on. A lot, it would appear, ball's going to rest on this second new ball.
Well, yeah, Lancashire will need to make a breakthrough or two with it, that is for sure. But as we've said, and this pitch does look flat, and there's There's no seam movement, there's no swing, there's precious little turn, and we're getting another change of bowling now.
Yep. Luke Wells in some leg spin, replacing Tom Hartley. Maybe Tom might switch to the other end, potentially leading up to the second new ball. Maybe.
Well, the breeze will help. You know, it'll help him drift the ball into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. That should be his end, really. Not that we're seeing an awful lot of drift. Just talking about things in pockets.
Yeah.
Jack Simmons always used to have a couple of biscuits in his pocket because he used to get peckish about 1:15. And there were times when he had the racing post tucked down the back of his pants as well, so he could make his selections. And just showing how things turn full circle, because there'll be a furore about phones and betting and all that nonsense. Used to be a Ladbrokes tent on the ground, just under the new pavilion. They did. Under the new hotel there, where Sports Breaks have got their lovely little yellowy black stand.
There's Luke Wells to Price on the front foot and defence, and there's no run.
That was the Ladbrokes tent, and the 12th man used to be seen in there quite regularly, putting bets on horse. Not on the cricket, no, never cricket. We never thought of that, but putting bets on horses.
234 for 2. Wells bouncing in balls. Forward goes Price. Pushed away into the offside. There's no run. Biscuits in the racing post.
Yeah. Can't go wrong, can you?
No. All bases covered there.
Yeah.
234 for 2. Slip and leg slip for Wells, who's over the wicket. A little flatter and quicker to Price. Nudged away to Bailey at mid-on. There's no run. This is Luke Wells' first ball of the match. Not bowled much this season. He bowled 8 overs in the game against Leicestershire. And
did he bowl against Middlesex? I think he did.
He did. He picked up a wicket. He picked up 2. He's in and bowling. That's cut down to short third for no run. 1 for 20 in the first innings and 1 for 65 in the second. In that first game.
A very long run up, hasn't he?
Yes. Yeah. Bounces back in, balls again. Little paddle from Price, gets it down towards fine leg where Hartley's fielding. Price gets a single, moves to 81. And he's pointing here, there and everywhere now, is Luke Wells. He's got a left-hander on strike and he's marshalling his troops around.
He'll be going round the wicket, I can guarantee that. He's got 9 pace run-up. Big tall lad, 6'4", trying to get a bit of pace and a bit of bounce into his spin. Leg spinning off, so he's going to mark his run out now from round the wicket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but then he goes back a bit. 1, 2, 3 beyond that. 4, 3 and a bit.
And he's in around the wicket too. Hammond. He's going back. A little bit of bounce there for Wells. That's steered away down towards short third, but for no run. End of the over. 235 for 2. Price 81, Hammond and 77. I should have been watching more carefully in that first over. Was he bowling off spin there to Price? I'm not sure how much he's bowling off spin.
No, I think he's bowling more leg spin than anything.
Yeah.
Saqib Mahmood's come off the field, being replaced by Anderson Phillip, I think.
Will he be used, Mahmood, with a new ball or not?
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's probably going to be Mahmood and Bailey with a new ball.
Just he's heading back up towards the dressing room. It's going to be Turner to continue. In and balls to Price. Just drops it into the offside. And, a pretty simple single there for Price. He moves on to 82 not out. Yep. Tom Bailey there for the viewers on Lancs TV. Not seen him bowl just yet, so he'll be pretty certain to take the new ball.
Do you think he'll be called upon?
good, that, Paul. Like that. We tried to subtly. It wasn't subtle yesterday, was it? We just shoehorned in some references like that.
I'm sure.
Turner into to Hammond, playing off the front foot and defending, pushing away to cover. There's no run.
You'll probably have a ring of fielders on both sides of the wicket as well, won't you? There's not much of a buzz around, is there? Really? Not enough people in to create that.
236 for 2. Turner around the wicket, driven firmly by Hammond on the bounce to cover where Balderson fields. And there's no run.
He'll have to dial in on a length though, won't he?
Oh, goodness. It's a long day, this, Paul. Don't use them all. Don't use them all now.
Well, you can keep repeating them, really, can't you? I mean,
she's redial.
Yeah, that's it.
236 for 2. Turner to Hammond. Defends back towards John Turner. Feels low to his left off his own bowling, and there's no addition to the score. Remains on 77. The partnership now 162. These two have added. They'd have to kind of battle on through it. Certainly after tea yesterday, but they'll be hoping to both cash in here, won't they?
Yeah, I'd have been tempted to bowl Tom with his slow left arm from the Anderson end.
Turner to Hammond. Deflects down towards short fine leg. There's a stifled appeal for an LBW.
Tom Hartley, that is.
Yes.
Just see how it goes with spin at both ends, and also give Turner a couple of overs rest, just in case he wants to take the new ball. He'll have been warmed up with a couple of overs.
Final ball of the over, switching to over the wicket to the right hand of Price. Oh, and he just pulls away, loses his run, as he did this a couple of times yesterday, didn't he, John Turner?
Yeah, and right as he gets to the. Normally, if you lose your run, you know well in advance and sort of pull up before the umpire. He's got past the stumps almost, or certainly past the umpire. Maybe he thought he was going to bowl a no ball.
Well, yeah, he has a couple of times. In fact, he got an edge which was put down by Wells for no ball yesterday. Forward goes Price, defends. Does complete the over. A couple of runs coming off it. 237 for 2. And Hammond's on 78, Price on 82. I'll leave you, Paul, and Ed will come and join you.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, well, getting close now. 76 overs bowled, 237 for 2. Price and Hammond gone along unworried, unhassled this morning for the first hour. Price 82, Hammond 78, not put a foot wrong. The first ball of the day set the tone for Gloucestershire's morning. It's beautifully straight driven 4 from Price. Morning, Ed.
Morning. It's great to see Luke Wells bowling. I missed that. I love it.
What, you like the variety that he brings, or you like
just everything about
watching him?
The run up,
yeah, the bouncy
gangly action. It's just great stuff. Wide of the crease, he bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal for LBW, I assume, as Hammond tries to sweep. The ball goes towards the very fine leg. They'll get 2 somethings, leg by as it is.
Well, for that to be anywhere near out bowling round, it's got to be a googly, this. Yeah, looking at it again, I think it's always angling down. It's not doing enough to come back and hit the stumps. He's having a word though, is Luke, with the umpire. Not that I've ever seen an umpire change a decision that late on. Maybe he was inquiring what he actually thought about it. Was it a good ball, umpire?
Wells in shorter. Hammond punches away into the covers. There's no run. Didn't look like the worst shout.
No.
I think he got such a strong stride in with the sweep, and yeah, I guess you are always thinking about that angle. But There we go. This obviously hasn't been in the mode of keep the game moving umps. He's tried to flick this one leg side as Hammond, and it's gone more straight back to the bowler. It's just causing a few issues here. Luke Wells, after a chat with Marcus Harris. So when I played with Miles Hammond, I remembered if you bowled that delivery at him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's suspect to the googly delivered round the wicket, whatever. Well, but it's interesting. Luke Wells on a pitch like this is an ideal bowler to give a few overs to.
Around the wicket he comes, wide of the crease, and this is poked through the covers. A terrific one, had a pick up and throw from Bohannon. He might have done himself a mischief there as he's gone down on his haunches in the covers. They've scrambled through for the one. Hammond to 79, and he's all right. Bohannon, he's up again now.
Thought he'd done a groin or a thigh or something. He's all right. He's jogging quickly and leaping over the pitch, so he's fine.
It's a really athletic bit of work.
Good fielder.
All for now, yeah. Wells in a bit shorter. This is whipped away, not that far from the fielder who's a backward short leg, but absolutely no time to react there. A full-blooded clip from Price. He'll take a single.
No, and Bell's good there. Short leg.
It does help being low to the ground, I suppose.
Yeah, he's got great reflexes as well. He's opening batter and a keeper, so he's got those quick reflexes that you need.
Wells in, Hammond carefully forward, thrusting that front pad out at the ball and meeting it with the bat, pushed into the offside.
Better length, that.
Good over.
Yeah, good over, better length. You mentioned his run-up and his sort of gangly type.
There's a lot of limbs flying at you.
Yeah, but it helps on a pitch like this, which is obviously hard, firm. He'll get bounce because he's tall, 6'4", and wrist spin. He'll get a little bit of turn as well. So he's a useful talent to have up your sleeve, whether it's as just a relief bowler or somebody just to add a bit of difference.
Yeah, I mean, I've loved watching Luke Wells' evolution as a cricketer from somebody who was really thought of and almost his one role as this defensive opening bat, and that was pretty much it, and what Lancashire have turned him into. Tom Hartley from the Anderson end. There's a bit of bounce as Price tries to create some room for himself and can't time it out into the covers. So you get your wish, but probably only for 2 overs.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it's just see what spin does from both ends. Whether that causes an issue.
Hartley round the wickets, too short and wide. It's cut away. There's protection out in the deep in the form of Bailey. Just a single. Price on to 84. Ollie Price, that is, of course. Gloucestershire 242 for 2. Day 3, so you almost forget about bonus points. I've only just sort of thought about them about 10 minutes ago. All of a sudden, actually, Gloucestershire will want to accrue these bonus points, and they might be in a similar position to Lancashire, where they've got to decide just exactly how many they want to go for. And Lancashire still looking for their first bowling point with Gloucestershire 2 down. Short leg and slip. Wells moves quite fine on the 45 for Hartley, who's bowling to Hammond. This is played in defence to short leg.
Not exactly in abundance, are they, at the moment? 3 to Lancashire and 2 to Gloucester.
It's that search for the 4th batting point yesterday that ended up with Wells getting out, skipping down the pitch. Hammond playing it slightly in the air. Hartley's got a long reach that you've got to try and clear at the bowler's end. He got it wide enough down to long on for 1.
Well, there's a short mid-wicket, which is Bohannon. He's not that close, actually, to be fair. But that was hit more through the silly mid-on area. There's no fielder there, but mid-wicket and cover, pretty close.
Hartley to Price, pushed back to the bowler. He's already got 1 wicket. Caught and bowled. Ben Charlesworth,
gentle,
absolutely kicking himself walking off after doing that. He was looking in really good touch on 43. Hartley to Price, and there's a careful defence to end the overs. Just a couple of runs from that one, and Gloucestershire 243 for 2 with 2 overs remaining until the second new ball is available. The other thing, going back to discussions of things in people's pockets, the other thing that I was just going to keep bringing it up, especially as if the game does continue to drift a little.
Yes. Go on then, keep going.
It reminded me a little bit of the Marnus Labuschagne Justin Langer toasty incident, when Labuschagne walked out to the middle with a toasty in his pocket and was caught, and Justin Langer was absolutely livid about this. And to start with, I wondered, because we saw a replay and something just falling out of his pocket. I was wondering if it was a sandwich or something to start with. Obviously it was black, but you just saw something flying out of there. Wells, wide of the crease, bowls a shorter ball. It's pulled in the air. There's cries of catch, but it's going to fall short of deep mid-wicket. And they'll take a single, as Hammond just didn't really seem to get on top of that.
Was that must have been in a test match, was it?
Yes, I think it was in a test match at the Gabba, and I can't remember who it was against.
Do we know why he took a toasty out with him? It's not something you keep in your pocket.
Peckish.
Right. A bit like Simo and his biscuits then, I suppose.
He's obsessed with toasties. Marnus Labuschagne is or is it jaffles they call them in Australia, something like that. This is played into the ground by Price into short leg. I think they call them that. But he needs to have them during matches.
To keep his energy levels up?
Yes. He's very, very, very fond of them, and there's a way that they have to be prepared as well. Wells bowls, this is whipped up towards mid-on.
That was well bowled.
Yeah,
just a little bit more flight there. It was a bit of a loose stroke from Price.
He could easily have got the leading edge or outside edge to slip. Slipped as if he's in a few minds about what to do with that one. Wells has only gone for 4 in 2.5 overs. Bowls, back foot clip from Price. It goes, it's on underneath Tom Bailey. And then I think he thought there was a fielder behind him, but there isn't. So they're going to have to scamper through for a 3rd run here, Gloucestershire, as Bailey tracks back. And it's 247 for 2. I suppose he's already thinking about his bowling spell a little bit, but at times there has been a fielder out there, but they had a deep backward square rather than a deep mid-wicket. Wells into Hammond. There's another short ball. It's crunched away through mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket this time, and the tumbling effort will come up short from the fielder out there on the boundary, and it is 4 more to Miles Hammond. He's on to 85, and that is the 250 up for Gloucestershire, so they have their first batting bonus point.
Well, it was a hit-me ball, wasn't it? With half tracker. It got exactly what it deserved. Pulled away into the leg side in front of square. Short boundary as well on that leg side.
Wells in again. It's back of a length, and it's just not really quite full enough to hit those foot marks, and Hammond can get up onto his toes and play it comfortably out into the offside. At the end of the over, that might be well. I think it will be Wells's last over now.
I think it'll be the end of the spell. Yeah.
3 overs for 11 he ends up with, but I think it was worth giving it a go. And
oh, definitely.
Wasn't far off picking up a wicket. The LBW shout was close. And a couple of others just finding a bit of bounce.
Just the level of consistency is not quite there, but you expect that, I think, with a bowler who is only used sparingly. It's certainly in red ball 4-day cricket.
Hartley for the 80th over to Price, and he's whipped that one away towards short fine leg, and there's a tumble from Bell, who's no longer under the helmet. And he took the single knowing that he was going to have to dive. Still got the shin pads on though, as Bell, and that's because he's going to come in to short leg for Hammond. There's another Bell was a pretty good short leg. Ian Bell, one of the best in that position.
He was.
Over the wicket, Hartley, and that stays down a bit. Hammond, I don't know whether he's exaggerating that or not, but
well, he's had if he's had an issue, it's been picking the length of Tom Hartley. He appears to like to look to play him off the back foot, and that gets him into a spot of bother occasionally with a quicker ball, one that keeps a little bit low.
Hartley bowls a bit further back, and Hammond can play that one more comfortably off the back foot to mid-on.
Yeah, plenty of time then, and it bounced, so that didn't cause him too many issues. Just looking around the field to see who's warming up, and I can't see anybody.
Hartley over the wicket. Hammond sweeps firmly towards deep mid-wicket, and that's 4 more. Bailey, deep backward square, gave it up pretty quickly. Hammond on to 89. He's clearly decided, and he does this, and go back to an innings that he played at Cheltenham back in 22 against Hampshire. He faced a lot of Dawson and Felix Organ bowling from either end, and he had very different ideas about how he was going to combat each of those spinners. Hartley bowls, and again there's another one where he goes back, a crab-like defence into the offside.
Well, given that that's the way Hammond's playing, I'd like a fielder on the offside at bat pad, because he does look uncomfortable there, and something that Tom Hartley could persevere with if he gets an opportunity.
Last ball of the 80, Hammond sweeps and misses. He's getting across his stumps a long way.
He plays that shot because he doesn't like defending to a ball that's outside off stump. No new ball.
Yeah, no new ball. Another over from Wells. So he's decided Hartley's a bowler that he wants to play off the back foot and sweep, and others, like, for example, a couple of years back, Dan Moriarty, and with a short, well, you know, they have short that straight boundary is at Headingley these days towards the Howard stand. It's just planting him into that for, I think he hit about something like 7 sixes off Moriarty straight back over his head. He just decided he was going to use his feet pretty much the whole time. Weren't really any footmarks or anything, but that was how he decided he was going to play him, but he doesn't want to use his feet to Hartley, or at least what he uses his feet just going back rather than down the pitch.
Well, it may be that Hartley's a bit quicker, and he feels he might, if he comes down the track, might miss it on the outside edge, maybe.
Speaking of Headingley, Warwickshire 63 for 2. They're needing just 122 more runs to win. So that looks as if it's going to win the race to be the first game of this round to be completed. As Wells continues, and there's a slapping drive through extra cover. There'll probably be 2 here, and will be. I must hesitate because it's quite a short throw out there, but fielder had to slide. 2 more, and Price into the 90s first.
Just seen Saqib Mahmood loosening up, fielding at mid-on. He's doing a few stretches and limbering up.
Wells in flight to delivery, driven firmly away through the offside, and there's no getting that one. Oh, it's almost hit the photographer there. You're staring into the lens, and all of a sudden you've got a ball skipping up off the rope into your shins. 262 for 2.
Not sure this is the wisest move, not taking the new ball. I mean, it's not spinning. You've got a part-time, in inverted commas, bowler bowling.
Wells in short ball, he's tried to pull it away and he's missed it. A bit cross he's missed that, Price, because it was shortened down the leg side.
And Price and Hammond will be thinking, oh, this is useful. I was expecting to be challenged by some pace from Mahmood and Bailey etc.
Wells bowls. There's a back foot stroke out to Balderson in the deep. One more.
So Price has benefited by 7 runs in 4 balls. Prove me wrong now and get Hammond out, won't he, bowling around the wicket? But
there's always that threat, isn't there?
Well, of course.
Just the one delivery that he might produce. It's been there. But Wells bowls, Hammond sweeps firmly, takes one more to deep mid-wicket, and he himself is on to 90.
There's no enthusiastic efforts at loosening up and warming up. Mood's done a couple of stretches, Bailey's done nothing.
Looks like Hartley's going to get one more at least. Wells bowls, there's a bit of bounce there, catching Price high up on the bat, but there is no fielder under the helmet on the offside.
Saqib, I think. He's making strides towards Keaton Jennings and the umpire at the Anderson end, Jack Chantry, and talking about field placings. So we're going to see Saqib Mahmood bowl, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't take the new ball. I mean, he might have 1 or 2 looseners with it, with the old one. Never really seen the point of that, to be perfectly honest. You may as well get the new ball in your hand, I think. And
it's amazing how often the loosener still happens with the new one anyway.
It is, he's taking it straight away.
Yeah. I've actually, for a while now, not seen a side do that. Just bowl a couple of balls with the old one and then take the new one. It's almost as though it's finally gone out of fashion.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. You never know what's going to happen. So you might as well take it straight away, I think. Won't be an overly attacking field, that's for sure. There's 2 slips at the moment. There's a cover, an extra cover and a mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, fine leg, and a third. So it's a pretty standard field.
I like the scoreboard here with the new ball has been taken. Because sometimes if you just happen to miss that wave, the umpire, you're not always sure. So here is the first ball with the second new ball. Mahmood bowls, it's a very wide delivery, and Hammond would have struggled to have reached that with a flashing shot, and did well just to leave it alone. So for a while it's been neck and neck, or level pegging between Hammond and Price. And they need, 37 more runs for those Gloucestershire supporters of a nervous disposition to avoid the follow-on. It's been that sort of progress this morning. We've not really mentioned it, but I'm sure there have been Gloucestershire fans sitting there with fingernails being chewed in that regard as Mahmood bowls, and this is pushed towards mid-off.
That first playable ball with the new ball, pretty comfortable, didn't it? Solid forward defensive stroke. Pushed on the up to wide mid-off. No run, of course, but nothing extra special in the delivery. No extra pace, not much bounce. Give Mahmood a chance to warm up, though, before we give a definitive.
Mahmood in a fuller ball, it's driven sweetly straight to mid-off again, peppering John Turner. Again, no run.
No swing either. That's another thing. So we'll see.
Yeah, see what Bailey extracts still. Both Mahmood and Bailey searching for their first breakthroughs. Mahmood none for 40 in his 16th over. He's kept it tight, but he's just been driven past mid-on for 4. And that is a fine shot from Hammond. And a shot that, again, when you mentioned that straight drive first ball of the day, just you think, oh no.
Oh no. As a bowler, he's standing well out of his crease, and that is just a check drive. It's nothing more than an extended forward defensive stroke that shot away through mid-on. It caused initially caused a reaction from the bowler, who thought he might have just beaten the stroke. But, frustration in the end, as it's timed beautifully for 4.
2 slips, Ringfield, fine leg, deep third, as Mahmood is in and across the crease. Hammond plays the ball towards mid-on, and Tom Bailey, it almost felt as if it had to happen the way it's gone this morning, with Hammond just catching back up to Price again. It really has been a partnership that's complemented each other well, and actually batted at a fairly similar tempo. Price just had that extra awkward spell to negotiate between the wickets of Bancroft and Charlesworth. Mahmood in. This is played with the inner portion of the bat from Hammond to wide mid-on, and well, there we go, he's back level again. 95 apiece for both batters. Gloucestershire to 269 for 2. And Bailey peeling off his sweater.
Yeah, no alarms there with the first over of the second new ball. If I was the bowler or Keaton Jennings as captain, I'd just try and prey on any possible nerves in the batsman in the 90s, and have a fielder in front at silly mid-on, silly mid-off, a sort of short extra cover, short mid-wicket, because they're looking to get on the front foot and drive. And it is a placid, docile pitch, but that might just sow a seed of doubt, and by doing that you can be tentative as a batter and then bring the slips into play. But just a thought. It's not happening, because Bailey's bowling with an identical field to well, not quite identical. He's got a ring of 3 on each side, and with no third man. No, there's no pun intended there. This was
I thought so.
No, this was purely descriptive.
Right. He's actually just sending out his deep square. Round the wicket 2. Hammond, Bailey, bowls. That's off pad, I think, down to fine leg. Hammond wants to come back for 2, and they've put that thought out of their minds pretty quickly. Wasn't there. In fact, it wasn't off pad. Well, it might have been off pad, but there was some bat involved, so it's Hammond moving on to 96.
The only encouraging thing there for Lancashire was that Bailey did swing that a touch, just ducking back in to Hammond, but it ducked in down the leg side.
Bales getting the encouragement. In he goes. A bowls. That did move, but it was wide outside off. Took off a little bit as well. I mean, at least it's crickety, even though it's in the mode of less than imaginative cricketers' nicknames.
Well, I suppose so, yeah. It's a shortened version of the surname. You're quite right. It's not particularly innovative or...
Bailey bowls in a repeat performance of the previous ball, really.
Well, straight away I'd have deep square leg in, get him into gully or third slip, because we've seen, first time this morning, we've seen a little bit of movement away from the right-hander. You've got to capitalise on that. I don't think there's any point in Bailey having a man out at deep square, or if he is, or if he wants that fielder as protection, he can take mid-wicket in to third slip or gully and move mid-on round to do 2 mid-wicket mid-on. Here we go.
Mahmood's doing a lot of setting the field.
Doing. Well, he might have just shouted at him. If Tom had had his phone with him and he'd been listening, he could have... Anyway, there we are.
It'd be like,
on the street,
like kids these days texting the parents from the upstairs room.
That sort of thing.
Bailey into Price, who drives towards mid-off, and there's no run. We should just go, yeah, we just absolutely ditch the whole idea of the anti-corruption thing by allowing everybody to have the phone, but only maybe install a text messaging app on it.
What was that? Bob Woolmer and Alan Donald, was it?
Oh yes. Gosh, the earpiece, yeah. 270 for 2 as Bailey turns and runs in, kicking up his heels, bowling now, and Price drives out through the covers. There'll be at least 2, it might even be 4. It is going to be 4. Crosses the boundary rope and moves Ollie Price to 99. He's reaching for that a bit. In some respects, they won't mind that enormously, Lancashire, but it's brought up the 200-run partnership between Price and Hammond as well. And he has driven well through the covers. Price particularly off Balderson, who felt that one in particular, that Price creamed through the covers in that same area yesterday. 2 slips and a gully now, with Price on 99 as Bailey bowls. It's pushed away. They want a quick single. They're going to get there. Ollie Price wins the race to 100. He got his first class 100 at Headingley, and now he's got 100 at Old Trafford as well. And Gloucestershire up and about on the balcony, on their feet. Ollie Price looks absolutely delighted there. And he's getting the congratulations of his teammates and of Miles Hammond. 208 balls, 14 fours. And he's really shown what he's about in this innings, Ollie Price.
Quite right too. He's played really well. Played some nice strokes. Looks well organised. He's played seam and spin with equal surety. So good on him. It's a good performance. There'll be another 100 coming along from Hammond shortly, I would imagine.
He won't be going too far on the balcony below.
No. Stay in position, won't they?
He's kept the strike for now, though, as Price, as Mahmood begins his next over. And he bowls now, and Price is forward and defending to mid-off. Second 100 this year for Ollie Price. Got 100 in the first innings at Bristol. Well, he's enjoyed batting against Yorkshire in his career as Price. He got 100 against them at Bristol at the start of last year. That maiden 100 at Headingley. I can't remember if it was, I think it was another 100 he got against them at York in the 50-over competition last year. Mahmood bowls. This is deflected past second slip. There is a fielder down on the boundary in the form of Wells, so it's just going to be the 1. I remember one of the reporters after that innings at York, I was doing the interview with him. What have you got against Yorkshire then?
Good feathers in caps. 100s against Yorkshire. Decent sets of bowlers, of course.
I should never forget his first 100, because he was not out overnight on, I think it was 95. You're thinking on the verge of your maiden first class 100 as Mahmood is into Hammond on 96, and there's a defensive shot to mid-off. You're thinking, well...
It's a sleepless night, isn't it?
Yeah. I interviewed his brother, who was batting with him, and that must have been another... And they've had several moments like that, the Price brothers. It must have been so nice for Ollie to have had Tom at the other end. And they actually broke a record for Gloucestershire in that match. It was another Headingley Road.
Is Tom younger than Ollie?
Ollie's younger than Tom.
Ollie's younger than Tom. I only say that because one of them must have bowled and one of them must have batted in the garden.
Who bowls? This is flicked away wide of Wells down at fine leg. Hammond thinks about 2, but Wells gets that throw off quickly. And it's just the 1. Hammond onto 97. But they broke a record for the highest partnership for Gloucestershire by a pair of brothers, and they broke WG and EM Grace's record there, which
that's good.
A pretty nice thing to have
excellent.
done. I mean, it sounds like a really niche record, but then when you bring the Gracers into it,
yeah.
It's quite a nice thing. Mahmood is in to Price, who pushes away to point. There's no run. I think that Headingley pitch might have been, to take absolutely nothing away from that partnership, but that Headingley pitch might have been even nicer to bat on than this one seems to be. It still had a bit of grass on it, and it just, every ball just made this crunching noise off the bat, even a defensive shot. Just would not have been queuing up to bowl on that. It seems as though the Headingley pitch this round's quite like that. Mahmood into Price, who angles the defence to point. And there's no run at the end of the over. Gloucestershire at 277 for 2. Warwickshire have got the target down below 100. At Headingley, they need 98 more to win.
Well, 32 wickets to 12, isn't it? 32 at Headingley and 12 here.
Yeah, although Yorkshire, with their 2 batting innings combined, haven't matched Lancashire's 450.
No. What would the Lancashire bowlers give for a pitch with a bit of help in it then? That's been one of the talking points for a number of years here.
Here's Bailey round the wicket. Hammond tries to force it through the offside, doesn't time it. Goes out into the covers for no run. Yeah, I mean, very much similar feelings and thoughts at Bristol as well. And then they got that pitch last round, which Leicestershire won the game, but I think even Gloucestershire supporters were thinking, well, this is more like it, even though they lost. So help, there was an awful lot of swing. Bailey in. Oh, Hammond plays and misses. He was looking to reach the 100 in style, and it was as much a shot of trying to reach the 100 in style. It was a shot of somebody who just wanted to get there.
Well, again, I'd have somebody in front of him take the deep square leg out, or mid-wicket, put it in front on that bare used wicket at short extra cover, because Hammond's played 2 loose shots first 2 balls of this over, an expansive drive without moving his feet first ball, and then looking to try and smash that through extra cover.
Bailey to Hammond, who's back to circumspection, plays it back up the pitch. And Bailey to toss the ball away to Mahmood. Looking best pleased with life, Tom Bailey.
There'll be a bit going through his head. There'll be some sort of disciplinary issue, won't there? I'm sure.
Yeah, it's not been a match so far that he'll want to remember for too long. Runs in now, bowls to Hammond, who plays a slightly jumpy defensive shot into the offside. Price just down for a bit of not a word, just
settle
down
just,
towards Hammond.
Yeah, don't rush. You've been here a long time. You just take your time.
It's just a silly game, really, in a way.
Yeah, it is. 3 runs. What difference does it make?
You'd be out there for so long and get so close to a milestone that actually it's an individual thing almost. As Hammond chops at that one and misses it, and that was a really strange shot. If Price did say anything, the previous ball
it's not
didn't work.
No, we're looking a bit jittery at the moment. Miles Hammond.
He's got 1 ball left in this over. Wafting away with that bat, sort of. You can almost see the cogs turning.
Settle down, just take it steady.
Bailey's rightly, I think, here. There's going to be a little change of feel, but almost as much as anything, I think he wouldn't mind making Hammond wait a bit.
Yeah, 3rd slip going in, or gully, and that deep square coming up. to mid-wicket. Extra cover going in. I want him closer. Get him in at short extra.
Bailey bowls now to Hammond. He's bowled him! Middle stump out the ground. Now that's desperate for Miles Hammond, but excellent delivery from Tom Bailey. Hammond just looked like he wanted to get there. He was itching and he drove at a couple and missed them. That one he has missed as well. Maybe a little inside edge, not sure, but in any case, middle stump has gone flying. Bailey's got his man, and at last Lancashire have broken this partnership. 277 for 3. Hammond falls for 97. Might have been a little edge, but it was going through the gate. It might have just meant it was bowled middle stump rather than off stump.
Hugely disappointing from Hammond, but really well done from Tom Bailey and from Lancashire. It's a sort of inspirational thing that they needed. Hammond had looked on edge all over, and Bailey stuck to his guns, bowling outside off stump, bringing the ball back in a little bit on the angle and off the seam, and that ball did exactly the same. It was a really good ball. It had been 3 poor shots outside the off stump from Hammond, itching to try and get those 3 runs to take him through to a century, and finally an expansive drive may have just clipped a fine inside edge, and middle stump uprooted and somersaulting towards the keeper is a fine sight for any bowler. So Lancashire with a glimmer now. There's 25 minutes or so to go before lunch. Lancashire have made the breakthrough. They've got Cameron Green coming to the middle, and this will be a fine time to pluck out another couple of wickets. I'll leave you, Ed, and let Scott come back in. Nice to talk to you this morning.
And we'll get Scott back from his doodling over there. He's doing a sketch of the middle stump flying out of the ground or something. Well, I feel so sorry for Miles Hammond. He's batted so well there, but the warning signs were just there early in the over, and Price tried his best to try and settle him at the non-strikers end, but it's now Ollie Price who's still there, with Mahmood bowling to him and a forcing shot off the back foot, and it's a good bit of fielding at backward point from Tom Hartley, launching himself to his left, and there is no run. Scott's back.
He seemed to get a touch of the jitters, didn't he?
Yeah. I think that innings would have meant a lot to him, actually, because you mentioned we've been talking about the 100 business, and it's ridiculous that goes down as a 50, because it was far better than a 50. His 5 first-class hundreds, 4 of them have come at home. Actually, 3 of them have come at the Cheltenham Festival. He enjoys batting in his place of birth. Mahmood to Price, who pokes into the covers, no run. And Northampton is the other place that Hammond has turned up at. And I think a 100 in any circumstance at a test ground, 100 at Old Trafford, I think that would have meant a massive amount to him.
And it would have been richly deserved as well, the way he got through last night after tea, facing a good spell from Hartley. It was a tricky little session, that, and batting, well, run scoring certainly wasn't easy yesterday after tea.
Mahmood to Price, who runs that one out through cover point. Now that's a really controlled shot. It almost didn't go for 4, actually, because it hit the end of one of the practice pitches, and it just looked as though it was going to take, well, it did take some pace off it, but not enough to prevent it from going for 4. So a beautifully controlled shot from Ollie Price, 281 for 3. I suppose the onus now is with Hammond out as well. If Price can just stay there and really, Gloucestershire would love him to go really big here, just at least for the time it takes for Green to get set, possibly. Trailed by 169 runs, Gloucestershire, as Mahmood is in now, bowling to Price. That's whipped away through mid-wicket. He's hit that shot a few times. It's not his best timed shot, but it's still more than good enough to be back-to-back fours. Just coming across and strong bottom hand. Sending the ball through straight mid-wicket. Bat turned slightly. But it's such a short, relatively short boundary that it's more than good enough. 285 for 3.
Well, he'll be hoping the kind of the sense of the shackles get released a little bit, having got to the 3 figures now, and the new ball. It's a perfect time to bat, isn't it? Really, if you're in with runs under your belt.
Mahmood bowls. Oh, that's a tight leave. He had a few of those early in his innings, didn't he? And there's another one which has come back in from Mahmood. Yeah, that's cut back off the seam. Oh my word! Just over the top of middle and off. That really has done something off the pitch. I mean, you know, we so often say this, especially on pitches like this, but Mahmood has bowled more than well enough to deserve at least a wicket. In he bowls and Price drives. It's fielded well enough at cover, and there's no run.
Harry Singh is 12th man.
Thank you. So 285 for 3 at the end of the over. He's not a bad man, Cameron Green, to have coming out at 277 for 3.
Certainly not. Bracey still to come as well. There's plenty of batting there, isn't there, in that Gloucestershire lineup? But Lancashire will feel, or will hope at least, that this is quite an awkward time for Green to come out and bat, actually, with the 20 minutes left of the morning session. Can they try and get in amongst this Gloucestershire middle order? They've managed to prize open the partnership. They got to a double century partnership, haven't they?
Yep. 203 it finished up.
Well, Lancashire's viewpoint here. They've got one end open. Yes, they've got a fine player on striking Cameron Green, but can they strike again before the lunch break? Couple of slips and a gully in place. And Tom Bailey with his tail up on the back of that wicket. Balls to Green, but down the leg side and taken by Hurst. And there is no run.
First class average for Cameron Green is just under 47, but that includes, actually, I mean, he's nearly played almost half his first class matches have been test matches. Early he was identified and catapulted into that Australia side.
Bailey's in to Green. Asking for an LBW there, Bailey. The slips are up. Just turned him round. I'm sure it was a hugely convincing appeal, in truth, from Bailey. With this newer ball as well. Yeah, that's hit him on the thigh pad, isn't it?
One of the tallest batters in world cricket on the thigh pad. Yep. Well bowled, though, still. He defeated Green. Just wasn't out. In his domestic first-class career, he's got 10 hundreds, which the last came in the first innings he had for Gloucestershire.
He's turned out to mid-wicket this time by Green, so he gets his innings up and running. He moves to 286 for 3.
So 10 hundreds and 7 50s in his domestic first-class career. Which it's pretty absurd, really. He's got 206 50s in Test cricket, but the ridiculous conversion rate in his early, well, mostly Shield career, but say he added that 100 in his debut innings, Gloucestershire at Canterbury.
Bailey to Price, that's defended. Back to Bailey, there's no run. How many Test matches has he played now?
He's played 28 Tests already, and he's only 25. He'll be 26 just at the start of June. But particularly for Australia, made his debut very early. You don't often see people in their early 20s making Test debuts for Australia, especially now.
Bailey to Price, that's driven back to Bailey, who fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. And he's playing just as a batter in this game, isn't he? He's not fit to bowl. We didn't see him bowl in the Lancashire innings.
Yeah, still ramping things up. But I think, well, realistically, he's got now the round off because Gloucestershire don't have a game in the next round. So maybe they're thinking about using that time. I don't know. Might be thinking about using that time to ramp it up a bit. Might be available to bowl next match.
Single here for Price. He keeps the strike as well. Shame for Mahmood. I think he would have quite liked to have a go at the new batter, but single for Price, 110 to him. 287 for 3 at the end of the over with 15 minutes remaining of the morning session.
That's only me surmising, of course. I've not got any
inside intel.
Definite info, but it's been put out there publicly that it's initially it was very much will only play as a batter, I think, when the signing was first announced, but it did change to hoping he may be able to bowl towards the end of his stay. So he'd have 2 matches then, one at Bristol, one at Northampton, where he maybe could send down a few overs.
And he's here on the courtesy of a mystery backer, isn't
yes,
it? That's
mystery
right.
donation.
Mystery donation.
Yes, it's all very mysterious.
I'm sure Gloucester supporters watching and listening are probably fed up of hearing about it, but for Lancashire ones, just explain what this is about. This is a Gloucestershire fan and basically is paying for it.
Yes, a Gloucestershire member.
Right.
In comes Mahmood, bowls. This is defended into the ground. Oh, he's had that go just past his leg stump. It's the second time in his innings that Price has had that happen. Once quite early on, and again it just happened in slow motion almost. Just Price slowly turning his head round to watch as the ball looped and bobbled past leg stump.
You feel a bit for George Bell. He's probably thinking, what have I done wrong? Twice Price has managed to escape one rolling back onto his stumps, and Bell was out pretty early on. Something similar.
No luck for Mahmood, who bowls again, and this time there's a firm forward defence from Ollie Price out into the offside. So yeah, and it's also an unusual situation in that because of Green's injury last winter, he's not played any cricket over Australia's summer, so they want him to get cricket in so that he can play in the World Test Championship final. Australia taking on South Africa, and you'd think they would want him to get some overs in before that. Mahmood bowling to Price, defended into the ground. They think about a single, decide against it, wide of the cordon. 11th of June, that World Test Championship final, so there'll be a couple of weeks between his last championship match for Gloucestershire and that final, so there's a bit more time to crank him up in the nets, I suppose. But I'm sure they want, well, I'm not sure, but you'd imagine if he feels like he can bowl, if he feels fit enough, that he might want to send a few overs down.
And do we know if Cameron Green has met the mystery?
I'm
mystery man or woman.
Not sure about meeting. Mahmood bowls, and this is defended away towards backward point. I've heard conflicting reports actually about whether he does or doesn't know who the donor is.
The mystery man or woman.
Yeah. So it's an unusual situation.
I quite like it.
But from a Gloucestershire point of view, getting one of the world's premier all-rounders playing for you, albeit he's not playing as a bowler yet. But
not costing a penny.
It's not costing it's not coming out of the playing budget at all.
No, that's ideal, isn't it?
Mahmood to Price, who's forward and running the ball towards deep point. Trotting through for a single. He'll move on to 111, 288 for 3. I'm sure there's a lot of other directors of cricket around the country who'd be wanting to get hold of, see if allegiances could be switched.
Alet's on about how will it affect the salary cap. Not a clue.
No idea.
You're taking the fun out of it.
But what
now,
I would
Paul.
say is, I don't think there's any danger of Gloucestershire being close to the salary cap.
I like the idea of directors of cricket now trying to source out some mystery donors from the. Have we got any wealthy members that can potentially contribute to signing a decent overseas player? Directors of cricket around the country, hobnobbing with membership to find out if they've got any money.
Well, this is exactly. I mean, counties are going to have to start schmoozing the members a bit more again. Mahmood into Green. He bowls. Green lifts the bat and the gloves out the way, and the over is completed. 288 for 3. There's 10 minutes to go until lunch.
Have you been around the grounds?
Oh no, I haven't. Really? I think I've delivered the Yorkshire score a couple of times. I've done a full roundup. At Warwickshire, 100 for 3 now, as Rob Yates has been dismissed for 41, but 85 runs required with 7 wickets in hand. It looks as though that's Warwickshire's. This stage still could change. Other games in Division 1, actually Essex have collapsed a bit there. They looked as though they were going to be posting a really gigantic total for Somerset to chase. You still wouldn't have your money the way that game's gone on Somerset, making 321 runs to win, but they were 252 for 4, and they've been bowled out for 259.
It's Bailey to Price. It's short from Bailey and left.
Jordan Cox retired hurt, 103.
Okay.
And then Jack Leach and Miguel Pretorius wrapped up the tail in very short order.
So what's the target for Somerset?
3-2-1.
Right.
Imagine it's going to take some getting on that pitch against Harmer, Cook, Porter, Rajita.
This is driven by Price. One bounce back to Bailey off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Slow-moving game at West End, where Hampshire are 198 for 4.
Refuse to say Southampton.
Well, it's not, is it?
Does it say Southampton on the scorecard there in front of you?
What it says is Utilita Bowl Southampton.
Is that a bit of a loose description for its location?
Well, the thing is, right, it's quicker to get to the bowl by train from Winchester than it is from Southampton.
Bailey, with 2 slips waiting, comes over the wicket, bowls. Deflected down towards fine leg. He's asking for an LBW. There's no bat on it. The umpire already in position to signal a leg by, but the angle would appear to be taking it down the leg side from Tom Bailey. So leg by is the call from umpire David Milnes. There's a 290 for 3.
So Hampshire 204 for 4 in reply to Durham's 511. So they trail by 307. But, well, if Hampshire avoid the follow-on there, then I think that's pretty much game over for both sides. Durham probably had no choice but to try and bat on and on and on. They kept Hampshire out in the field for 148 overs.
Bailey to Green, plays forward. They put a man at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket actually, Tom Hartley. Green pushes out towards Harris at cover. Sorry, mid-off, and there's no run.
It's been a good morning for Derbyshire at Cardiff, as their lower order has really frustrated Glamorgan, because it looked as though Derbyshire were bound to be, if not following on, having Glamorgan bat again, and then a huge chase in the final innings. But actually Derbyshire now 295 for 9 in reply to that 431 of Glamorgan's.
Bailey to Green, solid on the front foot. Takes a half step forward, and the ball ricochets back to Bailey. There's no run.
Alex Thompson made 60. Lewis Rees, who's batting down the order these days, he's 53 not out. He bat very deep as well, Derbyshire. Zach Chappell coming in at number 10. 5 for 71 for the Demon, Andy Gorvin. demon medium pace nibblers.
Causing havoc.
It's
as always.
It's back to causing havoc. Yeah. Medium pace is the way forward. Or back.
Leg slip in place. There's Green and solidly getting forward and defending. There's no run.
So yeah, that now looks like it's going to be quite hard for either side to win now that Derbyshire have avoided that follow-on. Leicestershire 175 for 9 at Grace Road against Northamptonshire, which is a lead of 288. I mean, you'd still think Leicestershire favourites, but could be another exciting finish at some point, either today or early tomorrow.
Bailey bowls. Green off the front foot, defends to mid-off, no run. End of the over, 290 for 3.
And Kent are going great guns at Lords. They're 326 for 5. They've only lost, I think, Joey Everson this morning for 35. Daniel Bell-Drummond, it's a bit of an epic from Bell-Drummond. He's 148 not out. And he wasn't in great form, Bell-Drummond, when Gloucestershire were at Canterbury. So really great stuff from him, given they didn't come in with a lot of confidence. And Lords can be not an easy place, I think, for players to go and bat when they're short of confidence, because you've suddenly got that. I guess for Kent it's a bit easier because they've got a slope to deal with at Canterbury anyway, but you've got the Lords slope to deal with. Just put your footwork off a little bit. We're going to see George Balderson from the Anderson end for the first time, I think, in the innings / match, and Price is forward and defending away back to the bowler. So Bell-Drummond's 148, Chris Benjamin's 26, and Kent at 326 for 5, leading Middlesex by 217. Another one of those games that's looking like a result either way in terms of wins, as Balderson is turned gently just into the onside and is able to field off his own bowling. And Leicestershire have now just been bowled out, so Leicestershire all out 175, with Ben Sanderson finishing with 6 for 72. He took the first 5 wickets to fall. Just give Northamptonshire a chance there. Balderson bowls inside edge onto pad from Price, and there's no run. Ball ricochets out into the offside. So Northamptonshire will need 289 runs to win, to beat Leicestershire. There's games taking place in the Metrobank One Day Cup. It's League One on the women's side, as Bailey bowls to Price, and there's no run defended into the offside. Durham's women 38 for 2 against Somerset's women in the 6th over. Lancashire 188 for 6 against Essex at Chelmsford. Eve Jones made a half-century, and some runs for Emma Lamb and Katie Mack, as Price pushes a single to the offside. Even Bohannon can't let loose a throw, as it's a well-taken run. 291 for 3. Essex, who've in their first 3 matches this season have yet to score higher than, I think, even 190, never mind 200. So whilst it doesn't look a massive score for Lancashire at 188 for 6, it may yet, if they can bat their 50 overs, be enough against winless Essex. But they certainly want to be winning that game, Lancashire. Balderson into Green, who's carefully forward and playing in just defensive fashion to mid-off. Oh, Surrey are going well again against Warwickshire. That is at Beckenham, which has always been an excellent place to bat, with Sophia Dunkley currently 53 not out. Bryony Smith made 78. Attacking Surrey batting lineup is looking like racking up another huge score against Warwickshire. And the other match in the Women's One Day Cup, Hampshire 154 for 7 against the Blaze. Tom Bailey starts the next over, and Price just takes the simple single that Lancashire are giving him square of the wicket on the onside. Just push and run. And it's 292 for 3 with Gloucestershire closing in on their second batting point. And so we just had a little bit more cloud cover here. The sun is just about peeping out still. And the wind's still not as strong as it has been. But I think still the spectators will be hoping that the sunshine stays for the afternoon. Make things a little bit more pleasant. There's a match going on in the Women's Super League over the way. Manchester United taking on Manchester City. So it's a busy sporting time at the moment in this part of the world. Cameron Green to face. 2 slips in a gully. Bailey bowling to Green. It's pushed into the offside. They will scramble a quick single, and Bailey kicks his foot out in annoyance as he wants to be bowling at Green, and he can't do so again because Green's got off strike in this last over before lunch.
Just managed to squeeze one more in.
Yeah, but they did that sneakily.
Yes.
Well, I say sneakily, I just was too busy looking at the other scores and not noticing the clock.
Ah, right.
It's just flown by, as it always does this morning session.
It has flown by.
Bailey in to Price, no ball, so that is going to extend the morning out even further as Price defends it away. 2 more runs onto the total, 295 for 3.
You go through those scores in the Division 2 there, Ed, and you look at the way the season started, and if Leicestershire were to win, for example, then that opens up a little bit of a gap at the top. But I just think it's going to be a real fight, isn't it, in Division 2 this season? Now, you don't really see a particularly standout side, even though Leicestershire have started very well.
Bailey bowls a bumper. It's helped round the corner by Price, but he's hit it 2 wells at long leg. 114 he's got now.
I think it's going to be a pretty competitive... I mean, Derby, Glamorgan look like they might be the team that potentially could struggle a bit. And
yeah, and then, you know, I suppose Derbyshire have fought back today,
yep.
but they look to have Derbyshire under a lot of pressure, who came in second.
Yeah. Interesting division.
Yeah, I mean, we've been quite used to over the last few years there being one team who's, you know, I think what Durham did, just came out and absolutely bossed the division. Sussex, really the side that did similar last year. In comes Bailey and bowls to Green, and there's no shot.
I said this the other week that since Lancashire won the title in 2011, this is the 4th time they've been in Division 2 since that title win in 2011. The previous 3 occasions they've come straight back up, and on those 3 occasions I think they've been kind of the standout team in the division on those three occasions. But just doesn't, I mean, it's only the 4th game, of course, but it just doesn't feel like it's got that feel to it again. It feels like a really competitive league, and it's going to be a real battle to get out of it.
Bailey to Green, and that's defended into the onside. And I think even just thinking back to the last game for Gloucestershire, probably 20-30 runs away from beating the side who are currently top in Leicestershire, and may yet extend that lead at the top. It depends, but Northamptonshire that's a terrific fight back from Northamptonshire, being over 100 runs down on first innings, and Sanderson just given Northamptonshire a chance, especially when that number at the start of the target starts with a 2. Just feels much better, I think, than not, as Bailey bowls the last ball of the morning, and it's one of his classic slower balls. Green sort of reached out for it, and then just as if he could hang the bat there to allow the ball just to hit it. And Green knows that he can come back this afternoon with all afternoon to bat, having seen off 13 deliveries for his 2 runs. And Gloucestershire just losing the 1 wicket this morning. It was an agonising over, really, from Bailey to Hammond as he looked to try and just remove the nerves by playing a shot that would get him to that 100. Ended up inside edge, just a fine inside edge, and middle stump uprooted. He went for 97, but Bailey, the only bowler this morning, 1 for 55, his figures, who's had success, a wicket each for Balderson and Hartley yesterday. But it's Gloucestershire who just about still haven't avoided the follow-on, but only by 5 runs, who are in a position to see what they can do this afternoon. Batting points still available, 19 overs left for those. Lancashire have picked up their first bowling point with that wicket of Hammond, but it's 296 for 3 at Emirates Old Trafford. Scott Reed and myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back in around about 40 minutes for the afternoon session.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp. That was turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I.
Well, they're talking. I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Well, you've interrupted Hi, now. I'm here.
Who was right here?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah.
It's age, isn't it?
I know.
Have I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more. I have more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it? Ask you some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, I've fully achieved my goals?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. Yeah. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Yeah. Hopefully. Well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals?
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to, though.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. Oh, but where might we race next time?
It's like a loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But I also think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out, that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. My first international call-up was in 1992, so were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
No,
come back. Only by a year. Only by a year.
And so, learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
Well, you've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing. Because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as personally, having to, obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni. But equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years, or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete point of view, is kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's the professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was a amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was in it, like on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, if you're kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years ago.
Some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right. London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis. So probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well, as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that, and so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
Yeah. I'm excited. Kate Cross,
what was I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad. And she was up in Manchester, so I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
dream.
Yeah, not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team. But, you know, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport. It's like proper exciting. It feels like it's now, the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels this real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
what does your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my God, I didn't realise. That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two, because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams, with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple, I think, with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school. You're coming to Old Trafford, because, like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes. Because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people bowl. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever should, you know, you should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what hopefully when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record.
So we want to sell it out. Yeah, completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like, I'd never competed in front of a sold out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case, but that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved and the opportunities are absolutely there, but when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really add much more to that, to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like that. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
you'll always get those one or two people.
Yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually, some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal gains approach, isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year, but then like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So both your careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
That's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I do relive that regularly because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm greedy.
Right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to 3. 1 to 3, Kate Cross.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
Imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less. And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they've finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500-metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's just
men.
It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon till, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the Women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days, the women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks back until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series. So that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time. So we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport. And I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly. And, you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
And I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes.
Boots
like
as well,
boots, yeah. There's not really any female specifically.
Some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
our
feet
girls
are
sticking
naturally
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career, I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
it is surprising. I didn't realise.
It's still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was, like it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero, didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, whilst it was an attempt to create a women's fit, for me just going for the extra small men's was the better way of doing it. And I think it goes to show that all shapes and sizes do sport. So what we need is to have that breadth of range. We don't need to have just this sort of fit. Like if jeans can do it, you can have different you can go into a shop and be completely confused by the different styles of jeans. The short, the boyfriend, the this, the that, the skinny, the not skinny, the bell bottom, whatever they are. Why can't we do that in sports kit? And so I've tried to go female fit, but it's not for this female. Yeah. One of the things I didn't anticipate when I became a mum was just how often babies would need feeding.
Even I know that.
No, but like literally, you finish feeding them, you'll get one effort in, you'll need to feed them again. Like that effort was less than a minute. You're hungry again. So I basically had either of them in the other end of the track centre away from the GB pet area where Barney was with them playing, and I'd go and breastfeed in between efforts to make sure that A, there was not anyone screaming the velodrome down, but B, to make sure that then I could concentrate on what I was going to do. So having a settled and fed baby, however frequent that feeding was the best way for me to handle that early few months of motherhood before they went on to solids and mixed feeding. But yeah, it's just like, okay, so we're going to have you in the track centre and I'm just going to feed you after every effort. That'll be the way we do it. And that surprised me. I didn't expect. Yeah. But I also didn't expect how it was possible to juggle. And obviously I was lucky that Barney was able to come with me and do everything, or my mum was able to come with me and help support that. And it certainly meant that I came back quicker from each of my pregnancies. But yeah, it was the lengths that you go to. And you can turn anything into a breastfeeding sports bra if you need to.
Absolutely.
One thing that's not necessarily been a challenge for myself personally, but I think something that still surprises me in 2025 is how little research is done around women and periods and athletes and sport and stuff like that. Because I feel like a lot of our blueprints are taken from the men's side of sport, and actually, it happens once a month to every single female around the world. So there should be so much more research and a lot more training that is tailored towards women, I think, than
there is actually a lot of opportunity. But the challenge we have, so I work with Manchester Met Uni, is that a lot of athletes don't want to contribute their data. And so we have a role as older athletes. I'm working with MMU on studies into perimenopause and menopause, so that athletes, as they get older, there's still opportunity. Because if you look at the female population in age group sport, then there's a huge field for the men, and then there's a very small number of women competing. If you look at triathlons or cycling, or even in running as well. Running's perhaps closer to being 50-50, but we still have a challenge. Ultra running is where female athletes seem to go really well, because they do get better with age, and the gap between male and female in ultra distance is actually a lot less. But they really struggle to get the cohorts together to be able to do the studies. And I think it's really important that if there are women out there who are struggling, the young athletes that are struggling, that they are willing to contribute their data and what they're finding. Because there are a lot of myths as well around cycles and training to your cycle, but you've got to manage your symptoms and train like everyone else, because not everyone has those problems. So what we need to do is try and give them that confidence that it's not going to compromise them as an athlete. If they let out those secrets, it's not going to make them judged. Because I think a lot of women feel, or a lot of young athletes say, if I admit this feels like it's a weakness, and if I admit that I'm struggling with cramps or pain or debilitating symptoms, then I'll be judged, and that'll be part of my selection for something. And that's absolutely not the case, but I think that's one of the reasons why we have fewer athletes contributing to the studies that are out there. And most of the studies are done on sub-elite, and that obviously doesn't necessarily work when you've got athletes who are full-time. So amateurs. Right. So they're sort of regional and national aspiring athletes, or they are older in a sense that they are in their 30s, they're not in their teens and 20s. And there's lots of reasons for wanting to study at all ages of the menstrual age, sort of child rearing age, because you need to see where bone density usually peaks at around 19, 20, 21 years of age. And the menstrual cycle has an impact. So a healthy menstrual cycle and laying down good bone density will help mean that it tails off less as you get older. When you lose estrogen and progesterone, then in your 40s, that's where bone density can really plummet. So all of those things are kind of interlinked, and trying to make sure that we have enough of those younger athletes. But it goes back to that challenge, is if you can't see it, you can't be it. Yeah. they're not coming into the sport in the first place, there isn't enough of them to be able to study either. And then they have that, oh gosh, what if I'm judged kind of feeling. So there's lots of challenges.
Yeah, it's the taboo though, isn't it? It's still the taboo within the country of that periods are just things to be quiet about and not have to, you know, talk about.
And if you're having trouble, there's absolutely lots of support that can be provided to make sure those symptoms don't impact your ability to train, because there's, you know, there's lots of people who have no symptoms at all and are being really successful, and that shouldn't be the case. And I've got friends in cycling who have, and also in canoeing, who have come back from really debilitating endometriosis and won gold medals. And they were told, oh, you'd never be able to do this, you'll never be able to do that. And I think there's a difference between kind of primary care medicine through the NHS route and then sports medicine, and the support that we can give people with more challenging conditions around the menstrual cycle to mean that that doesn't impact on their ability to perform as an athlete.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where Gloucestershire are ready to resume their innings at 296 for 3. The Centurion Ollie Price just carving out his guard, and Cameron Green, the imposing figure at the non-striker's end, as Lancashire still have this relatively new ball in hand. And George Balderson will take the ball and run in and bowl from the Anderson end, and Price is driving that away. And it's stopped up at mid-on. A little bit of a vibration felt from Price through that shot. He's got 114 and has reached that mark actually completely chancelessly, as Balderson is in the bowls and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Gloucestershire trailing by 154 runs, and so with 4 runs to get before the second batting point and 5 runs before the follow-on is avoided. And well, that's a first little target, but there's a long way to go in this afternoon, a long way to go today. Still 66 overs remaining after this one as Price drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. Ed Seaborn and Paul Allott with you on the BBC Sport website and the app and on Lancs TV to start this session off, as Balderson is into bowl, and again there's a studied defence from Ollie Price.
Well, afternoon, Ed. Yeah, it was good to see Lancashire make that breakthrough in the morning session. Good piece of bowling from Tom Bailey, but breakthroughs on this pitch are few and far between, as we're well into day 3 and only 13 wickets have fallen so far. Be hard work for the Lancashire bowlers this afternoon.
Balderson in, that lifts, and actually Hurst has that come off his fingertips as he was expected to take that palms down and just...
That has bounced.
Yeah.
That's flown through. You get a slightly false impression because the slips and the keeper edge closer on pitches like this, you know, closer to the stumps rather, to make sure that any edge will carry. Well, the odd ball flies and it's difficult.
Balderson bowls all inside edge from Price, and it will go down to the boundary. He's had a little bit of fortune on his side at times, Ollie Price. Was that Andrew Flintoff who just fielded that?
Two snorting deliveries, weren't they, from Balderson? One nipped back there to go for 4, and the previous one flew through the air. I don't know whether that was Fred, was it?
I think I saw him a couple of days ago. I just looked across to my right on the monitor and just missed it, but I think he was here 2 days ago.
Might be a replay of the fielding.
Yes.
What about that?
A really important thing. There we go. There he is. I don't think he was waving to the camera, but
no.
Might as well have been. The 300 up with that inside edge. So it's 4-all on the bonus points as Bailey starts a new over to Cameron Green, and there's no stroke.
Well, he must be performing some England duties then, I think, because as far as I know, he's not on the Lancashire coaching stuff.
With his baseball mitt.
And his flicker.
Yeah, maybe under 19s, something like that. I did see, as Bailey runs in at bowls, worked onside for no run. I did see Keshana Fonseca on as a sub yesterday. I don't know if he's about doing a bit of work or something, but anyway, it was a pleasant surprise. I wonder what Gloucestershire's... Well, I suppose Gloucestershire are planning on batting for a good while longer, but just what their plans are from this position. They'll obviously have to bat for a good length of time, but are they planning on batting for so long that they go into a lead? Are they going to be happy to get level and then get bowling, or who knows? Not quite sure what's going on here, but there's somebody who is, or something which is stopping Bailey from bowling, and umpire Milne is just ensuring that somebody gets out of the way. Bailey in, and to be a little bit of movement away there from Green, but he didn't offer a shot.
Well, you asked the question, what was Gloucestershire's plan, and you already said that, you know, the first step was to save the follow-on. That would have been initially their first target. Now they're within 150. They'll just keep batting, you know. And I think in an ideal world, they'd like to get ahead of Lancashire and put Lancashire under pressure tomorrow. How far ahead depends on how well they bat and how quickly they can go.
Bailey into Green down the leg side and taken by Bell. So they scored 112 runs this morning in 29 overs, which was quicker progress certainly than they've made at the start of the innings. So they're a little bit ahead of where I'd imagined they might be at lunch, and only losing that wicket of Miles Hammond, 3 shy of 3 figures. Green batting outside his crease as he waits for Bailey, and there's no hurry from Cameron Green. Very wide and no shot offered.
No, well, it's a question of taking these things in stages. Back till tea, I think. See where we are. That'll be Gloucester's approach, and then, you know, another couple of hours, another 30 overs, whatever. They could be up to nearly 400 by then, without any sort of additional worries or pressure. And then judge how it goes through the final session against a tiring bowling attack.
Bailey into Green, who nudges that one just in front of him, and it's back towards the bowler. So a maiden from Bailey, 1 for 55. There's 19 overs. Gloucestershire exactly 300 for 3. And I mean, at any stage, I guess it's about building pressure with dot deliveries and trying to eke out a breakthrough or two, and still add 2 wickets on. Yes, Gloucestershire bat fairly deep, but all of a sudden they're not talking so much about what are Gloucestershire going to do.
Yeah, who've they got to come Bracey next? He can play, can't he?
Yeah. Balderson to Price, defensive shot to
Van
mid-off.
Buren?
Yeah, well, Van Buren has a very good record. And
Ollie's brother Tom.
Tom Price, yeah.
He's all right, is he?
Yeah, Tom Price will be a bowling all-rounder. Saman Akhtar's batting's come on a decent amount recently.
Bat all the way down then, Ed, wouldn't
you? most of the, well, I suppose a lot of sides bat most of the way down now. Shaw and Singdale rounding out the order as Ollie Price drives towards mid-on. I mean, it's not bad having somebody coming out at 6 who's almost scored 300 runs across 4 innings before his last one without getting dismissed. Bracey 151 not out and 30 not out at Canterbury, and then 93 not out in the first innings against Leicestershire before finally being dismissed for 5 in the second. As Price lays back and square drives us behind square on the offside, thinking about 2. It won't be there, Tom Hartley. No, apologies, it's the substitute field at Harry Singh.
Bit of life in the Lancashire field, which is good, and a bit of noise. To keep that going through the session, it's no good doing it for the first 20 minutes and then letting everything subside. Very difficult, of course, when you're not taking wickets, but it's essential that you maintain that level, that spirit.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that a bit in the Kent game, in that in the first few games, as Balderson sets off and bowls to Green, and there's a drive and a miss, and it's been fumbled by Hurst. They'll come through for a bye, a genuine full shot from Green. The follow-on was officially avoided with the single that Price played to deep backward point, for what that's worth. Gloucestershire to 302 for 3. But Kent had played the first, I think, 3 games of the season, and had all been quick games, quick moving games with scores under 300 usually. Balderson to Price, tapped away to point for a single. He's to 120. And all of a sudden they were met with a flatter pitch at Canterbury, and it's how do you maintain that same intensity when there's just not so much happening?
Well, it's part and parcel of the game. A longer game, 4-day game, you can't afford to have too many or any bad sessions, really. So it's important that you keep that level up. Lancashire's still ahead by 147. You know, a couple of quick wickets and anything could happen.
Balderson runs in. Green plays this one rather awkwardly down to fine leg. I think initially it was a real roll of the wrists there. They'll take another single, 304 for 3. I don't think Gloucestershire are going to get to 400 either within the 110, nor are they likely to risk that. Just settle for the 3 batting points and then just continuing to bat on. 3 for Green, 120 for Price. I wonder how soon Hartley will get the ball this afternoon.
Well, there's been enough to encourage Lancashire's seamers, hasn't there, since the new ball was taken about half an hour before lunch, so they'll keep going, but keep persevering with this for a while.
Bailey in, it's a pull shot from Green towards deep backward square, and Luke Wells, and again it's just the one, 305 for 3. Whether you'd be tempted to see with the harder
get a bit more
ball
bounce.
what,
yeah, well,
what
that
might happen.
That might be the thing, I suppose. There's plenty of field changes going on. Only one slip now. Jennings has come out. No slips.
No slips at all. Gosh.
Oh, don't tell me. It's the dreaded short ball fly.
It does look that way.
Look at it now. Deep fine leg, hands in pockets. Deep backward square leg, hands in pockets. Deep mid wicket, square leg.
Hands on hips at deep mid wicket
Deep
as well.
point, deep third.
Tom Bailey. It's a short ball. It's pulled away by Price with a degree of comfort. Just forward of square and one run, 306 for 3. Hasn't tended to be a way that Ollie Price has got out, and he does tend to take it on. I mean, they will know that at least, that Price does like to take on the pull shot. You seldom duck. Green facing, driving beautifully past extra cover, and even though it's the shorter side, doesn't really matter when you hit it that well. 310 for 3.
Tempted to call that the shot of the day. Big tall man, Green, a big stride. It's not a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. So he's just driven it on the up with control. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Beautiful stroke. The ball speeding between extra cover and mid-off.
Gloucestershire trail by 140 as Bailey bowls to Green. Bowled him! Off stump is out of the ground, and Bailey has a second wicket. And that's a huge one for Lancashire as Cameron Green departs for 8. And a fine piece of bowling, and Gloucestershire's 310 for 4.
Shot of the day, followed by ball of the day, I think. As off stump cartwheels out of the ground. It's really good stuff from Tom Bailey. And if you needed a message as to how to get wickets, this is it. Oh, it's a great delivery on a pitch that's been offering very little. That's pitched off, hit off, and Green didn't do much wrong there. He was well forward. It was a perfect forward defensive stroke, but the ball has beaten the outside edge and taken out off stumps. Great piece of bowling from Tom Bailey. Good wicket for Lancashire. And Bailey gets his second. He's 2 for 61 now, and Gloucester are 310 for 4.
Yeah, a glimmer when Hammond was dismissed, and just under 10 overs later, the wicket of Green. It's just that moment as he held the pose of the defensive shot, and then just the little look down at the floor. Oh.
There's not much he could have done. I mean, to be fair, you know, he's played a storming shot the ball before, the drive on the up, and this was perhaps 6 inches shorter. Trying to defend it, and it's just held its line. Beautiful piece of bowling from Bailey.
And another one here. I mean, the form Bracey has been on, Gloucestershire won't feel at all uncomfortable, but just another one start to get lower down in that order, especially if Ollie Price were to go. 2 new batters out there, and all of a sudden over 100 back still, something like that. And yeah,
that's why it doesn't really pay to look too far ahead in this game. We can try and cover it with all sorts of possibilities and whatever, but you never know, do you? Interesting field that Bailey's got now. 2 slips, 3 on the offside, and then there's a short mid wicket, a square leg, and a mid on. Ring of 3 on the leg side.
Bailey round the wicket first ball. It's come through well to Hurst behind the stumps as Bracey doesn't offer a shot. So I mentioned the 4 innings, if you like, without being dismissed for Bracey, and last 2 seasons he's done something like this. He had back-to-back unbeaten double hundreds last year. One at Cheltenham and one at Bristol. As Bailey bowls now to Bracey, and there's a tap and no run up to mid-off. 310 for 4. The first of those double hundreds coming in that incredible game, an incredible finish that had, I think, most of the county game captivated as Glamorgan fell 1 run short of effecting the highest chase in the history of first-class cricket, 592, but just unable to get that extra 1 run, and Bracey taking the catch one-handed to his right-hand side off Singdale, in close as well to try and stop them running through for a bye, and without his keeping glove on his right hand as well. Just an amazing moment. Balderson into Price, and this is turned through forward square leg for a single.
I think what you're saying is that the message is get Bracey early. Yes, get him in the first 15 minutes. Yeah. Otherwise he's there forever, by the sounds of it.
Who knows? Who knows? He has got form of batting a long time.
So how are Jennings and Balderson going to attack him here? 2 slips. Nobody else. No gully, no third slip. So just two catches. Third in place, fine leg, going a bit squarer.
Balderson over the wicket to the left-handed Brace, who's forward, running the ball out to point, and Josh Bohannon. And that is no run. And of course, he's batted at 3. He started as an opener when he first came into the Gloucestershire side. Gareth Roderick was still having the gloves as well. As in and bowls Balderson, driving wide of mid-off, and that's good work from Tom Bailey, mid-spell, sliding across the floor, and he's jarring a knee a little bit, but I think he's all right. And he's saved 3 runs. Bracey off the mark with a single. To 312 for 4 the score.
Confident way of getting off the mark with that drive through towards extra cover. Good piece of fielding from Tom Bailey. I want Bailey to be bowling at Bracey from a Lancashire point of view.
Balderson to Price, and that's flicked through mid-wicket. Plenty of space there for Price to take a single. 123 he's got now. There's one thing that has been really noticeable, even just in that one shot over the last couple of years. Bracey's drives have started to go far more towards cover and extra cover than before. In fact, even when he was picked for England, when the drives would be going through point. Round the wicket goes Balderson. Balls now to Bracey, and that's a drive through extra cover, and well, I was going to say don't bother to run. Ollie Price didn't bother to run, but Bracey had a few steps down the pitch. It's a lovely shot.
Perfectly illustrated your point.
For once.
Well, that's very astute. I mean, you've watched him a lot, and it's a very valid point. That was a lovely drive. He's standing well out of his crease to Balderson. A little bit of width on the ball, and it was the ease with which he played that was so striking. Didn't look to hit it hard, just stroke the ball through extra cover.
Balderson in and a full ball. Studied defence from Bracey, and there's no run to end the over. 317 for 4. I hear chanting drifting on the wind.
Well, that's because there's a match on, you see.
Yes.
The other Old Trafford is a quarter of a mile away, straight behind the pavilion here at Emirates Old Trafford.
2-2 full time. Man United 2, Man City 2 in the
that's the
Super League, if that's where the music is coming from.
I think.
Manchester United has somebody sent off. 2-0 Man City, and then 2-2. Player sent off, and 2-2 remained. That game, I saw quite a lot of people in United shirts on the tram this morning. Here's Bailey continuing with his shorter ball strategy, and Price rolls the wrists on that one. Doesn't get up a great deal, which can cause problems sometimes, but not this time. Price watches it well and pulls it for a single. Backward square, 318 for 4. So this is the Bailey versus Bracey encounter, which Bailey will have his tail up for definite. I mean, not only has he taken 2 wickets, but he's removed 2 stumps in doing so. Looking for a third.
Came back from 2-0 down, did Manchester United women.
Bailey to Bracey in a full ball. Bracey's forward and playing a textbook defensive shot towards mid-off.
Men's team in action at Brentford.
Ah. Don't start talking about bees, because Scott will get excited again. His bee mascot on day 1. The controversial mascot race. Bailey into Bracey. This is pushed into the offside. Out to cover for no run. No such excitement today. No, we're seriously focusing on the cricket. None of that shenanigans of remote control cars and the like that we had with the first day, school's day.
No, it was quite hectic, wasn't it? For a few hours.
Pretty noisy.
All sorts going on.
Ringing in your ears after it.
Yeah.
After it all got completed. Deep square leg goes back towards the boundary. It's George Balderson heading out there. Bailey is into Bracey, and he does play that one through backward point, but it's more off the back foot, and whilst Wells is the long strides after it, he can't get there. And it's 4 more runs, 322 for 4.
Confidence from Bracey, that's nicely played again. Up on his toes on the back foot, steering the ball away behind point on the offside. You just can tell, I think, when somebody's in decent form, looking confident. Bracey from ball 1 has looked in control.
Bailey runs in, it's a full ball. He's just driven that one in the air, slicing towards backward point. And it falls short of the fielder, parried there by Wells. They'll take a single. That's the drive that
gets him into trouble.
Yes, that he's put away more in the last 2 years. Last year where he scored, well, the exact number rather than about, but 1,089 runs in his 21 innings. Started off in similar vein this year. Bailey, shorter ball, oh, top edge! Out, is it? No, not out, says the umpire, and Ollie Price signals that it was off his arm guard. It had a strange noise to it, but I thought maybe that was just because it had caught high up on the bat. Looped through to Hurst. Lancashire all going up, but David Milnes unmoved, and Ollie Price still there. 323 for 4.
Nearly eating my words there, wasn't I? Because Price seems to be drawn towards the pull stroke. Doesn't matter how many fielders are out waiting for a lofted shot. That was the appeal. It was almost a routine appeal from keeper and bowler. But given not out, I think you're right, it's come off the arm guard. But he shows a susceptibility to play that pull stroke, so it may be worth persevering. Did he try this earlier on in his innings at all?
No.
No, it's always a good time to start when he's 124. If they knew it was a weakness, it might have been worth a go yesterday afternoon.
Balderson bowls to Bracey, who leaves that alone through behind the stumps.
There's something happening though, because Matty Hurst has dropped 4 balls now. Just what you'd say were regulation takes. One might have bounced a bit more. There was one where I think he snatched at the ball, was going to try and throw it at the stumps to try and run Green out.
Balderson into Brace. He tries to work leg side. Strangled appeal for LBW.
And then he's just dropped the first ball of that over that's come through to him. And he's signalling as though there's the ball's doing a little bit of barrelling or swinging after it's going past the batter. It's clouded over here. It's not got much warmer, I don't think. But maybe there's a little bit of something happening.
Balderson runs in past umpire Chantry, and he bowls, and Bracey's forward defending into covers, and there is no run. It's funny how, you know, it's just a couple of wickets.
Yeah, well,
sometimes
I can tell you've got a bit nervy now, haven't you?
I don't think so.
No, you are. I can tell. I detect a certain sort of.
I'm excited.
Oh, good. What the prospect
of excitement?
Good.
Balderson into Bracey, flicks it away towards square leg. There's no run. Trust me, I have followed Gloucestershire for long enough to know when it's time to feel nervous.
And this isn't one of them.
And there's
320 for 4.
If I were feeling nervous in this position, there's an awful lot more times that I would be feeling far too nervous to control myself. So I learned within a couple of years not to be too invested in what's going on out in the middle. Balderson in a short ball that's cracked away for 4 by Bracey through mid-wicket. Tried the short ball to Bracey, and there's a pretty dismissive bull shot.
Yeah, it's a sumptuous pull. Had plenty of time on the front foot, just rocked back in the end and hit it very firmly, rolling the wrists, hit it down and way in front of square.
14 from only 15 from the bat of Bracey so far. Catcher at short mid-wicket with 2 slips and 2 men out leg side on the boundary as Balderson is in, and Bracey tucks this one out towards that short mid-wicket fielder, and there's no run. 127 for 4 as the deficit is at 123, and we'll shortly have a change in the commentary box as Paul Hallett has departed, and it will be Scott Reed in the Rothesay County Championship very shortly. And a bowling change at the Statham end. It will be John Turner to bowl, and I think this is the first time he's had a bowl from this end.
I think it is, yeah. I think it is.
In this match, anyway. I mean, I couldn't attest to previous matches.
Well, certainly this match, yeah. Certainly this one. Well, Bailey's done well, hasn't he? Done well either side of the lunch break.
It's just that sort of bowler, isn't he? And you know that he's going to keep things tight when he's not taking wickets, and then he just needs a couple, and his figures of 2 for 60 suddenly seem that much better.
Here comes John Turner into Price. It's deflected out towards the leg side. So again, they're not bothering with the slips, and they've got a field set for some short stuff by Turner. 3 on the leg side boundary. It's a deep square leg, deep backward square leg, fine leg. This a short square leg, mid wicket, mid on, plus your deep point and a third man. Goes short, takes it on and pulls it safely down towards Bohannon on that one of the 3 leg side boundary fielders. And Price moves on to 125 not out, 328 for 4. Deficit is 122. The difference between Lancashire and Gloucestershire heading into the afternoon session. Lancashire picked up wicket just either side of the lunch break, with Bailey dismissing Hammond on 97. He was bowled, and then Green bowled as well by Bailey for 8. Around the wicket comes Turner, bowls, Bracey drives, and finds Saqib Mahmood, who's at mid-off. And there's no addition to the score.
You make these notes and then you forget them, but in Cameron Green's innings of 8, he has passed 4,000 first-class runs.
Oh.
People like their thousands, so
indeed.
Get that in there.
Turner to Bracey, pulled out towards square leg where Balderson fields. The score moves on to 329 for 4. Bracey moves on to 15.
See, Paul Allett saw right through my just general nervous disposition anyway. People seem to mistake my nature as calmness, but it's just a paralysis with fear.
Absolutely, yeah.
Paul Allett could see through that. Sometimes people don't.
I think you're trembling at the prospect of a Gloucestershire collapse.
Desperate Gloucestershire collapse, only to trail by 80 runs.
In and balls. And pulled by Price down to Wells on the fine leg boundary, priced at 126, no doubt, 330 for 4.
Lancashire could rack up 350 in 20 overs, and yeah.
Funny things have happened, have they actually? No.
I'm not quite sure that they have in this instance, no.
No. Bracey waits, 2 slips in place, Turner in and balls. And, defended out towards cover. There's 2 chasing after that. Josh Bohannon and Luke Wells. Bohannon's first to it. It's the end of the over. 3 coming off it. So Gloucestershire 330 for 4. Deficit of 120 runs into the afternoon session. On this third day, a little bit more cloud around today, but forecast is dry,
isn't it?
Yeah. But it's dry and all right, I think, for tomorrow as well. Have you had a single moment of cricket affected by the weather yet? You haven't?
Yes, and in typical fashion, even though the weather in Bristol is genuinely not the worst in the country, it was Bristol where the first interruption of anywhere this season happened.
Bristol, right, okay.
There was a bit of bad light on one of the, I think the second evening of the Glamorgan match.
The old bad light. Lancashire lost the 4th day against Leicestershire, which probably was a good thing because they were they were up against it.
Tom Hartley from the Anderson end. It's a fairly high full toss, which was partly because Price had taken a couple of steps down the pitch. It would have been a full toss anyway. It's just bunted down to long on for 1. 331 for 4. Would you like an update from Eddingley?
I'd love an update from Eddingley, yeah. Was that done in a slightly northern voice?
Well, no, it's just Eddingley.
I thought you were just attempting a northern voice there.
No, not really. Okay. No. I was dropping the H, but...
Oh, that was an update from...
Was that enough?
That's enough.
Was that enough to be attempting northern?
Yep.
Hartley over the wicket in, and Bracey dabs away to the offside. Warwickshire are 141 for 4, and they require 44 runs to win.
Okay.
Then Malik, they had Barnard at the crease, and still got Bo Webster to come.
Oh, you can bash it, can't you?
Hartley to Bracey, forward, carefully, out into the covers again. Well, he's a good man in that sort of situation, because you'd think Webster would probably just come out and just exude authority and
bosh it.
Try and, get that total down even further if he's needed. He might not be needed. Hartley to Bracey, drives. It's deflected off the hand of Hartley to Harris at mid-off. Somerset are 15 for 2 in the 11th over against Essex at Taunton, requiring 306 more to win. Hartley to Bracey, and defended into the onside this time. Vaughan dismissed for 4, Omid dismissed for 0.
Right.
We haven't put Josh Davey at 3.
Okay.
But Lammonby and Tom Abel.
Tom's there, actually. Okay.
Hartley bowls full, wide and driven, and that'll be 4. There's nobody out there on the offside, and it bounces into the rollers. It was over-pitched, and it was wide, and Bracey could hit that pretty much wherever he wanted. 335 for 4. Well, I say pretty much wherever he wanted. Pretty much wherever he wanted on the offside. Would have been a slightly curious shot to send it leg side. 100 overs bowled. Gloucestershire 335 for 4, trailing by 115. They're not going to get to 400, and again, they're not going to try. He says as Ollie Price comes down and whacks John Turner into the pavilion for 6. No,
both teams are level with bonus points here, aren't there? There's no particular need to do anything too flamboyant. It's Turner. It's cracked off the back foot by Price. Pull the ball, pulls it up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
They've just come out after lunch at Cardiff.
Right.
I think this is one of those where they've taken the extra half hour, but as so often happens, it just means it's an incredibly long session for the side in the field, and Glamorgan still haven't bowled Derbyshire out. 335 for 9, trailing by 96.
Turner to Price. Short again. Pulled it down into the ground. There's Bohannon. He was at deep backward square leg. He's now come in at backward square. He's one of 5 fielders that Lancashire have got. Well, actually, with Mahmood at mid-on as well, 6 on the onside. So mid-on, there's some short mid-wicket, square leg, backward square leg, deep square leg, long leg. Price defends. And ball's pushed up to mid-on, to Mahmood at mid-on, and there is no run. I don't really understand the point of that rule neither.
I don't get it.
Just
either.
take lunch.
Yeah, I suppose it's to save 10 minutes, but then you just end up with the silly session and timings all. Yeah.
You never save any time in county cricket. There's no time saved, is there? You're just playing longer. Pulled away by Price. And Wells is at long leg to field. He's done a good job there, Luke Wells. It's a terrific throw as well from Wells on the long leg boundary, hurtling it in towards the gloves at first. Price gets a single, moves to 128, 336 for 4.
I'd like to see, yes, I think I'd like to see that got rid of, unless it's at the end of a day, and it's, I think
and you could win it on the
that part of it, but that's different,
sense,
isn't it? There's 2 different regs. That regulation can stay.
Yeah.
The other one.
So everyone coming back tomorrow, but the lunch thing's a bit pointless.
Yeah.
Turner around the wicket to Bracey. It's defended, and there's no run.
You shouldn't be punished for taking wickets. Effectively, you are, aren't you? You're being punished to be kept out in the field for potentially another half hour after you've already been in the field for 2 hours.
Yeah.
That it's like the thing about you take a wicket in the last over and the new batter doesn't have to come out. You're not punished for taking wickets, but you're not rewarded for it. And it was the same argument for changing that part of the catch law, where the batters could still cross and then the new batter wouldn't be on strike. Change that, because again, you've just taken a wicket. You should be rewarded for bowling at the new batter. It's the same sentiment.
Final ball for Turner in this over. And Bracey gets neatly in behind it and defends back to the Lancashire bowler. No run, 336 for 4 at the end of the 101st over of the Gloucestershire first innings, deficit of 114 runs.
But no, I think what we really need to do is just have the first batting bonus point at 300. That's a far more pressing issue. We can talk to a blue in the face about this sort of stuff. It's never that sort of thing that changes, is it?
No. I pretended to get rid of the bonus points.
Oh, you're in that school of thought.
I'm in that school of thought.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think I'd bother with bonus points.
Bonus points are ruining the game.
I wouldn't.
Are we not quite going that far?
Not quite going that far.
Okay, but there's definitely others of our colleagues who do go that far.
Oh, right, okay.
Hartley, Price rather, who lays back and tries to late cut this one, but there's a fielder at backward point, and so there's no run. Harry Singh's still on the field. He's been out there for a good portion of the day. Hartley to Price. Big stride forward into that one, defends into the covers. It'll be interesting to see what Hartley can extract, if anything, bowling with this slightly harder ball. That one's a bit fuller. Again, Price forward to pretty much strangle it out into the offside. But I don't know, he's actually, having tried him from the Anderson end, I think he actually has got a little bit more from the Statham end so far, as Price drives and be intercepted by Bohannon at extra cover.
It is the end that he tends to bowl at more often, Tom Hartley. I think I would suspect the vast majority of his overs in the last 2 games here have been from that end, the Anderson end.
Hartley to Price, just driving out in front of himself a bit there. Again, Bohannon will prevent runs. The sharp piece of fielding in the covers.
But it does look like he's got a little bit more to work from when he's bowling from this Statham end.
Yeah, you can see those. I mean, I know. I think it's sort of even just looking at the pictures as Hartley bowls over pitches, and Price with that almost hockey slap down to long off for a single. Mahmood fields. That's the only run that's come from the over, and it's 337 for 4. But you can see those 2 pretty sizable, almost holes where I think particularly Singh Dale was landing in. And it's just not, it doesn't look, at least from here anyway, as pronounced from the bowling from the Statham end.
Yeah.
So that where the bowlers have landed from the Statham end, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's got more, hasn't he? So, well, certainly more to work with to the left-hander when he's bowling from the Statham end. It's operating from the Anderson end for now. Turner's going to continue from this media centre end. 337 for 4. Goes short, doesn't really get up at all, and Price deals with it beautifully. He's managed to pull it almost off his thighs, really. He didn't seem to get up too much. That pivots onto the back foot. Yeah, it did stay low. And he's able to drag it behind square on the leg side for 4. He's played that well, Ollie Price. He moves to 133 not out. 341 for 4.
And that is almost the danger, as much as a short ball that really bounces high up on him and he gets a top edge. You don't quite know what height it's going to come through. You might have a bit more time to play it, though.
Turner goes short again, pulled again. And he's managing to find a gap through the leg side. Hartley's on the square leg boundary. Price moves to 134 not out. 342 for 4. So the deficit is not too far away from being into double digits. 108 behind. Brings James Bracey on stride. They're going to go for the 2 slips for Bracey, the new batter. Got a fine leg, got a deep square leg. Bohannon dropping down towards wide third. Short cover, mid off and mid on. Oh, and that gets up and hits Bracey. And yeah, it looks like that has ricocheted back up onto his, potentially onto his helmet. Yeah. He appears to be okay, and but he'll have precautionary checks. But,
yeah, gosh, that's nasty, because it's when it comes. I think it's off his edge, isn't it? And
kind of rolling up onto his shoulder bit and then onto the grill.
Yeah, so I can get onto the throat, and that. Yeah, that's really not very nice. It looks as though he's mostly got away with it. Doesn't seem to be doing that manoeuvre where you're trying to just check that your jaw's still intact. They'll go through the protocol, and Bracey just describing to Chris Powell the blow, and then go through the particular protocol that they'll have sorted before the season, whatever that is. I think the only one that I know for sure, and I bet that nobody really goes for this, it's months of the year backwards. I know that is something that has been used, and I know what you're thinking, that's going to take ages, but that's the point. As long as it doesn't take substantially longer for you to do it than when you did it under controlled conditions, I suppose, then I think that's the sort of thing that,
right.
that can go on with these checks.
I don't think that James Bracey on that particular occasion was required
no, he doesn't
to
look
do
so
anything.
Reciting a huge amount.
No. It's just more like, is your helmet all right? Yeah, it's not too bad, mate. Yeah.
It didn't really catch me too badly, yeah. I think they'll go back out and just quickly check again in I think it's 10 minutes is usually what they do.
Well, Bracey is ready to face Turner again. And Turner's back in. Pushes one a little bit fuller, brings Bracey forward. It may just have come back in a fraction towards Bracey. Wraps him somewhere on the mid-drift and drops away into the offside. That's Harry Singer. He's still on as a 12th man for Lancashire. Who's off? He's been out there for a bit, hasn't he? But, well, I think maybe for different players. I think
it is
a rolling roll-off situation. I can't appear to see Tom Bailey at the minute, so maybe it's the bail dog. He's off. Here's Turner in to Bracey. Defender to cover no run.
Is that an official nickname, or is that a concoction up here?
No, it's his the social media profile name he's given himself. But it's also Kevin Howells, from our leader from 5 Sports Extra, a great leader. He just constantly refers to him as the bail dog. I think Tom's his favourite player. So yeah, I just kind of sometimes adopt the bail dog. Final ball of the over. Clipped down towards fine leg by Bracey. Harris fields. Bracey keeps the strike. He moves on to 20. 343 for 4. The end of the over, trailed by 107 runs. Having lost the wicket of Cameron Green in the afternoon session. It was bowled by Bailey for 8, and then Hammond before lunch. And Bailey's back on the field now. He was just momentarily back up in the dressing room. So actually, Harry Singh's still out there, so someone else has gone off.
It's almost impossible to keep track of this.
It is a bit, isn't it? Yeah. One off and one on.
Yeah. It's the way it is. Hartley to Bracey, and that's stroked away into the covers, and there's no run as it's picked up at cover. Lancashire's women, by the way, have set Essex's women 231 to win.
Okay. He's got runs there for
30 for 8, 57 for Eve Jones.
Right.
43 for Emma Lamb, 39 for Katie Mack.
Okay.
Sweep shot attempted by Bracey. It's looped up in the air and has been caught by Keaton Jennings, and Tom Hartley's not interested at all, and unsurprisingly neither is Jack Chantry. I think it must have come off Bracey's boot. Oh, no, just pad actually, anyway. Way outside the line of off. Hartley bowls. Bracey off the back foot, pokes at that and misses it. Just, it's funny how these things happen again. Bracey got off to such a fluent start, and then he's having another little period here, a bit like Bancroft had, and Hammond also had before their demises. And again there, he's looking to work that down to long on, I think, and it's gone straight back to the bowler. So Hartley's just creating something here. Can he get the payoff for his second wicket? 1 for 55. Ooh, he's bowled a filthy short delivery, and Bracey's pulled it up in the air out towards Wells in the deep, who can't quite tip it back in. It's gone for 6. I thought that Wells might just get there he got hands on it, but I don't think he'd have had any chance of taking the catch. He hit that high, did Bracey, but it looked as if he'd just not quite got enough on it. And yeah, I think all that Wells could have done was throw it back in anyway. It was just hit well enough by Bracey. So 6 runs, 349 for 4. Hartley in, Bracey forward, defends towards point where there's no fielder, and that brings up the 350 for Gloucestershire. So they have a 3rd batting point to go with there. 2 bowling points, and this score exactly 350 for 4 after 104 overs.
Yeah, it looked like he was caught a little bit between two minds. Does he try and save the runs by pushing the ball back, or does he try and take a catch? In the end, he was right. He's so close to the rope, wasn't he, that he's come to see if he can try and take the catch, but probably it'd be better just trying to push the ball back. But he's gone for the catch. He's run out a bit of room, didn't he, really, and couldn't quite get his hands on it with half his mind on the rope as well. He's back in at first slip, Luke Wells. And Bracey defends as Turner continues from the Brian Statham end. This is his 4th over of the spell. Wicketless so far, Turner. It's 19th of the innings.
That was a horrible delivery from Hartley. But we've seen some. We've seen some dismissals in this game, particularly in Lancashire's innings.
Pushed away off the front foot by Bracey to cover. There's no run.
The particularly unconventional style. Bohannon was out trying to pull Ollie Price to a ball that just skidded a bit. It was the first ball he'd bowled in the afternoon.
Right.
He'd bowled 2 overs before lunch, and first ball he bowled in the afternoon session got the wicket. Matty Hurst.
Oh, that was an odd one, wasn't it? Yeah.
Toe ending a ball that was above his head from Zaman Akhtar at the end of day 1. George Bell, of course.
Turner to Bracey. That's run down to 3rd man for a single. Moves on to 28, 351 for 4. Yeah, Bell's dismissal was. The ball had to do a lot to reach the stumps, and it had to go via, I think it was his hand, his glove, his pad, and then his boot, wasn't it? I think in the end.
Inadvertently kicking it onto the stumps.
Yeah. Not ideal. And then the little, kind of the Hurst dismissal was just kissed the bottom edge of the bat, didn't it? Very faint little nick as he, from a short ball, would have been called a wide. But he went after it. Yeah, there's a great bit of pace there from one that's banged in by Turner, back of a length, slapped out towards mid-wicket by Price. There's no run.
Do Lancashire have another player called Turner?
They're signing Ashton Turner.
That would be why then.
For the T20. He might even be available for some county championship games in the middle of the T20 block, I think.
Yeah, so it's often the way, isn't it? You've come here, so we might as well.
You might as well play a bit.
Chuck you out there in the championship.
Again, Turner of the John variety pulls out almost, and he's pretty much in his follow through on that occasion. Something not feeling right. Yeah, so Ashton Turner's going to join for the T20 Blast, and we'll play some. Well, I think he can play some championship cricket in the middle of that. Lancashire, I've got the other green. There's Turner balls to Price. That's pulled. That's 4. I mean, so much time to play the shot, Price, but goodness, he plays it beautifully. Bang, pulls the ball behind square. And there's a stack of fielders there for Lancashire, and he's managed to be able to weave that away through them all. There's Jennings at square leg and Singh at mid wicket. There's 3 on the leg side boundary now, albeit Bohannon was in at backward square leg. So he managed to find a gap for 4. And he goes again, but on this occasion it's gathered by Hartley on the leg side boundary. Price moves on to 139 not out. That's the end of the over. 356 for 4. Into double figures now, the deficit. 94 runs behind Gloucestershire, with 6 first innings wickets remaining.
He knows his game very well, Ollie Price, for a young player, and he doesn't hesitate to still take that short ball on at all, because you're going to get out playing any shot. You're going to get out playing a defensive shot, which sometimes isn't factored in by those who'll say, if you're out in any particular fashion other than playing a defensive shot, it's a poor shot, that. So he's going to get out at some point doing that, but he also knows he's going to score a lot of runs playing it, and he'll trade off scoring a good number of runs with it with getting out occasionally.
What's his highest score?
His highest score, as Mahmood is in to bowl to him, and there's a strike on the pad. There's first ball, Mahmood replacing Hartley from the Anderson end, nearly picking up the wicket of Price, but it's a leg by. Jack Chantry signalling going down leg side. He's not somebody who tends to get way across Ollie Price. It wasn't far off, but it still looked as if it was going down. 357 for 4. His highest score would be 147 against Yorkshire in the first game of, well, what ended up being the first game of last year, because of the complete washout at Derby. Even though there wasn't that much rain during the 4 days, it's just been so much beforehand. Mahmood round the wicket to Bracey. That one doesn't bounce a great deal. Bracey lets it go.
That was at Derby and not Chesterfield, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've just absolutely saturated outfield. And the previous year, the game between Gloucestershire and Yorkshire
at Bristol,
had been abandoned without a ball bowled. Just 2 incredibly wet Marches and Februaries, and just too much water for the grounds to deal with, especially without the benefit of having been given multiple millions of pounds for the drainage systems, unlike some. Mahmood into Bracey, who works this one away firmly towards mid-on. There is no run. Mahmood furiously pointing off somewhere, signalling for something.
Warwickshire have beaten Yorkshire by 5 wickets in the match at Headingley. So they reached their target. The target was 185 to win for Warwickshire. It's a good win for the Bears against the Yorkies.
Yes, so Yorkshire had that record win against Worcestershire, but that's 2 losses out of 4 with a draw as well for them now. So they won't be getting many points out of that. So they'll be definitely 8th, I think, unless Somerset pull off the remarkable against Essex.
Meanwhile, here with some running repairs for Saqib Mahmood. He's taken off quite a bit of strapping there, wasn't he, around his ankle?
That was clearly what the issue was yesterday when he was pointing at his foot then. So it wasn't just... For a moment I wondered if he was just changing boots, but then but he had a good spell going, and it was only 3 overs in. There wasn't really any reason to take him off. So clearly there's something that he's having to just bowl through there, and he's going to continue bowling. It's obviously just something that is bugging him, but it's something that he's able to to bowl through.
It's Mike, a Lancashire fan, with his Red Roses hat on.
Is he awake?
He's probably just having 2 or 3 minutes just to contemplate things. Yeah. It's very Sunday afternoon look.
Oh, there's a few Gloucestershire supporters there with their Chris Dent testimonial hats on. as Mahmood bowls right on the money, having had the running repairs, and it's pushed into the offside. There's no run.
Can we see those hats again? So these are hats for Chris Dent's testimonial.
Yes, that was last year. Chris Dent's testimonial
year.
Oh,
right, okay.
Number 15, so CD 15.
Loving that testimonial cap. Terrific.
.357 for 4, Mahmood in bowls, and Bracey tries to nudge that one off his hip, but has hit it to the only fielder who's saving the single on the onside. That's mid-on. So in terms of bonus points, the exciting bonus point system.
Extra one now for Gloucestershire, having got to 350.
Yes, Lancashire will need to take 2 wickets in 4 overs to claim a second bowling point.
We'll take 2 wickets in 2 days on this pitch at the minute. When he had 14 and we're into halfway through day 3.
Mahmood in now and bowls, and Bracey defends into the ground past the bowler. Up towards mid-off, the's no run.
What did Paul Allen say? He said you could bat on for 8 days on these pitches here, I think he said, didn't he, Paul Allen?
Yeah. just loved that. Ollie Price on 124. This is the time to attack his susceptibilities. No, it is interesting because Gloucestershire were quite hesitant also to use the short ball strategy as well. They really barely used it. It took Lancashire all that time to do it to Price. It is something that we've seen sides do. To be honest, seldom have a great deal of success doing it.
Tom Hartley from the stay the men, left arm round the wicket to Price. Played away towards the leg side and there's no run. 3-5-7 for 4. Doesn't look particularly warm outside, does it?
No.
Hartley's in, forward goes Price in defence. There's no run. Seen plenty of supporters huddled up with jumpers and coats, trying to keep warm. It's Price. It's pushed back to Hartley. There's no run. The first game of the season at Lords, we're banging on commentary about the weather and how lovely it is and oh, gorgeous and blah blah blah. And up in the media centre, it just looked terrific. You know, perfect start to the season. It's pushed away through the offside by Price for a single. 140 to him now, 3-5-8 for 4. And I went down to the pitch to walk across the other side at the close of play. And the Adams brothers, who were a couple of photographers, they're both here again today, were wrapped up with woolly hats and with jumpers and I said, what a lovely start to the season. And they were both absolutely frozen. I'm like, all right. Quite nice from behind the glass, but pretty brutal if you're outside.
The same at Derby with a collection of students doing the camera work far side.
Over the wicket, forward goes Bracey in defence, no run.
Fletcher and I sitting in the commentary box commentating in t-shirts. Sort of 6 layers on, looking at on Scott's Antarctic mission.
92 behind Gloucestershire. Hartley in and bowls. Driven away. Pigeons disappearing as the ball's heading in their direction. Bailey catches up with it. They come back for 2. So 360 for 4 now. At the end of the over. Oh, and that's a 50 partnership. Thanks to Matt and Colin, who are operating the scoreboard today. As it flashes up on the scoreboard, 50 partnership between Ollie Price and James Bracey. And that partnership has come at quite a nice pace as well.
That's a grimace of cold on the photographer's face
yeah,
there.
That's Dan, one of the Adams brothers, who was talking about how cold he was at Lord's, and he looks a bit chilly again today.
The sun doesn't look as if it's going to be making much of an appearance in the foreseeable future.
No, it doesn't.
Just steadily building. Mahmood into Price, who drives straight down the ground past the bowler. There was a pigeon which had set up only a couple of pitches away from the main one, which didn't particularly enjoy that crack off. Ollie Price's bat hasn't actually gone too far away, but sent scattering into the skies. The ball made contact with bat. .360 for 4. Mahmood in now, bowls. Price tries to nurdle that into the offside towards point, and there's no run.
Just some details of that Warwickshire win. That runs for Yates at the top, made 41. Then Barnard's had a good game, hasn't he? He's got wickets in that match, hasn't he? And he chipped in with 37 to help Warwickshire chase that target of 186 to win the game against Yorkshire.
Good man for your fantasy cricket 11. Mahmood in now, and Price a bit of bottom-handed whip in that shot as he sends it to the mid-on fielder.
So I think Yorkshire has that be the third game on the spin that's finished on day 3 for Yorkshire.
Well, Deutsch's off to the races, probably.
He is, isn't he? Yeah.
Must be some
I think we had a
something for him to go to tomorrow, I'd have thought.
Yankees have won that one.
Yeah, might be another result today at Grace Road, the rate that seems to be going. Josh Hull's got 3 for 8 in his 5th over, as Northamptonshire are 34 for 3, needing 255 more. There's a delicate glide from Price down to the fielder at deep third, Luke Wells, and there's a single taken, 361 for 4. 141 to Price. He is gradually working his way towards that mark that we mentioned.
147 was it?
The maximum, yeah. Got against Yorkshire. Quite a lot of pull shots in that innings as well, as Matthew Fisher was banging the ball in and Price kept pulling him through backward square leg. Bracey on strike to Mahmood, who plays a good looking off drive, not to Marcus Harris. Mid off, there is no run. Kent continuing to pile it on at Lord's, 395 for 6. Bell Drummond is 181 not out now.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Daniel Bell Drummond. Nice. Lovely, isn't it? Century at Lord's.
Yeah. Kent approaching a 300-run lead. Mahmood now bowls, and this is tucked towards mid-on by Bracey for no run.
There's that wonderful run chase between the two sides at Canterbury, wasn't it, a couple of rounds ago, when Middlesex chased down... No, Kent chased down something in
Crawley and got off to a good start. I think that Compton got a 100, and Mayeye got a quick fire. I think also 100, wasn't it?
I think it may have been, yeah.
So that was Kent chasing down about 320 odd. That was also one of the reasons why Gloucestershire only gave themselves that small amount of time to bowl Kent out. They felt the pitch was quite flat, and they were also a little bit wary of what that lot had done previous game. But for Middlesex as well, I mean, they've had 1 win out of 4. If they lose that game to Kent, that just also stretches that at least top 2, even top 3. Derbyshire probably now looking like they're going to draw against Glamorgan, so the top 3, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Kent, start to just open up a little bit of have a gap if Kent can, and there's still a way to go, but if Kent can win out Lords.
It's Hartley. Forward goes Price. He's hurried through for a single. Just turns it across these front five to square leg for 1. Moves on to 142, 3, 6, 2 for 4.
But you just don't really feel as though that's insurmountable, because I think especially with these 4 Kookaburra rounds, when they come along, it might be quite a different game with the Kookaburra ball.
Forward again goes Bracey this time and defends, no run. And each county's playing 2 Kookaburra matches, aren't they? Not 4.
Oh, is it only 2?
I thought. Oh, you could be right. I thought there were 4 rounds of it, but each county only played it with it twice, I think. But it changed that many times. It's difficult to keep up. Chopped away by Bricey down towards backward point. There's no run. So, right, teams play with 4 rounds of it. Oh, that's good fun. We're not playing here. 3, 6, 2 for 4. Hartley in and balls to Bracey. It's muscled away out towards the leg side. That's going to be 6. It's got to be. Out towards the long on boundary, all the way for 6. Bracey to 36. And he went on the back foot and walloped it out towards the wide long on boundary. 368 for 4.
Rather more comfortable than his first 6 to watch. I'm sure he could admire that one, whereas it was a nervous watch to see whether Luke Wells was going to take the catch the first time he played that shot to the longer side.
Hartley to Bracey. Single there, just pushed out towards point. Good batting by Bracey. He hit a big 6, and then the next delivery he's just able to work it away through the offside, and through he goes for a single.
Oh, it's Tanya who's written this article.
Okay.
I just checked. I just look at the Guardian. ECB to continue with controversial Kookaburra in County Championship. Good. Tanya Alder is downstairs.
Driven back to Hartley by Price, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 369 for 4.
There is a difference of opinion, says ECB's Alan Fordham.
Well, it definitely does create a bit of conversation, doesn't it?
Kookaburra experiment continues. This is it in the article. I mean, you have to read the whole thing yourself. But despite audible discontent from some bowlers and the outgoing Surrey Director of Cricket, Alex Stewart, describing it as the worst decision ever. I think that's safe to say that's a difference of opinion, really, isn't it?
Hey, if Alex Stewart's saying that, and I'm with Alex Stewart.
Worst decision ever.
So there's 4 rounds of it. I was convinced myself there was 4 rounds, but split into two groups. So there's only used it twice.
I did have a feeling that it was
right.
The case that it was all of the mid-season rounds this year.
Okay.
As you say, it's not impossible to keep up with these
things.
It is
a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
Mahmood now round the wicket to Bracey. This is worked leg side to mid-on. There's no run, and there's 5 balls remaining for Lancashire to claim another bowling point. They need 2 wickets in those 5 deliveries. I think it's safe to say 31 in 5 balls is going to be a bit of a stretch for Gloucestershire.
So, to check the old fixture list, but I mean, one of those rounds of games might be at Blackpool. Lancashire got a championship game at Blackpool, which is right in the middle of kind of that T20 summer window. So maybe one of the games would be there. You mentioned the Cheltenham fixture between these two sides. They've got the Kookaburra.
Mahmood bowls, and the second time in a row, Bracey's turned it to mid-on. There's a fine leg and a deep square leg, and a mid-on. The only 3 fielders on that leg side. So Chesterfield.
Oh, okay. Right,
Chesterfield will go there.
Right.
TBC. That obviously hasn't been updated. This is the problem with using this as the source. I'm guessing that's Blackpool then. Lancashire versus
Kent. Yeah, that's Blackpool.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Blackpool, Chesterfield, Cheltenham, and then Glamorgan at Old Trafford. Mahmood is in and bowls, and this time Bracey will take a single as Bohannon has to rush in from mid-on, almost trips over his own feet and steadies his balance. The single is taken, 38 for Bracey. Gloucestershire to 370 for 4. They trail by 80 runs. We've still got 16 overs left until tea. So still time for Gloucestershire to make some significant inroads into this remaining deficit in that time, and then see what the decision is as far as what they'd like to do this evening. Again, if still they can put themselves in that position. Mahmood to Price, who plays this one defensively towards point. At times, Lancashire have been happy to give Ollie Price a single pretty much anywhere square on the offside, but they've changed that field now. Jennings has moved his field about quite a lot and have now tried that short ball strategy for a bit. But really, just about everything Jennings has tried. The problem is the one thing that he can't change is the pitch that his bowlers are bowling on, which is not offering them a great deal. Mahmood bowls an on drive from Price, which isn't going to get him a run, and that is that for bonus points, barring something miraculous. I think it's safe to say it's pretty unlikely that Saqib Mahmood is going to get Ollie Price stumped off a wide, so or run out off a no ball. So bonus point wise, it is all but official. Gloucestershire 5 and Lancashire 4. That extra bowling point that Gloucestershire were able to pick up because of the fact that they removed Marcus Harris early on day 2. Lancashire trying to go for the extra batting point, but just couldn't quite get there. Short leg coming in for the last ball of this over as Mahmood continues to try and wheel away and claim his first wicket of the innings, as he's bowling now to Price, and that's flicked away backward of square, work round the boundary for deep square, who does keep the ball inside the field of play. Gloucestershire alertly sprinting back for a second run as it was tipped by Balderson towards his colleague coming around, and Price is on to 144. Yes, it's already gone on. Yeah, 372 for 4.
And that's 110 done, isn't it? That's our bonus points finished. 5 for Gloucestershire, 4 for Lancashire. Just having a little bounce around some of the games elsewhere in Division 2, the County Championship. You can see Kent top right of the screen for viewers on Lancs TV, 402 for 6. Daniel Bell-Drummond 182 not out. And that's played off the back foot by Bracey to Hartley, and there's no run. That's a lead of 293 for Kent. At Lords with 4 wickets remaining. Hartley to Bracey off the front foot, just dabs the ball away into the offside. And there's no run, remains on 38. Short leg slip, deep square leg. Wide third, long on, mid off, sweep attempted by Bracey, and successfully attempted by Bracey as well. Swept behind square on the leg side for 4 runs. He connected with that one very nicely indeed. And young George at short leg doing his best to get out of the way of that. and make himself as small as he possibly can get. 42 to Bracey. There's Hartley, and balls forward again goes Bracey back to Tom Hartley, and there is no run. 1 for 77 for Lancashire's left arm spinner. Hartley quicker and flatter, and playing a miss by Bracey.
It's absolutely crackers.
There's no run. 1 ball left to go. There is T. Hartley. And a sweep again from Bracey. Well, they're asking if there's something on that. It's been snaffled by the keeper first, but nothing coming. End of the over. 376 for 4. Just back to those Division 2 games, because there's the Leicestershire Northamptonshire game has been a terrific game, hasn't it? A really good match. Northants 41 for 3. So they've lost 3 early wickets there. Josh Hull has taken all 3. So 41 for 3 Leicestershire. Northamptonshire. They need 248 to win. Leicestershire 7 wickets away from victory. Hull has taken the first 3 of the Northants' second innings.
I was thinking that could be a career best for Josh Hull. Close to it. And yes, he's not taken a forfeit yet in his first-class career, so it could be 3 for 30 as best innings figures. He's going to have a good chance of beating those, and it's it's good to see. Quick left armour, and much made of his first-class record, and in so few games.
Yeah, he did play here in the last round, the last game that Lancashire played. He wasn't quite fit enough to feature.
Yes, because it was his first appearance of the season against Gloucestershire in that game.
I was looking forward to watching him bowl. I've actually seen him bowl live. Oh, with the red ball. I mean, he's played some white ball cricket against Wanks, T20 stuff. Watched him play here in the 100 too, I guess. That would be the originals, wouldn't it?
Luke Wells into the attack from the Anderson end, and there's a bit of bounce there, and Price has to be watchful defending it to the offside. Yep, got a 1 for 60 and 2 for 37 and 2 innings at Bristol as Wells loops one up there and Price drives it straight to short extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, I was wondering when Wells might come back in, because there's not been much, has there, for the seam bowlers, and Wells has not really bowled much in the match.
May as well give him a go, and it looked like he might just produce something. That's the googly, I think, which is defended from Price to the offside, or at least if it wasn't the googly, it was the one that turned in. I didn't quite see the release, but didn't behave like a leg break. Wells bowls, and it's pushed back towards the bowler.
One of the reasons, part of the reason why he's not opening the batting, and he's batting at 6, clearly to give Lancashire more strength and experience in the middle order with the bat, but because they feel as though he's going to potentially bowl quite a bit.
Wells in. Price drives out through extra cover, and that may go to the boundary. It will do. So that is the new career best score for Ollie Price, onto 148. And he gets there with another handsome drive. He's played several through the covers in this innings, a couple of straight ones as well. Got to the pitch of the ball, drilled it away. No chance for deep cover. 380 for 4. As Wells bowls, and Price down low to defend that big stretch, and then sink to the floor as the over's completed.
Well, it's a good job of the two that you spoke to Miles Hammond yesterday.
Well, I think this was perfect strategy.
It was, clearly, wasn't it? Yeah, you've done well with that. You picked the right one. Leave you open to chat at length to Ollie Price about his career best score here. It's great, not really impressive. I mean, it's not just what he's kind of done in terms of his shots. When you see his highlight reels and his boundaries, and he's played some absolutely gorgeous shots. But it's especially last night. As much as his defence and his leaving has been he's absolutely immaculate.
I think that's it, isn't it? It's been that judgment in particular of what to play and what to leave. He's had several huge gasps from behind him as he's had some tight leaves, but it hasn't ever stopped him from just sticking to what he's doing, and that's something that is really noticeable in his batting. He's happy just to grin and just sort of take it lightly, everything that's going on around him.
Josh Bohannon's going to bowl some off spin, and that's worked off the pads by Bracey for no run, 380 for 4. Yeah, it's been a real part of the innings, hasn't it, from Price? Immaculate judgment so far. Cut away by Bracey. Bohannon's bowled more this season, I reckon. I mean, he's not bowled a lot, but he bowled 4 overs against Leicestershire. And I think he bowled a little bit at Middlesex, he did. He's into Bracey. He's defended, and there's no run. He's bowled more in this season than he has in the last 4, I reckon. So I thought that was a little kind of a medium pacer, Josh Bohannon.
That's what I thought he bowled.
He did.
Right.
That's worked by Bracey off his pads to square leg for a single. Yeah, when he did bowl a bit when he first got into Lancashire's side. Medium pace, but soon put that to bed. I just watched him a few years ago, and he's like, I'm not going to bother with that anymore. I'm batting at 3. I'm not bothering with it. So he's just sending a few gentle off spinners down, I think, instead of his medium pace. Tom Bailey can bowl off spin. He's taken wickets with his off spin.
Of course. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that as well.
Could be an option as well.
George Bell.
Well, if we're getting to that point, then we are. Here comes Bohannon in. And that's cut out through deep point for a single. Bell does have a first-class wicket, at least one first-class wicket.
Was it not Bell who was bowling on? You'll be able to tell me all about this, but was there not a day when Lancashire were really annoyed that another team hadn't come up with some sort of agreement?
Bohannon brings Bracey forward, he defends, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. Yeah, it was a game here against Somerset, and
Somerset.
I think Lancashire took the new ball, and I don't know if it was George Bell and maybe Dane Villas took the new ball or something like that.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was Villas as well. From a distance.
Was getting to the point where everyone was just absolutely losing the will. So yeah, Villas. I think Villas and Bell took the new ball. I'm sure they did. Well, maybe Villas and Croft, and then Bell came on his first change, something like that.
Yeah, I remember looking at that from afar and thinking, oh gosh, I bet whoever it is enjoying this.
No, and Chappie came up here and he was terrific. So he wanted to lay right into Somerset.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he did.
I was going to say, I can remember it. Somebody did.
Yeah, Chappie did it.
For defence from Price as well, sends another one down.
He was a bit grumpy with Chappie then. He weren't happy.
Terrible spectacle or something.
it was something along those lines, yeah.
And I think both sides, I seem to remember there was a certain amount fired back as well. Both sides were blaming the other for not having come to some sort of agreement. Wells in, wide delivery, driven away out through extra cover. It's going to go to the boundary for 4, and that is the first 150 in the career of Ollie Price. And it's a fine place to do it as well at Old Trafford, as Price has batted so well here. It's been an innings of just utter quality. He's batted for nearly 300 deliveries. He's not offered up a single chance in this innings.
Superb.
And he has taken his side from a position of serious peril to one of decent strength. Wells, grunt of effort, releases another one. It's just defended away to point.
Lovely way to get there too, wasn't it? Yeah. Gorgeous shot. Gas plays really well. say 64 but behind, 6 wickets remaining. Chance of trying to put Lancashire under a bit of pressure tomorrow.
Wells in, there's a bit of bottom hand again in that shot as he drives down to mid-on. No run. Yeah, and even this evening.
Well, yeah, they've
have a little dart after tea or something. You just
push on a
never
bit,
know what Gloucestershire might decide. Wells, short, wide cut, and it's looped off a thick edge down to the boundary. Wells staring after it. It wasn't a shot of control from Ollie Price. However, when you do bowl short and wide, quite often that is what's going to happen. It's going to take some serious catching at slip, and that was nowhere near slip anyway. Just sometimes you chuck your hands at it and it flies away. 157 for him. Wells bowls full and wide. That's slammed out through extra cover. There's not going to be a dive even from Harris out on the boundary, and that's 3 fours in the over for Ollie Price, who's sailed past his career best and then through the 150s in a flash all the way to 161 now. And viewers on Lancs TV will see the highlights of Price's innings, those extra cover drives off both seam and spin, and his work on the pull shot, able to stay down as well as roll the wrists on the ones getting up towards his head. And the moment that he got to that 150 with the extra cover drive out off Luke Wells's bowling, it's a fairly almost matter-of-fact celebration, but I'm sure that he is just delighted with this innings.
Bohannon continues to Bracey, but down the leg side. And there's no run. Again, leg side by Bohannon to Bracey.
I suppose this is the thing, isn't it? The over rate's still at -2, and Lancashire is starting to think about, how long might we actually be bowling here? We'd better get through some overs.
Bohannon in to Bracey. There's no run. They were -3 at lunch. See, down to -2. They've got spin from both ends here. Bohannon trying to rattle through a couple. Into Bracey. It's defended away to mid-wicket. What a George Bell. Fields, and there's no run. 394 for 4. Trail by 56. Bohannon bowls. And driven by Bracey through point. And Hartley creeping up from the boundary to field. It's the single for Bracey. He moves on to 44. 395 for 4. Brings Price on strike. He's got past his highest score. He's got past 150. And, well, he'll be looking for plenty more. Goes back, plays it late and tries to work it down through third man, but picks out Balderson, who was just starting to limber up on that backward point position. So you have 43 left of the day. Tea will be taken when there's 32 remaining. Lancashire continuing with spin from both ends just to try and make up a little bit of time there with a -2 over rate, and as you said, that's a degree of uncertainty as to how Gloucestershire might go about this maybe after the tea break.
Yeah, they need to sort this out before that point, I think. They need to get it back to level at least by tea, if not sooner than that, just to be sure. And Wells continuing. Price plundering 3 fours in the previous over, but he's bowling to Bracey now. Jennings the helmet on at slip. As Wells is into Bracey, and he's gone, caught by Jennings at slip. As Wells gets one to slide across the left-handed Bracey, and a little edge and it's through to Jennings at slip, who takes a fairly comfortable catch to his right. Does it taken a little bit of Hurst's gloves?
May have done.
I did wonder live, but I wasn't sure.
No, I wasn't. But
actually, it is a pretty. I say it's a pretty comfortable. It is actually a pretty good catch, because the gloves would have been very close to that ball. He wouldn't have had a great sight of it. Bracey's batted well for his 44. I'm sure that it'll be a good wicket for Luke Wells for sure, and he really, it wasn't a case of Bracey going for a slog or something and hitting one up in the air. It was a genuine push at it and edge and well caught. So Luke Wells has struck, and Gloucestershire 395 for 5 as Bracey is out for 44, and that will bring Graham van Buren to the crease. Now to number 7, and coming in the 116th over. He's had a bit of time to put his feet up, which I'm sure we'll be grateful of. And you can see the height difference between Ollie Price and Graham van Buren there as he comes out. And an interesting start to Van Buren's innings here, whether we'll get some sort of an indication of what they're feeling in the dressing room, almost more so from the new batter going out there in Van Buren, former captain as well, so I'm sure he'll had some significant input in terms of what Gloucestershire are thinking. So how will he come out there? Is he just thinking about getting through to tea, or are Gloucestershire starting to think about pushing this on, especially as Lancashire are looking to make up overs? Got to be careful with Wells, as we've just seen, and Van Buren is careful first ball, just defending to the offside. Van Buren with a couple of half centuries this season. Wells is into him, or inside edge onto pad. I think it looked as though there was, and Jack Chantry's unmoved. Bat first there. Doing a bit of lip reading.
Yep.
That's what Wells asked Jack Chantry, and I suspect he would have got the nod. I've been outside the line anyway, close to that, but there sounded like there was two noises, and you could see the deflection. Wells in. Van Buren tries to give himself some room, can't really do so. Wells across the field. It's another good over. He's had a couple of overs which have been expensive as well, and I suppose this is what you might get, but as with a leggy and a tall leggy as well, I mean, he's just not going to face many bowlers like Luke Wells. He's always going to have the potential to prize out a wicket, and Van Buren has to be watchful there as well, defending onside, working on a wicket maiden. I think it's his follow through after he bowls as well, with the hands, just both arms going way out to his side. It's like he's going into the Shoaib Akhtar aeroplane. Last ball of the over, and Van Buren again has to defend, and picked up by the bowler, so it is a wicket maiden for Luke Wells. So not only helping the over rate, but also getting rid of Bracey and maybe just pegging Gloucestershire back a bit, forcing them to back for a bit longer, or not, as the case may be, but it does help.
Definitely does, yeah. And it could be Bohannon to continue. Trying to rattling through a few overs at the midpoint of the afternoon session. Price is on strike. And Bohannon in and bowls to Price, who's going back and just watchfully, carefully easing the ball out into the offside. There's no run. I'm going to get out to Josh Bohannon's bowling. Will Ollie Price, having been so impressive so far, can Bohannon find a way through? But not on that occasion. Forward in defence goes Price.
300th ball.
is 161 not out. Here is Josh Bohannon for Lancashire in bowls. And driven square to Turner on the point boundary. 162 now to Ollie Price. 396 for 5. To Van Buren off the back foot, slapped away. Turner will get across to his right from point to extra cover to field. Van Buren off the mark straight away.
I still think that's a really dangerous place to be with your camera out there, and you've got the concrete behind you. You've got the ball kicking up off the rope.
Driven by Price through cover for a single.
You can just see the moment of utter embarrassment coming as you have a ball driven straight at you, kicks up off the rope, just plops you either in the camera or on the head, and then just leaning back onto the concrete. It's in very close as well because it's such a short boundary. He's got the fielder in front of him for protection now.
He's backing John Turner to make sure that nothing embarrassing happens. Around the wicket, Bohannon. Driven on the bounce back to Josh Bohannon. End of the over. Tidy stuff from Josh Bohannon. 398 for 5. Price 163 not out. Van Buren on 1. 52 behind. How are Lancashire's women getting on against Essex? Made 230 for 8. Lancashire with Eve Jones making 57, Emma Lamb making 43. And in reply, Essex are 114 for 2 after 25 overs, so making a pretty impressive start.
Yeah, still haven't got over 200 this season, Essex, but with that target there of 231, that might just help them a bit. I notice they've moved McLeod up the order. She's made 45, so that's very much helped them in their progress towards that target. Essex's women, that is, as Wells to Price turned leg side. They'll trot through for 1. It'll be the sum of it, 399 for 5. But I think that's still the question with Lancashire's women is just they'll want more from underneath that top 3.
Absolutely.
It's such a strong top 3, but can't do it all. Short leg for Graham van Buren as Wells charges in, bowls a very short delivery and gets hammered through mid-wicket and all the way for 6. Certainly climbed into that one, and with nobody out there at all on the boundary, never mind the fact that it's a short boundary anyway, it's just grit those pearly white teeth and smash it away.
Where's he gone? George Balderson's heading out towards the nets. He's gone an absolute mile.
Oh wow, he really is. He's going to have to go into the nets. No, it's rested just at the bottom of the fence over there. Good grief. I wonder how many bounces that took across the concrete. 400 up with that 6. 405 for 5. He really did get hold of that, and he's a mean hitter of the ball, is Van Buren, especially off the back foot. Cuts and the pulls.
Well, Jack Shantry, the umpire, is going to give that a close inspection, having seen it bounce around the concrete for a little while, but it's in good condition. Hands it back to Luke Wells.
That's funny. Crack on. Wells in much better delivery, and annoyingly for him, he'll watch as Van Buren pinches a single towards mid-on. 406 for 5, rather. But again, I don't know that that's really a sign of massively going on the attack. It's just just a shorter ball that's been hit away. But the field does scatter really for Ollie Price, who drives and misses. It's one of the few times he's gone for that extra cover drive, and there's a short extra cover and a deep extra cover in position.
Just gave it a little extra loop, didn't he? Wells that.
It's a bit of bounce, and for once he's gone for that shot and not hit it. Jennings is very, very fine at slip. Wells bowls. There's the same shot from Pricel that goes square up to deep backward point. 165 to Price, 407 for 5. Oh, another wicket at Cardiff.
Yeah, Glamorgan 15 for 3. They lead Derbyshire by 96 runs.
Gosh. All of a sudden, gone from draw as Van Buren tries to clip through the leg side. It's popped up a little bit, but too fine for the short leg fielder, and take one out into the deep, so fairly expensive over that one. Following the wicket maiden, it's 408 for 5. Well, I suppose it's gone from looking like a Glamorgan victory, given the fact that they looked as though they were going to have Derbyshire following on, then to, well, that's surely going to be a draw. So now 15 for 3 after 7, and only leading by 96. I mean, they can still recover from that, but that, well, again, if Derbyshire win that really does stretch things. If Derbyshire win, if Derbyshire won, Kent won, and Leicestershire won, it's a top 3 that is a significant chunk away.
Derbyshire drew their last match against Middlesex, didn't they, at the county ground. And this Bohannon's in. It's driven by Van Buren back to Bohannon. No run. Sounded like well, reading the reports, like a pretty... oh, it's a hybrid pitch, wasn't it? And they're using that fixture. But I guess you take your draw that week thinking, well, we've got to Cardiff, we might have a chance of winning. Run away through point by Van Buren for a single. He moves to 10, 409 for 5, and then it becomes a... well, not just an unbeaten start for Derbyshire, but it becomes a very good start for Derbyshire if it were to plan out like that. Northamptonshire are still 3 down in their second innings. They're 58 for 3, required 231 more runs to win. Ollie Price loves a lunge. And he's onto the front foot, pushing away defensively into the offside, no run.
Is that his sort of Instagram bio or something? Ollie Price loves a lunge.
Ollie Price loves a lunge. Give us a lunge. Hammered away through the offside. Turner's across, can't get there to cut it off.
Loves a full toss too.
4 more for Price. It takes him to 169 not out. And there's a terrific chance here. He's only gone past his best score in first class cricket, and they look up at the scoreboard and see him now 169 not out, and be forgiven for thinking it's not far away. Possibility of a double. 413 for 5. What's the deficit now? Just down to 37. No, that could be 4 more. That will be 4 more. It's beaten Balderson at short third down to the boundary. 173 now for Ollie Price. 417 for 5.
Yeah, that was a little fortunate there. It was in the air for quite some time. One bounced the fielder at backward point, but maybe there just a sign that he's wanting to get on with it a little bit, going after that one, which wasn't really that full.
Comes Bohannon, bowls. Price drives out to Turner again on the cover boundary. Threw it a little wider, Bohannon, to bring his hands across and reach for it, did Price, but he did so successfully. Takes his total to 174 not out. 32 behind. Great chance of being pretty much level at tee over at Gloucestershire. Chance to push on afterwards.
Somerset 79 for 5.
Oh,
at Taunton. Toms, Lammonby, Abel and Banton are all out, with Lammonby gone for 30, Abel for 29 and Banton for 13, all to the bowling of Simon Harmer.
Quite worked that plan, is it, for them?
Wells in, over pitched, driven along the floor down to long off. It was priced to 175. No, it doesn't seem to have done. 242 to win. I mean, never say never, but 5 wickets in hand, it looks a little unlikely. And well, Somerset will be not quite rooted into the bottom two, but bottom, they've lost 3 out of 5 games, drawn 2. Wells in, down leg side. Van Buren can't tickle it away. I find it really, really irritating when keepers do that. Nothing against Matty Hurst, but in club cricket, especially umpiring, there is nothing more annoying than when a keeper just holds the ball next to the stumps, waiting for the batter to move, even though he knows he's not going to move. Forward, Van Buren looking to defend, bat and pad close together. Which one was it first? Bat, according to umpire Chantry, unless again it's outside the line. I think it just looks like he's hit it, doesn't it? Don't know.
Yeah. He's not quite got that far across, has he? But it's so close, that, isn't it? Bat and pad so close together.
It's one of those that you'd need.
He absolutely would.
Decide on with the split screen and ultra edge. Yeah. Wells tries to sneak that one through. Van Buren just comes down on it in time.
Yeah, I think that's it's completely fair call, isn't it, from Jack Chantry? Because otherwise you kind of guessing there. You cannot be certain one way or the other that he's not hit that first.
Van Buren 10, but Wells causing him a few problems. Wells again, short and shovelled into the leg side for a single by Van Buren. Move to 11. 420 for 5. So yeah, Somerset will be. Well, let's try and work it out. They've picked up only 3 bonus points. Yorkshire also only picked up 3 bonus points. Wells bowls a wider ball, and there's another lunge from Ollie Bryce and out into the offside defensively. There's no run. 420 for 5. So there'll still be a 7-point gap between Somerset and Yorkshire, who are in the position just above the bottom 2, but Yorkshire have played a game fewer than Somerset have. So with Worcestershire not playing this round, but they've only got 18 points from 4 matches. They just haven't even picked up a single batting point, Worcestershire, despite that heroic effort at Taunton, which, I mean, you think if Somerset take that final wicket in dramatic style at the end, a la Surrey last year, that extraordinary finish, you just think how different could things have been. I mean, I know they've always, I say always, I mean, recent times, they have really struggled away from home, but if they pull off the victory in that first game, nobody's really run away at the start at the top of Division 1 either.
Bahannon's being replaced and Hartley returns. It's defended to the leg side by Van Buren, and there's no run. 420 for 5. You know, it was an epic effort, wasn't it, by Worcestershire, batting for about 3 weeks or so that match.
Tolliver, Matthew Waite.
Forward, Van Buren defends. Hartley out towards his left-hand side to field. There's no run.
Matthew Waite, no.
Very good. 420 for 5. Van Buren defending again. There's no run. Northants have lost a 4th wicket. 58 for 4 against Leicestershire, and their target to win is 289, but they're 4 down.
What a disappointing way to get out, I can see on the text service.
It's Hartley's bowling. Single here for Van Buren through the offside. Ian Holland with the breakthrough. And Rob Keogh chipping one up straight to Lewis Hill at mid-wicket. And it's being reported on the live text commentary feed. 421 for 5. Forward again. Lunging is Price. And there's no run. Hartley scoops it up and wanders back to his mark. 29 behind. And Gloucestershire flatter and quicker and cut by Price out towards Turner, who gives it a bit of a juggle on the point boundary. Single to complete the over. Got now 5, is it, till tee? So yeah, 37 left, so 5 overs remaining until the tea break. 422 for 5, Gloucestershire. And Luke Wells, having managed to find the outside edge of James Bracey's bat, he's being replaced. His spell of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28 comes to an end as George Balderson returns for Lancashire.
I assume that means that they've been given the nod that they have got to at least level. Yeah, maybe even just to be on the safe side, +1, I don't know, but normally it takes around about that amount of time of spin and things are made up. I was thinking, it wouldn't surprise me if the floodlights weren't on by the end of the day, but the forecast does seem to be for it to maybe clear a bit into the evening as Balderson is into Price, and this is pushed into the covers for no run. Whereas this particular battle, especially Balderson versus Price, in that first spell when Price came out to the middle, that you just thought, is Price going to be able to just quite see this through? Because Balderson was getting consistent late in swing. He battled his way through that. That wasn't the only tester, but there's that one in particular that stood out. Balderson in, and they'll take a quick single. Jennings with the right arm throw to the non-striker's end. Bailey collapses to the floor and backs it up. They're through for a single. Price to 177. But then, almost as his innings in a microcosm, really, back came Balderson a bit later on, and Price was suddenly full of confidence. Belted a few drives away off Balderson's bowling, and
hasn't
really looked back. No, hasn't really looked back.
Kind of got him going, that, didn't it, really?
Balderson to Van Buren, push into the covers. There's no run. Now, first ball this morning. Ollie Price just straight out, bang, straight drive, back past Mahmood, wasn't it? And 4 runs.
4 runs. That kind of set the tempo. That was it, isn't it? That's your marker for the day. First ball of the day. Thump it down the ground for 4. It could be a long afternoon, boys.
4-2-3 for 5. Balderson into Van Buren, who's defending away out to mid-off, not looking like somebody that's in a great hurry, so I think Gloucestershire, pretty clear Gloucestershire look as though they're going to come back after tea. In what sort of mode will be interesting to see. I'm sure individual milestones don't come into it. As Balderson is in, and Van Buren guides into the offside for no run. But in some ways, I think it makes sense to come back after tea anyway. Now that they've got to level at about this time, they actually could have a dart get themselves into a lead before they then send Lancashire out to bat. I think maybe they would like to have Lancashire facing some runs, given that they've got to this point with 5 wickets still in hand. Balderson bowls. I think again there's an inside edge. Van Buren, the 3rd time now that he's had an inside edge go onto his pad, making all sorts of hand gestures, and well, this is where. Let's take a look, and again he's getting a bit of late movement in. Bounced off the inside edge onto pad into the ground, threatened to backspin back again. But this is where you start as a batter, surely. You just sort of have a bit of a jump around and a you know, just exaggerate a few things. Oh, it's doing all sorts here. Wouldn't want to be batting this evening on this. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that's going to be...
No.
believed by the Lancashire players.
But there was just something there with the older ball.
It's Hartley to Price. It's defended, there's no run. Well, Balderson can... Oh, and, well, we saw yesterday, didn't we? And actually the Bancroft dismissal was one that came back in, wasn't it? Beat Bancroft's inside edge.
Seemed to have quite a natural action for that in-swinger.
In comes Hartley, flatter, quicker. Forward goes Price. And defends. And there is no run. 423 for 5. Hartley to Price. That's turned to the leg side this time. Oh, it's Ollie Sutton, who's the latest to come out and use 12th man duties. It's pushed to mid off, and there's no run. .423 for 5. Hartley. Nice looking drive. Can Harris cut it off? He can. Good work by Marcus Harris. Because if that does manage to scramble its way past him, then it's 4 runs. Good shot for a single. Price moves to 178. Good work by Harris at mid-off to deny him any more than that. Hartley to Van Buren, flatter and quicker and cut. And Turner, seen quite a bit of the action out on that shorter boundary in the last half an hour or so. He's there again once more to field for Lancashire. That is the end of the over. And it is 425 for 5. Price on 128. Correction, 178. And Van Buren on 13.
So a race on at Lords for Daniel Bell-Drummond's double 100 now, because Kent have lost a couple of wickets. Bell-Drummond's on 193 and doesn't really seem to have gone too far in the last half hour or so. I'm pretty sure it was in the 180s when I last looked, and has lost a couple of partners. Kent leading by 324. Balderson bowls a short ball. Van Buren gets underneath it. It's looped up in the air. There's a fielder sliding in towards it, and he takes the catch, Marcus Harris. The sunglasses went flying, but the ball didn't. The ball was cupped in his hands. Balderson has a second wicket. Gloucestershire lose Graham Van Buren for 13, looking to get up and under that one and target the short boundary. A lot of height, but not enough distance. A well-judged catch in the end by Harris, as he had to just tumble in a bit at the last moment. Van Buren knew he was in trouble as soon as he hit it, but eyes on the ball the whole way. It wasn't a particularly pretty position Harris got himself into, but he was watching that ball the whole way into his hands. Gloucestershire lose a 6th wicket at 425.
Good catch, wasn't it? It's a lot of ground to get across. Sure, he got his hands underneath it. It's in the air for some time. I'll be honest with you, when you see Marcus Harris come round under that, I never thought for a second he was going to do anything other than take the catch.
Aussies don't drop catches.
Tom's coming out to join Ollie.
Ah.
425 for 6. Trail by 25. Second wicket for George Balderson. And now 6 down. Even if you wondered how well battered, mate. Nice to be out here with you.
Well, it's something they'll be very much used to by now. It's not something that's new.
Well, this
anymore.
this is new, isn't it? With his brother on 170.
That's true. Yes, that is true. I suppose it's the second time that Tom Price has been batting with his brother, and he's got a career best. Well, I suppose at least second time. It might have happened again without me remembering, but yep. Tom to face his first ball. Balderson is into him, and that has beaten Tom Price first up on the outside edge. Just a fairly tentative defensive shot from Tom Price, and he can be a bit of a a nervous starter, and it seems a silly thing to say at 425 for 6 with the scores pretty much level, but sometimes he can be a bit vulnerable to just the nervy, prodded defensive shot early on. Balderson to Price, Tom Price that is, who plays a very strange looking defensive shot which ends up angling to slip. Ollie's come down for a word.
What are you doing there, Tom?
What are you doing? Hit the ball. I don't know. I'll retake his guard, that'll do the trick. Woken up from a doze in the pavilion. I'm sure it's not the case. Balderson to Price. There we go. He hits the ball, drives it up to mid-off. It's a good shot, but it doesn't get him off the mark because Saki Mahmood is very deep there. Plenty of time to cut any angle off. For a wander and a bit of a practice shot or two. If not off the mark, he might feel a little better at having got one out of the middle. 2 slips, Balderson into Price. There's a good looking forward defence. And it's sent up to mid-off. And there's no run. Tom Price will be on a hat-trick when he bowls his first ball of the second innings after having removed the wickets of Bailey and then
Turner, wasn't it?
Turner, yeah. Sorry, Hartley and Turner as Balderson in, and staying down on that one is Tom Price. Just about keeps it out, so it's another wicket maiden. Balderson 2 for 71, 5th maiden in his 22nd over. 425 for 6. Ollie Price has 178, and Tom Price has 0. No, that's cruel.
Well, I think just look at the bowling figures in that first innings and looking at Lancashire's bowling figures in this innings as well. I think the bowlers on both sides have done a pretty good job.
Not sure there's much that you could fault them with,
no,
really. I mean, you know, there's always going to be a few periods where the heads just drop a little bit and you get a couple more loose deliveries, but you can't ask them to be perfect the whole time.
No. It's Ollie Price to drive out through the offside for a single. Yeah, I think there's pretty solid work on both sides from the bowlers. So Tom Price is on strike, so field just creeping in a little bit more, still with the slip in place, short cover, mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Going back, Tom Price, and that's worked up to square leg for a single. So he gets his first run.
Catching up.
Gets Ollie back on strike. 4 to 7 for 6. 23 behind now. Watley to Ollie Price, slightly leading edge to that. Ball squirts out through the offside, out towards the point boundary. Turner comes up to field. Price moves to 180. Ollie. And Tom's back on strike. The brothers want to chat here. In fact, Lancashire are going to make a little change to the field. In fact, they might require a helmet. Yeah, I think they want. Yes. They want George Bell to come and put himself in the danger zone again. He's been doing a lot of ducking and diving in that position. So Bell will don the helmet. Where's he going in that here? Short leg, yep. Slip in place now. Bell under the helmet at short leg. There's Hartley. Into Tom. And that's pushed up towards mid-on. And there's no run.
It's a bad position that for Tom Price. He does tend to like to play the spinners off the back foot and roll the wrists even off a slow left armour.
Back and cross and defending. Wells comes forward to field.
Noise levels increase again.
Yep. He's got a new batter to bowl at here, Tom Hartley, hasn't he? He's got a couple of men round the bat and maybe half a chance. It's tossed a little further outside off stump and left by Tom Price. And it's the end of the over. And we've got one to go before the tea break. 428 for 6. 1 over of the session to go, and it will be sent down by George Balderson. 22 behind. The lunchtime score was 296 for 3. Ollie Price was 114 not out at lunch. He's gone to 180. And Gloucestershire have gone to 428.
Balderson to Ollie Price, and he won't be bowling at him for long because he's got straight up the other end, clipping to deep square leg. 429 for 6. So Ollie Price, Tom Price, and the remaining batting actor Shaw Singh Dale. And yeah, I mean, that wicket of Van Buren, possibly an important one for Lancashire, as Balderson is into Price, who defends offside. Tom, actually, you can tell you how out of practice I am with them batting together, so you know. Which Price? It was Tom. But getting rid of Van Buren just before that break, if you'd had Van Buren going back out there with Ollie Price and then Tom Price to come, I think it would have been easier for Gloucestershire to kick on. Balderson in, and Tom Price is forward. And looking in good order as he plays it to mid off. And it, you know, I'm not saying they can't still go on the attack, of course they can, but just having that extra the top order player and then an extra bowling all-rounder in Tom Price might just help Lancashire's position as the evening goes on. Balderson to Tom Price. It's nudged out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 2 balls remain in the session, as actually the clouds are already starting just to part a little. We've got some sunshine for the first time, I think, in most of the afternoon. Clouds getting a little higher and more parted as Balderson is in a short ball, and that's helped away, nicely controlled by Tom Price, and that's going to be 4. Oh, that's good timing. Gentleman who's just made his way round to that part of the concrete area, and with his foot was able to stick out the boot and stop the ball from rolling all the way across to where the bag search area is.
That's your favourite area.
Well, yeah. Well, actually, it's my favourite area is on the other side of the ground. 433 for 6. The deficit's 17, and the last ball before tea now from Balderson to Tom Price is blocked into the point region. Balderson will take his sweater, and that will be, although players don't seem to be in any particular hurry to get off the field, that will be tea, with Gloucestershire at 433 for 6, and they do trail still just about by 17 runs. What plans do Gloucestershire have after the break? But it's a session that will be a truly memorable one for Ollie Price, who has not only passed his career best score of 147, not only reached his first class 150, but also made his way to 181, and will go back out after tea with a chance as his brother just steps back and applauds his younger brother off, raises the bat to the balcony and to the spectators for Ollie Price. He's got a chance at a maiden double 100. Scott and I will be back in about 20 minutes.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution. and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it. To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it. To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our coverage here on Mike's TV and via the BBC Sport website and app for Lancashire against Gloucestershire, day 3 in this Rothesay County Championship fixture, with the Gloucestershire boys 17 behind and a certain Price on 181 not out, and his brother T Price is on 5. 433 for 6 is the Gloucestershire first innings score. So we're into the evening session on the third day. We only had 16 wickets in the match. But funny things can happen in cricket. And you never know what might materialise in the next 32 overs. And indeed, heading into the fourth day. Here we go. Hartley to get us back underway. Balls. And Ollie Price clips the ball down towards Luke Wells at short fine leg, and there's no addition to the score. So we've got a couple of things here at play. We've got Gloucestershire heading into a lead, or on the cusp of pushing into a lead. So Ollie's in, forward goes Ollie Price, and there's no run. And then we've got Ollie Price, who's within 19 of a double century. So there's potentially a couple of, or one in particular, big milestone as he gets forward and defends again. And the other would put Gloucestershire, of course, when they get in front, with a chance to see if they can, well, I guess they'll try and put Lancashire potentially under some trouble, I guess, maybe later, either tonight or tomorrow, if they can score quick enough. Yes, off the back foot, trying to cut that away, Ollie Price. It'll bottom edge it, shades down towards slips where Jennings fields, and there's no run. So dot balls to begin this first over of the evening session. Hartley from around the wicket, quite wide of the crease as well, bowling to Ollie Price, who just pushes forward into the front, onto the front foot and defends to George Bell. And he scoops it up and hands it back to Hartley. And here we go to complete the first over of the evening session. Balls again, forward goes Price and defends. So a maiden to begin with for Tom Hartley, who's bowled now 29 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 84. Scott Reed and Ed Seaborn, your commentary team for the evening session. And we had a bit of Paul Allott this morning, which was nice. I think Paul might come back tomorrow for a little bit of day 4 action as well. 31 overs remaining in the day, and it had been a very enjoyable lunchtime break for Ollie Price, Ed.
Yes, I can't imagine that at this stage, after having been out for so long, that there's too many nerves in terms of thinking about where he might go on to. If he didn't show any signs of nerves around his career best, or around his 150 even. Balderson is into Tom Price, and there's a forward defence into the offside, so still no runs in this evening session. So it's clear that I'd have been surprised if early on Gloucestershire had been told to go out and just swing the bat, because especially as they are still just behind, just want to make doubly sure that you are there into a lead. Balderson to Tom Price, and there's a defensive shot towards mid-off. I mean, at the start of the day and a little bit earlier on, I'd wondered whether Gloucestershire might give themselves a bit more time in the match by declaring behind, but I think because of the fact that they're almost level at the start of the evening session, there's no real need to do that, as Tom Price opens the face and plays this to backward point, because I suppose you still could run the risk doing that of yourselves being under a bit of pressure on the final day at the end, whilst you would give yourself more time to get those Lancashire wickets. So yeah, I think, well, who knows, maybe if they can, they might even bat through or almost through. Balderson to Tom Price. It's a no ball as it's played into the covers. Is that Balderson's first no ball. I can't remember him bowling many. Yeah, no, he hasn't bowled a single one until then. It's his first overstep and his 24th over, 435 for 6. But, well, I don't know. I mean, we are getting lower down now, Gloucestershire's order anyway, so it may be that the innings is brought to a natural conclusion. Balderson into Tom Price, who tucks this one towards mid-on. There's no run. I think safe to say that at this point you wouldn't think that either side would be under a great deal of pressure tomorrow, but you just don't know.
True.
And Lancashire starting an innings where, as Balderson bowls and Tom Price drives into the offside, Bohannon across the field from cover. But at the same time, Lancashire starting an innings again. They've been in the field for a while. They've been frustrated because they've had the weight of runs behind them and have toiled away on a surface which hasn't offered them much at all, and maybe that just messes around with things as Balderson is in, and still no run off the bat in the first 2 overs, just the 2 for the no ball, 435 for 6. Yeah, you just never know. You really don't. I mean, nobody would have really foreseen on that final day at Canterbury, Kent being 6 down in 41 overs. It just did not have the feel at all of that sort of a game.
Yeah, these things happen a lot, don't they? We've seen, as Paul was saying before, you're watching cricket and to try and second guess how it might unfold can be a bit of a fool's game, can't it? But
what else are we going to talk about? No.
The truth is, it's heading in one direction. Is this match? It's off the back foot, played nicely away by Ollie Price. Oh.
Oh dear.
Yeah, John Turner has somehow allowed that to cross the rope for 4. Nope. Right through the fingers. So a welcome extra 4 runs for Ollie Price. He takes him on to 185 not out, 439 for 6. Driven again this time on the bounce, Bells in behind it to field, no run.
It's not as though he's needed a huge amount of help.
No, he has not. No, he's got along with it pretty fine all by himself. Only to Ollie Price, stretching forward and defending. And there's no run. 439 for 6. And balls forward again, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. It's a noisy helicopter, isn't it?
Powerful. Yeah. Rotary blade there.
Buzzing around overhead. Flatter and a lot quicker from Hartley, and Price is defending. And there's no addition to the score. Wind's picked up a little bit, hasn't it? The breeze on across the ground from right to left, so just pushing into Hartley's right hand side as he comes in and bowls, driven by Price. On the bounce back to Hartley, and there's no run. You can see the flags on the roof of the pavilion for those viewers on Lancs TV. Yeah. In fact, there's 4 flags. There's 2 on the roof, and then there's 1 either side of the one on the hotel side and 1 on the point side as well. But quite a strong breeze across the ground now. It's been coming and going through the course of the day, is that? We've got some sunshine to start this evening session off. Just the 4 coming off that, which was the mistake by Turner on the boundary. It's a 439 for 6.
Balderson in the sunshine bowls, and Tom Price gets on top of it, drives it firmly straight to mid-off again. I think this business of the club flag seems to have stopped recently. I can't remember. I'm sure I was given an update on this business. But the Gloucestershire flag, I don't know if it's here or not. Balderson to Tom Price as it's pushed towards mid-on.
If it is, it'll be on the roof of this building. In fact, I think we might be able to.
There it is here. Yeah, there's the club flag with its many colours.
Make a little song out of that, couldn't you? Maybe even a...
No. We don't want to think about that. Balderson is in, and there's a high elbow drive from Tom Price. Set the field very much straight for him, and much like his brother. He does play very straight, picked up at short extra.
Was there an issue with the Gloucestershire flag then or something?
I think it might have needed some repairs.
Right.
So I'm sure. People tell me things and I forget them. It's just what happens. But I had a feeling that at one point it needed a bit of running repairs. Balderson into Tom Price, and again it's short extra cover. Who fields? Can't remember whether it's got a bit frayed or something. But anyway, it's here.
Hey.
So clearly that's the reason for Gloucestershire's batting performance.
It's the return of
the flag. No. Actually, I mean, again, they could easily. There's still some time to go, of course, as Balderson bowls. Tom Price stays down. I want defends again. Still no. Runs off the bat of Balderson's bowling so far since tea. But Gloucestershire could come away with this from this. A fourth match in a row, really, feeling as though they've played some very good cricket and are still searching for that first championship win this year. Balderson into Tom Price. It's worked away to mid-wicket, and Balderson completes another maiden.
Yes, both these sides are winless so far, aren't they? They've drawn. Lancashire have drawn their first 3. Gloucestershire with 2 draws and 2 defeats. It's only these 2 sides, Northamptonshire and Glamorgan, are the only other sides in the division not to register a win so far. Leicestershire could be on the. Clinching their 3rd of the season as Hartley comes in and bowls to Price. That's turn to the offside. There's no run. Northamptonshire. Oh, they're off for bad light.
Yes.
Right.
Bad light, and it looks as though they may have covered the pitch as well.
Around the wicket, forward goes Ollie Price and takes a single through mid-off. Moves on to 186, not out. 440 for 6.
Daniel Bell Drummond has reached his double 100 at Lords. It's very good to see.
They've got quite a big lead now, haven't they? What's that?
Yeah, it's approaching 350. A big chase for Middlesex to pull that off.
Tom Price on strike. Extra reinforcements on the offside. Short, straight mid-off. There's a short cover. Deep point. Turns it out towards the leg side though, where Tom Bailey fields, and there's no run. It's a trail by 10. Hartley clutching the ball, and again to Tom Price. Goes back. That's worked behind square on the leg side for a single. Takes him on to 6. 441 for 6. 9 behind now to single figures. With 4 wickets remaining. Hartley to Ollie Price, driven to Turner. And on the cover boundary. Across the ground and slides in Turner and stops the ball. Price moves to 187, not out. 442 for 6. brings Tom back on strike. It's a dot ball to end the over. 3 coming off it. 4:42 for 6. Trail by 8 now, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I don't know what. I've been thinking. What would you say that the Lancashire attack has missed, really, in terms of taking more wickets? What a left armour, maybe, but it's not as though they're growing on trees. Gloucestershire don't have one in this lineup. Matt Taylor, so their staff, but that wasn't in the squad that came here. Here's Balderson in now to Ollie Price, and that's turned through square leg. More run closer, 188. 4:43 for 6. Saqib Mahmood and John Turner, a little bit of extra pace. It's not as though they're not providing a bit of difference. Tom Bailey, George Balderson, accurate. They've both got a couple of wickets each. Tom Hartley, got a test quality spinner there, and just at some point you wonder what you need. Balderson runs in and bowls. Tom Price looks to drive and immediately looks down to the ground and wafts in frustration at where he was looking to get the ball. Another discussion between the two and a punch of gloves. Tom Price beginning to get a bit frustrated, I think. 6 off 31 and just feeling as though he's not really moving things along. He's not particularly rotating the strike either, because Ollie Price is just getting a single and then it's over to Tom. Balderson in, driven. Price beats short extra cover. Won't beat mid off, but he will take a single. And Ollie Price is, I'm sure there's absolutely no sarcasm at all in that, but Ollie's just taken his bat and applauded his elder brother. It's quadruple Nelson again for 6. So yeah, have a look at the helicopter, which seems to be making another pass. It's a very natty yellow and blue number. Balderson into Ollie Price, and there's no run as it is blocked away to the offside.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've rotated their bowling attack through the first 3 games of this season. Ollie Sutton, who's a left-arm seamer, played the first match at Middlesex. Well, Williams played in that game. Tom Aspinwall played in that game, got a bustling medium pace.
Aspinwall, yes. I was wondering where he'd got to.
Anderson Phillips obviously now arrived, has played the previous 2 games.
Balderson short ball, and for once Ollie Price has ducked underneath it, and Lancashire enjoying George Balderson banging it in short.
So they've kind of rested Williams for a couple of games. Bailey's come back in, having missed out last time. Saqib Mahmood played the last couple. Obviously Jimmy's not ready just yet. Well, I think he's not far off, maybe next weekend or the weekend after. So yeah, they've kind of used pretty much all the options that they've got in the first 4 games.
Balderson in. Ollie Price angles the defensive shot away to mid-on. It's another good over from Balderson, keeping things tight, just eating up a bit more time, building some potential frustration out there. 4:44 for 6.
But in terms of what we've seen here today, I still don't think there's a great deal more that they could have done. Yeah, as we touched on it this afternoon, occasionally you're going to get a couple of loose deliveries, aren't you? And it's a long day in the field. Not going to be absolutely accurate every single time, but I think in the main, bowlers on both sides have done pretty much all they could do.
And expecting 90-mile-an-hour bowlers suddenly to sprout in domestic cricket.
Well, yeah, Hartley in balls off the... Well, he's asking for an LBW, but he's hit it, hasn't he?
I thought so, yes. So we're thinking that it hit his pad and then he hit it away, but it didn't really look that way to start with. It just hit it.
Into Price, Tom Price, that's turned out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, they've tried to inject a bit of extra pace in the attack, haven't they, with the signing of John Turner, with Mahmood playing the last couple. Anderson Phillip showed last season. He's got a bit of something about him as well. defended by Tom Price out into the offside. No run. They tried left arm seam. Sutton got the game against Middlesex to play. They've gone with a spinner in every home match in Hartley, backed up by Wells. Single for Tom Price brings up Balderson from the cover boundary. Tom Price moves on to 8, 445 for 6. Brings Ollie. Or is he an Oliver? Ollie's all right, I guess.
Ollie's absolutely fine, but yes, I think it was christened Oliver.
In comes to Ollie Price. That's played back to Lancashire's left arm spinner. He's got into 32 overs in the innings. He's bowled quite a lot this season. I think he's probably bowled more than anybody else in Lancashire's team so far this season, Tom Hartley. Forward again. Goes Price. He got through, blimey, 44 overs in the previous game. And he got through 30 odd in the game before that. So he's racked up some bowling already this season, Tom Hartley. 445 for 6 at the end of the over, 5 behind. And the Price brothers in conversation there. Ollie on 188 and Tom, he's unbeaten on 8.
It's been chatting more in the middle since the time that they walked out. There wasn't too much said as Tom was walking out to join Ollie, but there's been a lot of chatting, and Ollie's been encouraging Tom as he has hit a few fielders. Balderson into him. It's less than convincing defensive shot, and the keepy uppies. That's one of the better efforts from George Bell there. It was about 5 on the keepy uppies. That was terrible. I've already forgotten. Somebody managed about, I think we counted 13.
Oh, that's a good
earlier
effort
this season, which I think is the most I've seen. That's terrible. I can't remember who it was either. Balderson into Price. This is defended into the ground, and Balderson just kicks the ball away. Go and pick this up, George Bell. Oh dear. I don't think it's quite reached that point, but about this time tomorrow it might have reached that point. Trailing by 5, Balderson to Tom Price, who gets down on that and pushes it away again, mid off fields.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do with their. I mean, I think most sides are trying to. Gloucestershire have got a bowler or two here that have been rotated out, haven't they? They've been rested because you can't keep flogging the bowlers, can you? There's kind of 7 rounds you play. You miss one, don't you? You got 7 games of Championship cricket before the T20 start. It's a lot of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 5-2 split for Gloucestershire. Tom Price drives square on the offside. Wells stops it at backward point. So Actors played 4 of the 5. Singh Dale and Tom Price also have played 4 out of 5. Goodman has been working his way back from injury. Marchant de Lange is injured. Balderson runs in now and bowls a very short ball, which has gone over the head of Tom Price and been wided. 446 for 6, driven by 4 runs. So yeah, and it isn't as though, it isn't as though anybody's played more than 3 in a row out of the,
it's not too bad
the Gloucestershire bowlers. Balderson into Tom Price, that's pushed away into the covers. There's no run. But for somebody like Ollie Price, I mean, I think that adds actually to the effort this innings, really, because it's not as though Ollie Price is just playing as a batter in all 5 matches, because he's actually had quite a big role with his off-spin. Doesn't take nothing out of you, and he's always in the game in the slip cordon or in a of the hot zones in the field. Balderson to Tom Price, defended straight into the ground, loops up in the air. There's no run. Another Balderson over goes by without any runs off the bat. And Gloucestershire, since tea, have added 13 runs.
Yeah, just looking at that game at Grace Road, they're back underway, and there's a wicket gone early on. So Northamptonshire have lost their 5th wicket. So they've only just resumed in that game, but yeah, they're now 5 down in Northamptonshire.
Could be over tonight yet.
78 for 5, target of 289. Yeah, it was the 3rd ball actually after resuming. Right, Tom Hartley. What's he got here? He's got Ollie Price on 188. Lancashire have spread a couple of fielders out towards the leg side. Deep square leg, fine leg. There's a deep backward point. And he's over the wicket to Price, who thrusts the pad forward. The ball pitches and bounces a little and spins away to the gloves of Hurst. Said too much of that so far. I had a smile on the face of Ollie Price when he saw that. There's Hartley's in and bowls. Again, just kicks that away. 188 not out.
Hasn't been an LBW in this innings. To be honest, most of them have been terrible shouts.
In and bowls, reverse sweep by Ollie Price, trying to manufacture a scoring shot here. With Hartley bowling over the wicket to him, and he's taken a single. He moves on to 189 not out, 447 for 6. Gets Tom Price back on strike. So Hartley to Tom Price will go back around the wicket. A couple of catches in close on the offside. Played calmly back towards Hartley. Again, scoops it up and gives it a ferocious polish on the bottom of his shirt.
His hands.
He is, yeah. I did a bit of a chilly breeze outside. He's in and bowling. Worked to the leg side by Tom Price for a single. Mahmood fields at mid-on. Tom Price moves to 9, so 448 for 6. Bringing Ollie Price back on strike. He's 11 away. Lancashire with this approach from Hartley. Over the wicket to Ollie Price. Again, just thrusting the pad forward. And the ball heading down towards the boundary. And,
dead ball.
Dead ball is the call from the umpire. No shot offered by Ollie Price. Just,
I think Ollie Price thought that had missed him.
Well, both batters are yeah, I got a little chat with the umpire, but dead ball is the call from umpire David Mills.
Would have been 5 wides if it had missed, because Hartley's bowling over the wicket.
448 for 6, trailed by 2 now, Gloucestershire.
Yes, there's been a bit of a crawl since tea.
Yes, what was the tea time?
Yeah, so
score 433.
15 runs. Right. 15 runs in 9 overs since tea. I mean, it may be that Gloucestershire are thinking more in terms of time than runs. No real reason to change what's working for Lancashire as Balderson to Tom Price, and this is driven towards mid-off, and there's again no run. He's played a lot of drives as Tom Price and kept extra cover, and mid-off very busy. It's a 6th wicket for Leicestershire at Grace Road. They are rattling through that one. Balderson to Tom Price, turned into the leg side. Straight to mid-wicket this time. 78 for 6, needing 211. All that hard work that Northamptonshire did to give themselves seemingly a chance of chasing a score down that was under, I think, was it 289 they needed to win, but it doesn't look like they're going to get close. 78 for 6. And it's all the top 6 who are out as well. Balderson into Tom Price, lays back, tries to cut, can't time it. Fielded by Wells at backward point. Wicket shared around as well. I mean, Hull's got the 3 for 13, but wicket apiece for Holland, Van Beek, Green. It's just that the whole attack's working for them.
It absolutely is, yep.
It seems like if it's not one, it's another that's doing the job. Apart from Hull, there's, well, I mean, Van Beek's not slow. Balderson in, Tom Price cuts away through point, and he's found the gap. I don't think he's quite found the boundary though. Ollie Price is sprinting back for a third. He'll get it as Wells tips it back in for the relay throw to be made, and that is the 450 up for Gloucestershire, and it is also Gloucestershire into the lead. It's taken them a fair chunk of time since tea, but they are in front, and they've got there still with 4 wickets in hand. Tom Price on to 12, and so Gloucestershire have passed that 450 of Lancashire. Balderson to Ollie Price, who drives gorgeously through the covers for 4. He's done it several times in his innings, but that is as good as any that he's played so far. It was a fairly friendly half volley from Balderson, or at least it was, because Ollie Price was so far down the pitch. Just stepped into it and bosh. 193 to him. Kent are all out, by the way, at Lords as well. Daniel Bell-Drummond receiving a standing ovation from the MCC members as he is the last man out for 223. Balderson into Ollie Price. It's a bit squared up by that one. Pushes it towards deep backward point. Thinking about 2. They won't get there as it's the left arm throw of Hartley. In the deep, Ollie Price will keep the strike on 194. So Middlesex need 365 to win. And, well, scores have gone up in that game, so you've got to say they've got a chance, but it's an awful lot of runs to get. And meanwhile, Ben Green has taken 2 wickets in 3 balls now at Grace Road as Northamptonshire are subsiding at 78 for 7.
Be a pretty good start to the season for Leicestershire. It'll be a 3rd win. They started this round of fixtures 40 points above Lancashire. And that gap's going to grow. It's also going to grow towards the teams, but directly below them as well. Be interested to see how Derbyshire go about it. How can Kent force something against Middlesex? Here,
Tom Hartley over the wicket to Price, kicks it away.
Not that I think he's going to hit the 6.
No, exactly. It's one of those things, isn't it? The one time that you don't. It'll be the one time it happens. How would he hit a 6? Over extra cover, reverse sweep 6 to the short side. He's not going to target that big leg side boundary. Hartley to Price. He does reverse sweep. He top edges it. Does he? No. Is caught by slip Jennings running across, and Jennings is thinking, well, why is that not out? What's that come off? The keeper's motioning to say, what's that hit as well? Ollie Price unmoved. Tom Hartley doesn't look terribly disappointed. Ball ballooned up for Jennings to take the catch, threw it up in the air straight away. To see the replay as to what that hit. Hartley to Price, another reverse sweep, and he's got it in front of square. That's where he was looking for, and it's 4 runs into the hover cover. He missed it first time, but he doesn't. He likes his sweeps and his reverse sweeps. He doesn't tend to miss too many, and he met that one well in front of square. He's on to 198.
It's the only place really he can find a boundary, and he's managed to find it. Good batting. Great knock this.
Open stance. Hartley to Price. Oh, flicked to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Deep point goes back. Extra cover just moving a couple of steps to his left. Ollie Price on 198 as Hartley bowls to him. It's an inside edge from Ollie Price, which squirts down to short fine. They don't get a run. There's one ball remaining in this Hartley over. Plenty of space to find a single, but Lancashire are now going to bring one of those fielders up inside the virtual circle. Deep mid-wicket comes up. Hartley to Ollie Price. Reverse sweeps round the corner. Should just be the one, though, and it is. As Jennings comes across, cuts it off. Ollie Price is on 199. Replay of the catch appeal at first slip. I
think it's just hit the ground, and
it looks like it might have hit a bit of arm guard again. There's a couple of times that Lancashire have appealed. And I
didn't think so.
Unless it just rolled off the glove and onto the arm guard, but yeah, I don't know. I thought that's where it looked as if it had come off anyway. If any, yeah. Anyway, he's still there.
He is. Yep, he's still there. He's 1 away from a magnificent double century. Maybe a change of ball in it. Looks of it. Yeah, John Turner.
It was a quick. Well, unless he was doing it out of sight, so I didn't see too much loosening up from Turner. I said it wasn't Tom Hartley. Grief. That routine yesterday.
Yeah, that was pretty thorough, wasn't it?
He was going to tire himself out before he even started bowling.
He's doing all sorts, wasn't he? We'll have a look at the ball, I think, here, aren't we?
Ball inspection with Ollie Price waiting on 199.
Yeah, exactly.
Casually leaning there on his bat and crossing the legs, and yes, everything's calm and assured.
It's fine.
It doesn't seem to be a change imminent, although I think having passed it through the gauge, there seems to be a lengthy discussion between the two umpires. The ball's going to be tossed back by Jack Chantry. I'm not sure what that was about. Was it just we've had enough of this ball being chucked to us? You can't do this again now. That's enough. I don't know. The over rate, by the way, went from -3 to +1, so that's no longer much of an issue for Lancashire. It's a quick check of the guard from Ollie Price, and he faces up to John Turner, who's in from the Anderson end and bowling, and Price will have to wait at least one delivery longer, turning to mid-wicket.
Yeah, they brought the men up, haven't they? 4 on the offside, 3 on the leg side, slip in place, fine leg as well. Making him wait in between overs to face that delivery and making it as difficult as they can. But he's not been rushed so far, so I don't imagine he'll be rushed now.
Turner rushes in and bowls to Price, who drives, beats the field on the offside, and it's going to go towards the boundary. They'll come back for a couple of runs, and Ollie Price punches the air as he reaches a maiden first-class double 100. He's become the first Gloucestershire batter to score a double 100 at Old Trafford for a century. And his teammates absolutely overjoyed, as he is, and what a lovely moment that is. His brother's there to celebrate with him. What a day for Ollie Price. What a time to do it. What an innings he's played. This has been really special from Ollie Price. 358 balls, 28 fours, and he's got there with I suppose a drive through the covers fittingly, really, as this next delivery's turned into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, well, that's been a hallmark of his innings, hasn't it? That some of the shots through the covers have been outstanding, so yeah, maybe quite sweet that he's reached that double century playing that type of shot. Fabulous moment, and to be out there with his brother as well. Terrific.
463 for 6, Turner to Ollie Price. This is pushed away out to cover, and there's no run. So overall, he's now become the 3rd Gloucestershire batter to score a double 100 against Lancashire, full stop. He joins Wally Hammond, who did it 3 times, and then Charlie Barnett is the only other who's done that against Lancashire for Gloucestershire. Turner bowls a short ball. It's pulled away in front of square, through mid-wicket. That's 4 more. He's been pretty prolific on that pull shot as well throughout this innings. Price, he had enough time to see that one. Seemed like it was a nice height for him, about shoulder height. Had the time, hit it in front of square, short boundary, 4 more. Lead on to 17.
Yeah, Hammond 3 times in 1938, 32 and 1925, and Charlie Barnett in 1937.
Turner into Price, who knocks that one away back towards the bowler, has to get back into his ground. And for viewers on Lancs TV, you'll be seeing some highlights of that double 100. It's been 3 trademark shots, really, for the most part. The extra cover drive off both the spinners and the seamers, the pull shot, and then that whippy shot through mid-wicket, that strong bottom hand through mid-on, mid-wicket. And those have been the shots that he's played for boundaries. But as Scott mentioned earlier, it's as much his judgment of line, what to play, what to leave at the start of his innings especially. He's trusted his defence, been happy to just dig in and just not give his wicket away at times when Lancashire were on top, with all those runs behind them as well. And he's seen Gloucestershire right through to a lead. Extraordinary innings, 467 for 6.
Just again a little bit more on those previous double centurions by Gloucestershire players against Lancashire. Not done since 1938, the last time, which was Hammond in Bristol, making 271. And then Barnett at Gloucester in 1937. Hartley comes in and bowls to Tom Price. That's worked out to the leg side, no run. He made 232 at Gloucester in 1937. In 1932, Hammond again, making 264 at Liverpool for Gloucestershire. Let's run away through backward point for a single by Tom Price. And as Ed mentioned in commentary, the last time it happened here at Old Trafford was in 1925 by Hammond, who made 125 not out. And fast forward 100 years, and Ollie Price does it again for a Gloucestershire player. Swept by Ollie Price out towards deep backward square leg for a single. 206 not out, 469 for 6.
It was almost too good to be true when you looked at the stats over tea time. Of course, didn't want to preempt anything, but saw that it was exactly 100 years since the last double ton here.
Hartley to Tom Price. It's dropped out to the leg side where Tom Bailey fields. And there is no run, lead of 19. Hartley in and bowls. And Tom Price going back, trying to whip it away to the leg side. Ball just trickling beyond the edge of the second pitch to the right of the one that we're looking at as we review it from the Statham end. It's fielded by Hurst, the keeper, back with Hartley now. Flatter to Tom Price, and again that's shovelled away to the leg side. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. So still that lead remains on 19. We've got 19 overs remaining in the day's play. Scorecard dominated by Ollie Price. Maybe a penny for the thoughts of Miles Hammond, out for 97. He seemed to get all a little bit jittery earlier on today, and Lancashire kind of sensed an opportunity and eventually managed to find the breakthrough. But Hammond played his part last night and today in that very impressive double century partnership with Ollie Price, who's still going.
Yeah, it's been the reason as Turner bowls. It's chipped in the air and just short of Bailey at mid-wicket. We're just thinking, if I'd just been a couple of steps in closer, like extra cover, it would have been a wicket for Turner, and Ollie Price's marathon effort at an end, but not yet. But yeah, the Hammond partnership really, as Turner bowls, tried to drive that one, and it was catching him high up on the bat as it's skewed off into the onside. But that partnership, which came together actually before tea on the second day, and was still there long into the morning today, just seeing off so many periods that could have been really awkward for Gloucestershire. The end of yesterday, the start of today, the second new ball. Turner to Price, nudged away. They're going through for a quick single. There'll be a throw at the non-striker's end. Ollie Price well home. It's a good call from Tom Price. On to 207 goes Ollie, 470 for 6. But all of those, that partnership was responsible for seeing through, and it's allowed the likes of Bracey, 44, and Van Buren to some extent, and Tom Price now, just to keep Ollie Price company as Gloucestershire march onwards and into the lead by 20 runs now. Turner to Tom Price, driven wide of mid-off. Ollie fancied a single, Tom didn't. By the way, at Taunton, Somerset are now 173 for 5.
That's not going to script so far, is
well,
it?
Lewis Gregory has reached a half century. James Rue is on 36, so they need 148 more to win. That partnership has seen them now well past the halfway stage of that target. Turn it to Tom Price, and that's just patted away into the covers.
It's that Essex women have beaten Lancashire women by 5 wickets. So after successive wins to start the One Day Cup, they've now lost 2 on the spin.
First win for Essex in the new setup. Turner into Price, Tom that is, and that's driven through the covers, and this will, I think, just go to the boundary. Hannon can't catch up with it. There's a good shot from Tom Price. His brother's hit a fair few through there, and there's Tom picking the gap between cover and extra. 474 for 6. The end of that over. It's been a run fest at Beckenham, not for the first time. Surrey women 313 for 7, and Warwickshire 268 for 6 in reply, so they only need 46 from 11 overs. The run rate's no problem. I think that would be, I don't think that anything has happened since then. I think that might be a record women's List A chase if Warwickshire do that. Still might. It's an interesting poised game. Such a high run rate required.
And it's Hartley into Ollie Price. Single down to fine leg. 470. That's a 50 partnership between the brothers now. 475 for 6. Lead by 25. Tom's back on strike. Here's Hartley in and bowls. Takes the leading edge as he looks to work it away to the leg side. Loops safely enough out towards backward point, where Hartley Balderson comes up from the boundary to field. 476 6 for 6. Bringing Ollie Price back on the strike. Swept by Ollie Price for a single. Ball heading down towards Bohannon. Moves on to 209 not out, 477 for 6. Put a second slip in place here for Tom Price, probably on the back of that previous shot where he tried to work it to mid-wicket, took a leading edge, it looped through that area, and comes Hartley, bowls, and turned away to the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean they will know this, Lancashire, that Tom Price does like to work to leg, even if the ball is turning away from him.
Hartley to Price, again just tapped away. That's a sharp-looking single as Bell hurries round to pick up and throws towards the bowler's end. Got through for 1. Price moves on to 19, 478 for 6. Lead by 28. Bringing a double centurion back on strike. Hartley into Price. It's a flat delivery. Quite likes that, Hartley. He really did dart that one in towards Ollie Price. Kind of one-day style from Tom Hartley. He went down looking on one knee, appealing towards the umpire. Fired in.
Missing leg again,
yeah,
I think.
Probably is. It should be straightened enough. Umpire didn't think so. End of the over. 478 for 6. And the prices continue. And the lead moves on to 28.
Live, I must say, I thought that was the end, but actually looking at the replay, yes, I did.
You did
raise.
You were.
I sort of. I was not as I was giving Ollie Price out. I just thought that
you were expecting
that might be just a little raise of the finger, thinking, yeah, he might well raise the finger there, but no,
no.
It was actually yes, going a bit further down than I thought. Live. Turner into Tom Price. And he works a single to the right-hand side of Bailey at mid-wicket. Awkward slide there from Bailey, but again he's up and about again. 479 for 6. It's been an early wicket at Lords where Sam Robson bowled George Garrett for 9. Middlesex a 9 for 1, needing 356 more. Turner into Ollie Price. It's nudged away out to mid-wicket for no run. Oh, it'd be some win for Kent, given they were bowled out for 129 on day one.
Yep.
One of those situations where you think, just wish there were bonus points for second innings, because 129 in the first and 473 in the second. I mean, who knows, Middlesex might still get there, but off to a great start, losing Sam Robson. Turner in wide ball, slashed down to the deep third boundary where Luke Wells tracks across, and Tom Price almost colliding, or slightly colliding, with Matty Hurst. But no harm done. Ollie Price is on to 210. He's still seemingly greedy for more. Is Tom Price. 16 overs remain in the day after this one. A lead of 30. Turner to Tom Price, who's forward and defends. Flick of the back leg there from Tom Price. So if they declared at the end of this over, they'd have 14 overs to bowl at Lancashire. I mean, it's so hard to know, because I say it may just be more about time than runs. So there may not be any real indication that the charge is on, and that they're looking to declare. Turner bowls, a bumper Tom Price just sways out of the way, and it's just short enough. Been widened. It's 481 for 6. So it, it could be that they want 10 overs or something, and so they'd have to face another 4 if you take 2 off for the change of innings. It's just going to be a matter of waiting and seeing. At some point, they'll just run off. Turner into Tom Price, goes down and digs it out to the onside. There's no run. Glamorgan have steadied the ship a little bit against Derbyshire now, with Zain Ul Hassan and Colin Ingram. It's only 24 and 28, but they've batted together for about, well, in fact, 22 overs. So Glamorgan were looking at a bit of bother there. Yeah. Having lost 3 early wickets, but they're effectively 144 for 3 now. Turner bowls to Tom Price, defensive shot offside, no run. Floodlights have just come on. I don't think it's too dark out there, and there's actually, well, there's some sunshine over towards the high rises to our right, so it's not as though it's set in completely, this thicker cloud.
No, we had the floodlights on the other day, didn't we? So whether I don't think they've reached a point where it's kind of that if you're watching on the live pictures, it does look quite menacing behind that particular floodlight, does it? But it's fine. The cloud's pretty high, and there's lots of pockets of blue sky around. But just deem it's worth flicking on the lights. Yeah, Price wants a quick single, played up towards mid-off. And moves on to 211 not out to bring Tom Price on strike.
7 calls of yes.
Just to make sure. Yeah. They fancy a chance here potentially to Tom Price. They've got the second slip in place. They've got a short mid-wicket as well. Backward points come up. It's Hartley bowling over the wicket to Price, who's quite keen to try and work it to the leg side. On this occasion goes on the reverse as he top-edged it. Well, he did. But Balderson, well, I don't know if he slipped or just wasn't round in time, but it was in the air. It looped over second slip, and Balderson in the end was some way short.
Exasperation from Hartley.
It's a bit that, wasn't it? Yeah, a bit of a slap on the thighs. Back into Ollie Price. It's played back towards Tom Hartley. And there's no run. We've got bright sunshine now. I didn't really see the point in putting those floodlights on. I'm quite surprised they put them on, to be honest with you. Could be 4. No, Balderson will get across. That's cut by Ollie Price through backward point. But just for the single, 484 for 6.
Presumably, whilst it's not like at Bristol where they keep them on the entire day, even if the sun comes out.
Tom Price looking to work it to the leg side, and the ball, the thickish leading edge, scoops out to the offside. There's no run.
But equally, they won't just turn them off immediately either.
No.
It's going to use up even more power.
It's a bit surprised they came on, but obviously we're behind glass. We're not out in the middle. Can't quite get a feel of it. A single here for Tom Price off the inner half of the bat.
Ollie Price would still be seeing the ball at midnight.
Yes, a fair point, yeah. Hartley collects his cap. He's bowled 37 overs in this innings, 1 for 109. Gloucestershire 485 for 6, lead by 35 runs. 15 overs remaining in today's allocation.
A big wicket for Essex at Taunton, where Lewis Gregory has been bowled by the Sri Lankan Kasun Rajita for 57. So James Rue still there, just joined by Craig Overton. It's still 140 is a lot, but still some batting to come for Somerset as Turner is into Tom Price. He tries to cut and he's come off the toe end of the bat. He's rather ended up wafting away at it, flailing his arms at it and couldn't get it away. So Somerset at 181 for 6 now, with 140 required. Rue and Overton C in the middle. It's still Josh Davey, Miguel Pretorius and Jack Leach to come. Turner into Tom Price. That's open face, nudged away, out to point. And there's no run, sort of slow, contemplative walk from Tom Price off towards square leg, stares at the ground, strolls back into position. Luke Wells is loosening up down on the boundary below us. As Turner is into Tom Price, a bit of bounce there, and Tom Price was maybe initially hoping to flick it leg side, ends up playing it straight. Wells picked up the wicket of James Bracey. It's a really good wicket as well, just sliding it across James Bracey. Edge and maybe a little flick of Matty Hurst's gloves, and caught at first slip by Jennings. 1 for 47, Luke Wells's figures. Turner to Tom Price, and all of the wrists sending it away towards mid-on, and no run there. Hampshire have avoided the follow-on at West End, where they trailed Durham by 138. Now Ben Brown, the architect-in-chief there, Brown 119 not out. Felix Organs made 42 in support. Turner still, I suppose, technically of that parish. Tom Price defends to mid-off. So 374 for 6 for Hampshire, plays 511 for Durham. Game's moved even slower than this one.
Hasn't it? Yeah. Goodness.
Durham in the field for, sorry, Hampshire even in the field for 148 overs, and now they're returning the favour as they've kept Durham out for 124 overs and still going. Turner bowls. It's been flicked away down to fine leg by Tom Price. That will just be the one for 86 for 6. Tom Price on 23. He's not been in a hurry. 23 off 72 deliveries, which again makes me think either Gloucestershire have just decided they're just going to bat the whole day, or it is just about, we've decided we want 10 overs and actually really matter too much how many runs ahead we are.
Oh, as Miles Hammond said to you last night,
just bat. Yes,
just bat.
Just bat.
Well, he's going to continue. Looking out towards the Lancashire dressing room, so George Bell's come across, and maybe the addition of a shin guard or two and a helmet. I can't see another helmet out there. Yep, there they come. Marcus Harris has come jogging out with pads and helmet for George Bell. It's Bell's job to get himself in the firing line. Bailey's trotting off, so Harry Singh comes back on. Quite a bit of that today. On and off. Singh's back out there.
Just desperate for some respite.
Indeed, yeah. Understandable. Tom Hartley chatting to David Milnes, and Keaton Jennings in conversation with George Balderson. Hands in pockets from a few of the lanky boys, and
the hand warmer's in there.
Yeah, but yep. Two brothers are having a chat, the two batters. Bell's got his helmet and his shin guards on. He's all right. He's in position now. Now, Matty Hurst is going to walk out, the wicketkeeper, and he's telling George Bell exactly where to stand. So Hurst has gone from behind the stumps and stood and said to George Bell, "This is exactly where I want you, on this particular spot. And you don't move away from it." Slip in place as well. And this is because Price is looking to try and work the ball away to the leg side, and maybe, like that, we'll find the leading edge. Now that leading edge looped up towards mid-off, but Bell's in a position under the helmet, just behind square, closer on the offside, for something that might just loop in his direction from that type of shot. And Tom Price. Hartley in balls, because he's bowling over the wicket, able just to kick that away.
Shinned it away.
He did.
I mean, I know it's always it's a figurative term anyway, but it was just the way that he particularly just, he middled it with his pad.
Hartley to Price.
Oh, glancing blow then.
It was.
In a part of the pad.
It was.
Yeah. It's not quite as good as the previous
it
one.
wasn't. The other one was right out the meat of it, wasn't it?
Do a false kick there.
It was a bit, yeah. Glanced away. 486 for 6. Hartley. Balls again. And again, thrusting that pad forward. That's better contact this time.
Solid clearance.
It was. Yeah, it was. And as a result, Tom Hartley, I think... oh no, he's going to continue. I thought for a second he might just change the line, but no. He's going to twirl away over the wicket to Tom Price. Here he is in balls, and that's whipped away to the leg side. And he's caught that nicely as Tom Price, and that's going to rattle its way out towards the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs for Tom. He moves on to 27. It's 490 for 6. So we had a couple of shins away and then a 4, which has pushed that lead up to 40. Lancashire's over rate rattled up to +3. And he clubs it out towards the leg side again, bouncing out towards the boundary. And 4 more runs for Tom Price. He moves to 31, 494 for 6. Couple of boundaries to end the over. And the lead now moves up to 44 for Gloucestershire. And the partnership is on to 69 between the two Price brothers.
That's the shot I was waiting for. There's been no partnership in this innings under 27. So there's always been something continuing to build the score along. That's the shot I was waiting for, because he does like to play that. I don't really know how to describe it, because it's not really a slog sweep. It's just gets into a low position and picks it up over wide long on. That tends to be one of his release shots against the spinners. They finally brought it out there. Another chat between Messrs. Price and Price. Long shadows cast now as the sun peeps out again, and Turner is in and bowls, and Price is not far off chopping that one on. It was almost as though he was halfway down the pitch trying to run a quick single before he'd actually hit the ball, and then the ball just happened to make contact with the bat and go a little way wide of off stump. It's been, well, there's been a couple of appeals where I think it's come off his arm guard. There's been twice where he's hit the ball so softly that it's just missed leg stump. Those have been really the moments of alarm in Price's innings, as Turner pounds in and bowls and says gently and almost nonchalantly worked to square leg for 1 more run. 213 for Ollie Price. You can hear the force of John Turner through the crease, even through the effects microphone there, just the rhythmical hitting of foot on turf. And it was Bumble day one talking about just the totally unforgiving nature of these surfaces and fast bowlers, just all that stress going through. I mean, you could just hear it as Turner comes in. There it is. As Tom Price drives to mid-off, they'll take a quick single. There'll be a throw from mid-off, who misses, and they get through for 96 for 6, lead up to 46. Bohannon, the fielder, I've seen a huge number of direct hits in this game as a whole.
No.
Even to ones that turned out to be not out. I've been one direct hit in the first innings. Turner to Price, good Yorker. I haven't seen many Yorkers either. Dug out into the leg side for no run.
Plenty of short stuff for some time this afternoon, but not too many of those tapper deliveries from Turner, who got a beauty, didn't he, from Tom Price in his innings. He was bowled by Tom Price. One that was fired in full and straight.
Actor to Mahmood. Charlesworth tried it in his spell, tried a couple. Tried many, Lancashire. Turner bowls on drive. Ollie Price wants a run. I think it's a good run, even though Tom's a little slow setting off. He's not running to the danger end. And Tom's just holding up the hand to say, yeah, oh, it's always sort of thumbs up or not thumbs up. Are we all good? I think we are. I think it was a good run. Just caught Tom a bit by surprise. 497 for 6. I mean, neither of them, the crease sort of exude the energy that they're going to sprint too many quick runs. Oh, that's a good short ball from Turner. There should be a wicket, and it's gone. Tom Price perishes. That's really well bowled from Turner, just banging it into the surface. Got bounce, caught the glove, looped up in the air gently, and fell into the hands of Keaton Jennings at slip. And Gloucestershire have lost a 7th wicket. John Turner gets some reward, and that's a really good piece of bowling. Very short. In fact, it might have been glove, might have even been bat, and it has ballooned up in the air. And Tom Price's innings at an end. Yeah, maybe that's the handle of the bat or the shoulder of the bat. Keaton Jennings mopping it up. So Tom Price goes, caught Jennings, bowled Turner for 32, 497 for 7.
Hard work for the bowlers today, and he's running hard, hasn't he, John Turner? He's been asked to bowl, or the decision's been put together to bowl quite a lot of short stuff, leg side field, bang it in, nothing's really worked for him, but he's got some reward there. That was a good delivery, that got right up onto Tom Price, and just trying to fend it off. Looped up high above his head, and Jennings takes a good catch, but just for sheer hard work and running in and keeping going, John Turner deserves the wicket next to his name. And that breaks the Price brothers partnership. 72 they added, but as you mentioned, Ed, before, when you look at the partnerships in this innings, that is really impressive all the way. I mean, Lancashire had a big double century partnership in their innings, but there was a lot of low scores around that in terms of partnerships. Gloucestershire have managed to kind of put together partnership after partnership, and 30s and 80s and 70s. And, yeah, it's worked out really well for them so far. There's Ollie Price clobbers this next delivery away through the covers from Tom Hartley, and that brings up the 500 for Gloucestershire. 501 for 7, and Price moves on to 218 not out, pushes the lead beyond 50 as well, and he hammered that away, and as a result, Lancashire are going to position a couple more fielders on the cover boundary. They've spread the field, and Price will just run it through the offside instead and jog through for a single, and moves on to 219 502 for 7, and it brings Akhtar and new batter on strike, so the field will change for him. Everyone's creeping up a little bit nearer. Lead at 52. We got here, Bell's gone for the helmet. He's got the pads on as well, so he's going to shuffle into short leg. Jennings has been stood at slip for most of the day, and he's in there again. Hartley to Akhtar off the front foot, just drops it away into the offside. John Turner's there to field, no run. There's also backward point, deep cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg. Down the pitch and clobbered away by Akhtar, and stopped by Mahmood. Just get a single, and off the mark with that. 503 for 7, lead of 53.
It was not a shot I would have expected from Zaman Akhtar's second ball, so perhaps there is a sense of something impending.
Well, if you look back to the last game here, as Hartley's in and bowling, and that's pushed away by Price for a single, 220 not out. Lancashire against Leicestershire. Leicestershire declaring at the back end of the day with a big lead, but then it was a long day in the field, and Lancashire were quickly 3 down, and under a bit of pressure going into the 4th day. Maybe the thoughts of the lead was 200-0 for Leicestershire, but thoughts of that maybe in their mind. Dabbed away by Akhtar out towards the leg side, stopped by George Bell. Short leg. Well, you've got 11 overs remaining in the day, 220 not out for Ollie Price. Zaman Akhtar on 1, 504 for 7 is the Gloucestershire score.
It's almost reached the stage where, I mean, at that last over, they have pretty much given up trying to get Ollie Price out. With everybody out on the boundary, it's just forward defend, get a run. So I don't know that that's going to be the case with Turner, but it must be an odd feeling to have battled away for hour after hour after hour, and you've finally reached a point that they've just had enough of trying to get you out. Turner to Price, short ball, bashed away through mid-wicket, out to the sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary. It's a single taken. Imagine what that feels like, really. I'd imagine, in an odd way, it isn't going to keep your concentration, because all of a sudden it's just so easy to pick up any run. So it's a little bit different with Turner bowling, because he's just watched him bounce out his elder brother, but even so, as the field positions itself for Zaman Akhtar, who's, with that single, his first class average has just hit 21, as he defends that away into the offside. So I think even to use the phrase no mug when you're averaging over 20 is probably selling it a bit short, as he's also grown in confidence with the bat through his Gloucestershire career. .505 for 7. Turner to Akhtar's good short ball, swaying out of the way, ducking underneath it, bobbing, weaving. And that is often the difference. I mean, even going to Tom Price, often the difference with a bowling all-rounder versus genuine all-rounder, just facing those short, quick deliveries. Especially wearing on into the evening. Turner in, driven. Really delicious shot from Zaman Akhtar for nothing. Absolutely middled it up to mid-off. No run. So at the end of this over, if Gloucestershire were to have enough, It would be 8 overs. Lancashire. Turner in, Breeze kicking up, back to drives, wide of mid-off. Bohannon tries to pick up and throw all at once and doesn't pick the ball up. It's a single. It's 507 for 7. So a fair few spectators actually have stayed a bit longer than I thought some of them might. I just have turned for home as the temperature's no doubt dropping as well. This is whipped up to mid-on by Ollie Price. There's a flung-in throw from Saqib Mahmood from mid-on towards Actor's end. And Price moves on to 2-2-2. 508 for 7. I suppose even from a Lancashire perspective, some perhaps want to at least see the end of, or otherwise, of Ollie Price's innings. Having watched him bat all day, some of them will have watched him bat all of yesterday evening and some of yesterday afternoon as well. This is defended off the back foot into the offside to end the over of Turner. 508 for 7, lead it up to 58. Oh, there we go, there's a few.
That was
just
it.
Got up for
Yeah.
this. That's enough.
That was it.
I've had enough.
I'm off.
Several people actually. It's a good 15 people across the ground have just slung rucksacks over shoulders and put hats on and made their way off.
Yeah, that'll do.
To be tucked up in bed early, ready for bank holiday Monday.
Yeah. Well, if you're coming tomorrow, get wrapped up. Temperatures are plummeting tomorrow. It's Hartley to Ollie Price. That's pushed out towards point for a single.
Plummeting from, what was it? Plummeting from 13 to 15 degrees.
That was the headline on the news, wasn't it? Bank holiday weather to plummet.
When will the sun ever come out in Manchester again? It's out again now.
509 for 7. Akhtar facing Hartley now. Hartley's left arm spin around the wicket. Work back to him by Zaman Akhtar, and there is no run. There's a deep square leg and deep point. And Hartley bowls. It's worked towards the leg side where Bailey fields, and there's no addition to the score. Luke Wells is twirling his arms around, so maybe looks like maybe Turner's spell will come to an end. It's off the back foot and working it through the offside for a single. Akhtar moves on to 3. Wants to turn a ball in that spell. 6 overs, 1 for 22, and he's running pretty hard through the course of that. Well, not just that spell, but through the course of the 25 overs he's sent down in the innings. It's a lovely shot on the move there. Price just walking into it and striking it firmly away through the covers for a single. 2-4 not out. And 511 for 6. For 7 rather. With a delivery to go. Hartley into Akhtar, and that's nudged away to the leg side for a single. And he's pinched the strike as well. It's the end of the over from Tom Hartley. He's bowled 12 on the spin now from this Brian Statham end. It does appear to be the end of John Turner as well. He's been, by the looks of it, replaced, and a well-deserved breather, and it looks like it will be Luke Wells.
Yeah, he was warming up a fair bit earlier, but I don't know whether they were thinking of bringing him in, and then Turner got the wicket of Tom Price possibly kept him on for another couple of overs. Northamptonshire have lost an 8th wicket. The end is nigh for them at Grace Road. 116 for 8. Calvin Harrison out. Cox bowled Scriven for 20. So McManus joined by Sanderson. Good game to win from there, I think might be the phrase that comes to mind. Ben Sanderson at 10. Not sure that says a huge amount for Harry Conway's ability with the bat. Mind you, he used to bat ahead of Jack White. Luke Wells charges in with his leg spin and bowls to Actor, and that's turned to mid-wicket.
Is he still there, Jack White? Is he still at
no, he's moved to Yorkshire.
To Yorkshire, I think.
He's played in a couple of games for them, but not their defeat today to Warwickshire. Wells in, slog sweep, crashed high in the air and way back over mid-wicket for 6. Zaman Akhtar has opened his shoulders and he's taken on Luke Wells. The short boundary certainly was not big enough for that one, and I think we might need a new ball.
Yes.
I think that completely cleared the stand there. I lost sight of it as it went into the brick building. I don't think it made it quite that far, but
right.
I lost sight of it as it went towards it, and we are going to need another ball.
Clubbed away, wasn't it, by Akhtar? What's the lead now? 68. Nothing to lose at all, really, by playing some shots like that, and Akhtar maybe coming out and having a freedom to give it a bit of a swing where possible.
9 down, Northamptonshire, and it's, for what it's worth, it's McManus who's out anyway, so that is not going to see tomorrow. Well, I think at this point Northamptonshire would have any interest really in coming back tomorrow with 10 and 11 out there.
Well, I think you can go on, can't you? We were saying this before, weren't you? I think you can just...
Don't know how many overs there are left in the day, but I mean, there's at least 15 minutes worth of time, so they're going to have a good 7 or 8 overs and probably more, so I don't think that one we'll see tomorrow. So there'll be 2 results in the Championship today, but possibly not 3 with the way that Somerset's lower orders still going at Essex. 199 for 6 with 122 more required. They might just still do that. Changed ball, not really a particularly changed field, sending long on back now as well as deep mid-wicket and deep point. As Wells respond after getting carted for 6. Bowls down the pitch, Akhtar, and wrist work, send it down to long on. Turner to field. Akhtar to 11, 519 for 7. Sort of got the feeling really that Price is almost just now mostly just allowing himself to hit singles. Doesn't find one there as he pushes it to short extra cover, but I just think well, may as well finish not out here.
Absolutely.
Rather than, I don't know, we'll see. Perhaps he will decide to take on Wells, but he hasn't looked like doing that. There he goes. He does take him on, and he's picked the gap between long on and deep mid-wicket, and I think that might be another 6 it is. And in fact, that's the first 6 in Ollie Price's innings. It's got underneath it. It's a shot that he loves. The sweep in all its various forms. And the second 6 in the over. The lead is up to 75.
Well, he needs 3 more to go past Charlie Barnett on his 232 he got in Gloucester.
Wells in, attempted leg side prod, goes straight, almost straight back towards Wells, and the over is ended having had 2 6s in it. 5-2-5 for 7.
Yeah, Barnett making 2:32 for Gloucester in Gloucester in 1937. And then 2:50 by Wally Hammond here in 1925. And then again by Hammond, 2:64 for Gloucestershire, but that was in Liverpool in 1932. And again Hammond, 2:71 for Gloucestershire in the game in Bristol in 1938. He's on the list. Here's Ollie Price. Double centurions against Lancashire. And three more runs will mean there's just Hammond above him in terms of highest scores for Gloucestershire against Lancashire. Akhtar on strike. Not quite sure where this is going from Akhtar. This could be quite good fun to watch. Lancashire spread a few fielders out. Oh, he's going to go on the reverse. And gets himself a single.
If you'd have asked me,
okay,
I would have expected that shot to come out at some point. He was Gloucestershire supporters get bored of hearing this, but the Lancashire supporters boy know he was a really quite prolific hockey player when he was younger, Saman Akhtar. So that reverse is a shot that comes quite naturally to him.
Ollie Price back on strike. Takes a single. Ball with a little extra loop from Hartley, just pushes it into that vacant cover region. Hartley has to go after it himself because everybody else is set back on the boundary rope. 231 not out, 527 for 7. Lead is 77. Is he going to go again for that reverse? As Hartley comes over the wicket and balls. Oh, you bet he is. He tries it once more, but doesn't get it away this time.
It is a tricky shot to play out of the rough, but then there's not actually that many fielders who can catch him.
Hartley to Akhtar. Looks to sweep conventionally this time. Ball thuds into his pad, and has to come round from the stumps to field. Hands it back to Hartley. 5-2-7 for 7. Goes back. Also a wristy shot deep in the crease, flicking it out towards the leg side for a single. And he moves on to 13. And the score is 5-8 for 7.
So the danger you see when you've got these other games going on next, you just start watching them and watch Ben Sanderson clearing his front leg and clubbing the ball over Ian Holland's head for 4. Concentrate.
Final ball of the over. Hartley to Price, who defends. And there's no run. 7 remaining in the day. 528 for 7.
Can you imagine the future of Kevin Howells's cross-country county cricket coverage, just sitting in front of a huge screen like this with all the games going on, and Kevin has to pick and choose which game he's commentating on a ball-by-ball basis.
Oh, I like that, yeah. That's right up his street.
Yeah.
He's yet to make an appearance this season at Emirates Old Trafford, isn't the great Kevin Howells? I'm not too sure we'll see him. And this is maybe the back end of day 4, and he's got nowhere else to go.
There's that concern.
Yes.
Lack of any other options.
Yes, there's nowhere else to go. I better go to Old Trafford.
Over to you. Yes, it looks as though there's the games that are going to finish, maybe with the exception of the Glamorgan Derbyshire game, but the games that are going to finish probably, well, no, Middlesex Kent, that's the one, isn't it? That could go all the way, actually. That's the one game that could be a win either way and go the entire distance. The others are either looking like set draws, or the result's going to be achieved either this evening or quite quickly tomorrow. The Middlesex Kent one, that could yet brew up into a really exciting finish. Saqib Mahmood returns, searching for a wicket, and instead seeing Akhtar cut the ball towards point, and George Bell got the shin pads on still. Fields there.
Not far off a third new ball here, are we?
Oh gosh, yes. Not going to come tonight.
No, it's not. No.
I'd have to.
But if we're still
Gloucestershire batting tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Which, who knows? They may yet do. I was thinking about just batting. Mahmood to Actor, who's miscued that pull shot towards mid-off. I think he's miscued it, but I don't think he was attempting a straight slapping pull shot to mid-off, but perhaps he was. 2 bounces up to mid-off. I'm not sure what shot it was, but there's no run for it anyway. Skipped and span towards that fielder. It would be a bit of an injustice done, really, if Mahmood hasn't got a wicket at the end of this innings. But Actor backs away and slices that one through backward point for 4, and that's a very deliberate shot from Actor. It's so frustrating for Mahmood, who's again bowled a pretty decent delivery. He's tried, I think, to York Actor, having seen him back away, but just ended up being a low full toss, and Actor's just opened the face, used the pace of Mahmood and sliced it away for 4. 532 for 7. To Actor. Mahmood bowls backing away and hammering this over mid-wicket is Zaman Actor, and he's hit him for 6. He's having some real fun now, is Zaman Actor. It was short from Mahmood. I think again he tried to follow him. Deep in his crease. That's a really fine connection.
He liked that, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did.
You would.
He would,
I suppose. Had a few 6s in this innings as a whole now.
Kind of in the last hour or so,
yeah.
Basically.
James Bracey had a couple. Graham van Buren had 1. Actor's hit his second 6. Ollie Price just the 1. Mahmood bowls and Actor gets a almost Yorker-length delivery. Hits it well up to mid-off, and they'll take another run. The lead is on to 89. Would be 4 overs at Lancashire. That's sort of reaching the stage where there's not really any point, is there? Because you'd have thought you'd want the bowlers to have some sort of a spell, even if it's 4 overs, just 2 overs each. Can't really get into any sort of rhythm. Mahmood to Ollie Price, and that's turned out to deep mid-wicket. Again, Ollie Price just back to, after that slog sweep off Wells, just back to taking the singles that are there. 232 for him, 540 for 7. It was interesting, all those double tons making their way substantially past 200 as well, so there was significant pressure on Ollie Price to do the same, and he's done it.
He is. Well, he's drawn level with Charlie Barnett and his 232 that he got for Gloucestershire in Gloucester in 1937.
He's approached the 9-hour mark his innings now.
.540 for 7, lead by 90. So 6 overs remaining. Tom Hartley still going over number 14 in this spell, and he's 42nd of the innings. Moves to 233 now. So with that single, Ollie Price, there is only Hammond who scored more runs in an innings for Gloucestershire against Lancashire. 4th on the list. Sorry, yeah, 4th on the list. Hammond did it 3 times, 250, 264 and 271. Reverse sweep, reverse hack attempted by Akhtar. He doesn't quite get the contact he was hoping for. He looking over his left shoulder towards the leg side boundary. Deep square leg and fine leg. Deep point, long off, long on. Oh, well, that's gone past, I think, pretty much everything. Let's have a look. Yeah, 4 byes, yeah. Okay. Took off from Hartley, spun past Akhtar, past Hurst, and there it went. Towards the boundary for 4 byes.
We're swaying out of the way in the end, Mrs. Akhtar, after realising how much it had turned and bounced.
Yeah. 5-4-5 for 7. Thumped back towards him by Akhtar off Hartley. And Hartley fields, and there's no addition to the score. He's in, he got them bowling again. He looks to try and paddle it around the corner, but I think that may just be a leg bye. So Akhtar remains on 24. 546 for 7. We'll have 5 overs remaining in the day after this delivery from Tom Hartley into into Price. His Price was shaping to reverse sweep it. He just pulled away, did the Lancashire left arm spinner.
That's why surely you've got to do it again now. They never do.
No, he's hammer it away off the back foot, but barely on the point boundary fields. End of the over. 547 for 7. So 97 runs in front. Got 5 overs remaining in the day's play, and that is a 50 partnership as well between Price and Akhtar. 50 coming in just under half an hour. 42 deliveries for it. So 5 left in the day's play. Looks like Northamptonshire is still battling on. There's still 9 down.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson's enjoying himself.
Fair enough.
20 from 13 balls.
All right.
Just uppercut Tom Scriven over the slips for 4 more. Quite ready to completely throw at the towel. I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? You make it look as though you have a bit of a go, and then just as it gets right towards the end of the day, you just hit one up in the air. Maybe I don't know, but there can't be any desire from anyone to come back tomorrow, surely. I suppose at least it's not a long trip.
No, that's true.
Mahmood to Ollie Price. There's that whip through straight mid-wicket, quite middled it, so it's only 1. 235. Lead within 2 of the 3-figure mark. So yeah, maybe Sanderson and Conway might just think, let's just annoy Leicestershire by having to come back tomorrow. But I don't think any county cricketer thinks that way.
Sure
just think about just exactly, yeah. That's a day off in a busy season. Mahmood to Akhtar, backs away so far that Mahmood follows him so far that the ball misses leg stump. I mean, if Gloucestershire are trying to frustrate Lancashire here, they're doing a great job of it, because Lancashire have just reached the end of their tether, I think, to some extent. Akhtar's backing away and sliced Mahmood for 4. He's thumped him for 6 over mid-wicket. He's batting on about leg stump anyway as Akhtar, and then backing away further. Mahmood bowls. He stays still that time, does Akhtar, in terms of position on the crease, and then sways out of the way of a bouncer, which is signalled as one of the allocation for the over. So I suppose that was the first one. A couple of bouncers over shoulder height per over, so still got to think about the other one that Mahmood's got up his sleeve. Can't just completely camp on that front foot. Mahmood approaches, bowls, hacked at by Akhtar. We're going to bludgeon that one somewhere out into the offside. It's come off the bottom corner of the bat, I think, down to fine leg, and they will take a single, and Mahmood still has not got his name in the wickets column, but it's not for the lack of both trying and coming close to taking wickets, especially when he's clearly dealing with a bit of an ongoing issue with the foot there. The effort that he's put in and nothing for it. He bowls now. Price picks this one up high in the air into the leg side, and for 6 more. Just turning and watching was the fielder at deep mid wicket, and Tom Price is on to 241. And it's just such a clean swing. It's almost not even a pull shot. It's like a sort of short arm pickup shot off the back of a length. The 550 is up. That 6 brings up the 100-run lead. And Ollie Price's second 6 to go with 34s. Mahmood in and bowls. Price drives firmly straight to extra cover though, and it's stopped by Hartley. So 8 runs off that one. There are 4 left in the day, and it's quintuple Nelson for 7.
Don't often say that.
No. Be something to get to sextuple. Not sure whether the score got to 666 when Gloucestershire scored their 700 at Grace Road last year. I think it might have done, actually. I think we might have had a sextuple Nelson. Yeah.
So it's one of those things that you probably wouldn't forget.
666 on the board. Brilliant. I think I might even have taken a photo of it.
I bet you did. Akhtar looks so sweet. The ball thuds into the offside. Hurst has a shy at the stumps towards the bowler's end, trying to run Ollie Price. Sorry, trying to run Akhtar out, but he missed. And the score moves on to 5-6 for 7. A lead of 106. Ollie Price on 241. And balls as Hartley off the back foot and run away into the offside. There's no run. Sorry, there's one run. They had a single to that. 242 to Price now. 5-5-7 for 7. Lead of 107. Akhtar 25 from 31. He's had some good fun. And he's on the reverse again, and he's been bowled by Tom Hartley, looking to reverse for the umpteenth time, but on this occasion doesn't make contact, and the ball sneaks through and rattles the woodwork, and Akhtar departs. He's been bowled by Tom Hartley. So 8 down now, 557 for 8, and well, a quick fire 25 by Akhtar comes to an end as he reverse sweeps out of those footholes, and the ball spins back in towards his stumps. But it was good fun.
It was good fun.
25 from 32.
It was a sort of innings that you probably hoped would be played at this sort of stage in the day, with Gloucestershire a lead over 3 figures and maybe the opportunity to even declare overnight, depending on what happens. There's also the intriguing possibility of Gloucestershire losing 2 wickets here in this over, and Lancashire having to come out and face 1 over. Even if Gloucestershire's aim was to bat to the end of the day, if the 2 wickets fall in 3 balls, then they'll have to anyway. Josh Shaw is out in the middle, made his first class best score of 45 in the last game against Leicestershire in the first innings, finished 10 not out in the second, so a pretty decent game with the bat. Certainly not afraid of giving the ball a thump as well as Josh Shaw, particularly on the drive. bringing the field in for him as well.
So it's Hartley round the wicket to short, just drive up towards mid-off where Turner fields, and there is no run. Hartley in and bowls, and there's runs here through wide mid-on, and there's 4 of them in fact for sure.
Yeah, there is 4 for sure. I agree.
5, 6, 1 for 8.
Well, that's bottom hand in that.
Lead of 111.
It wasn't quite as much of a slog as I thought it was live. There's still quite a lot of slog in there.
Because you won't be batting again though, even if 2 wickets fall. And there's the field set back on the offside, so Shaw's able just to chop it out towards the covers for a single, and he's gone through for 1, so he's on strike now. 3 overs remaining. Shaw 5, Price 242, 5, 6, 2 for 8. Can Ollie Price get to the close of play unbeaten on his double century? Will they come back out and bat again tomorrow, see if they try and get to 250?
I think he might hope to get to 250 this evening.
Okay, right.
It'd be interesting to see whether he there was a little bit of reluctance in that single as well. I wonder if it, I don't know, unless it
this might be his chance to
just
try and
tired legs or. But yeah, he might be thinking that he might have to
do it tonight.
I'm told this is now a record total for Gloucestershire against Lancashire. Mike Turner, who's scoring downstairs, has sent me that. Mahmood to Shaw as is turned into the leg side, and he will turn the strike over to Ollie Price. Shaw moving on to 6 wide of mid-on. 563 for 8. Close of play at Hampshire, 429 for 7, replying to Durham's 511. Close of play at Taunton, 216 for 6. Somerset needing 105 more to win tomorrow. Do tend to be good ones between Somerset and Essex. Like another good finish there. Mahmood to Ollie Price, drives out to extra cover. There's no run as Hartley fields. Reminder, Warwickshire beating Yorkshire by 5 wickets at Headingley. Leicestershire still searching for the final wicket to wrap up what would be a 3rd win out of 5 games. Grace Road, Middlesex 33 for 1, looking to get through to the close, still 1 down. Glamorgan have lost a 4th wicket at Cardiff. Ingram out for 64. As Mahmood is in, a slower, wider ball, slashed down to the deep 3rd boundary where Luke Wells fields. It's 1 more to Ollie Price, 243 to him. The next delivery he faces will be his 400th, so he's bound to do that. Yeah, Glamorgan 127 for 4. They lead by 208. Still just about playing there. So, in fact, all the Division 1 games have finished for the day one way or another, and all the Division 2 games still going at 6:10. Josh Shaw to face Saqib Mahmood. He bowls short and wide, and Shaw cuts him in the air, and that will beat Wells to the boundary. It was short, it was wide, and Shaw helped himself really. Back to ball, helped it over the infield. Shaw's come out in good fashion, 10 from 5. Still looking to move things along. Lead is on to 118. The field scattering now for Shaw. Didn't stay in for too long. 2 balls left in the over. Mahmood to Shaw. It's just crunched away through mid-wicket. That's going to take some stopping in the field of Khan. It's an attempt from the diving Tom Bailey, yeah, out there. He's not for the first time he's hit the floor and stayed down. But that's so much force behind. That was absolutely thumped. Again, we've seen some really vicious shots in the last hour or so. Shaw 14 from 6. Although Bailey got there, the ball just had so much force behind it, you can keep it in. Last ball of this over, everybody's back on the boundary as Mahmood bowls huge swing inside edge on to pad, and they don't fancy the single. Mahmood was the only fielder, other than I suppose the wicketkeeper, who was saving the single there. Shaw was trying to clear the point. Well, it's the end of the over, so if the overnight declaration is the plan, then Ollie Price has got 2 overs left to score 7 runs for a 250. And him and Shaw just consult. It's not going to be the easiest to score these 7 here for Price, because Lancashire will just put everybody back.
Yes, which they largely have, haven't they? Leg side, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long off, cover, point. Hartley to Price, looking to reverse sweep it. Trying to drag it out from the foot marks outside his leg stump. Ball's spinning across Ollie Price as Hartley's in. Goes again. Does make contact this time, but fielder's out on that boundary to deal with it. So just a single to Price. So he's 6 away from 250. If he can try and achieve that tonight, if he doesn't have the possibility of coming out tomorrow morning, should declaration occur overnight. Sean Strike, he's come out all guns blazing, hasn't he? He's not messed about. And he fiddles it away towards square leg for a single. Gets Price back on strike. So he's got 3 deliveries left in this over. Ollie Price.
And he can actually get there in singles as long as Shaw keeps rotating the strike back, which is maybe the harder part.
Sweeps down to fine leg for a single. And moves on to 245. Not out. The lead moves on to 125.
Well, no, he can't, can he? Not quite. No, sorry. I think it's 249.
He's at the non-striker's end. Again, Shaw off the back foot, kind of clubbing it out towards the leg side for 1. And everyone's back on the rope, so there's plenty of 1s for Shaw and for Price. Final ball of the over, and then 1 over remaining. Hartley to Price on the reverse. Does he get this away? He does. All the way for 6, and that is his 250. To cap off a magnificent day for Ollie Price and a brilliant day for Gloucestershire. There's only Wally Hammond above him in the list of highest run scorers for Gloucestershire against Lancashire. He's 251 not out. The lead is 132. And Gloucestershire 582 for 8.
It's just absurd, isn't it? It didn't have a 150 before today. It's now got a 250. It's unbelievable. It really is. I know that's a word that is so often used in sports commentaries these days for things that are actually quite believable, but it is absolutely extraordinary. Over 9 hours batting, 400 deliveries, over 250. Saqib Mahmood in last over of the day this is, and Shaw thumps a drive through the covers out to George Bell at deep cover. It's another single, lead to 133. And Shaw's done his job since coming out there as well, finding some boundaries, but also rotating the strike and allowing Price to get there in extraordinary fashion. A reverse swept 6.
Bet Wally Hammond didn't get to his 250 with the reverse swept 6.
It's a definite guarantee of that. Mahmood bowls. This is clubbed down the ground by Price to a straight long off, and another single to him, 252. He has. Yeah, I don't think I can recall in the footage of Wally Hammond seeing him play reverse sweep. Not sure if it would have been considered gentlemanly.
It might have been banned. Yeah. Can't carry on like that. I mean, it's an extraordinary shot, though, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a shortish boundary, but
still, yeah.
We've seen him do it before as Mahmood bowls. I'm sure butchers this one towards deep mid-wicket. It's only going to be a single. As the throw comes in towards Mahmood, who points to the keeper and says, "Why don't you throw it there?" 585 for 8. I mean, an innings of so much patience and power at times, but power mostly along the ground. Brought up with the reverse swept 6. Leicestershire have won at Leicester by 132 runs. Wide Yorker from Saqib Mahmood. It's driven for another single to deep cover point. 253 to Ollie Price. Rehan Ahmed has taken the final wicket. Ben Sanderson's fun ended at 32 from 26 balls, so Leicestershire cement their position at the top of Division 2 with 3 wins now and 2 draws. And they will take, totting up, 21 points, I think, from that game. Mahmood to Shaw, who picks this one up. He's top-edged it, nobody's seen it, and Luke Wells is going to have to drop to his left and pick the ball up, and they'll be back for 2. Tried to swing this one leg side, massive top edge on it. It went high up into the air. There's still the pitch mark where the ball has landed, and Luke Wells did not see it at all. 2 runs. And there's 1 ball left in the day, and that might guarantee, depending on what happens overnight, that Ollie Price ends unbeaten as well, with Shaw to face the last ball of the day as Mahmood bowls, and Shaw swung at that one. He's got a bottom edge on that onto his pad, and they'll trot through for a single, and that ends a day which does belong to Gloucestershire, but particularly belongs to Ollie Price. A innings which has so far eclipsed in terms of runs anything that he's done before. 147 was his previous first-class best. He's bettered that already by 106, and in theory you could come out and add more onto that. He's getting handshakes from the Lancashire players, which is great to see. And walk off with Josh Shaw, take his helmet off for the first time since he reached the double 100. He wasn't quite sure whether to take the helmet off for 250. He wasn't sure of the formalities. What do you do when you score 250? Who knows? Shaw applauds. The photographers get the shot of Ollie Price beaming away at his teammates as he presents his helmet and his bat to them. An epic innings from Ollie Price. Another of Gloucestershire's young homegrown talents, which is really starting to blossom, and well, this is an innings he's going to struggle to better in terms of runs anyway. What an effort. Defence, attack, all mixed in at just the right points. He's still not offered up a clear-cut chance. He's not been put down. And he's ended the day having walked out there at the start on 54, so he's added almost 200 runs today.
Yeah, and that was just a brilliant day for Ollie Price. You could hear the response from his teammates, couldn't you, in the dressing room down below us as well. Day he'll not forget. And I guess presumably Gloucestershire will declare overnight and see if they can try and put Lancashire under some pressure with early wickets tomorrow. Maybe come out and have 20 minutes and then declare. Who knows? We shall see. And
they're obviously not going to tell me tonight what they're going to do, because they don't have to. I think there's only is it even 10 minutes that they have to inform Lancashire before the start of play tomorrow that they've declared. I think it's something like that.
Well, we shall see what their decision will be, but it's a memorable day for Ollie Price and for Gloucestershire. For our listeners on the BBC Sport website and app, we will leave you and speak to you tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock. For our viewers on Lancs TV, especially if you're a Gloucestershire fan, I'd stay tuned for some wonderful highlights of a brilliant double century by Ollie Price.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.